Buenos días, good morning. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for the one who came from other places in the Americas. We are just waiting a few minutes for the representative of El Salvador, who is the vice president. We can start if it is not here in a few minutes. We will start. We have quorum. We are 9 and the quorum is 5, and we have practically everybody except El Salvador. So we don't take time. There is interpretation in 3 languages. The 3 languages of the members of the committee, that is Spanish, English, and Portuguese. And we try to set your receivers in the language, that the main language of your country. But if you have any problems, address someone from from the Secretariat that will help you. We just have El Salvador here, so we are going to start. Thank you very much. So we have the full membership of the Executive Committee and many other member states, so we are ready to start. So the Honorable Dr. Frank Anthony, Ministry of Health of Guyana, Guyana has the presidency of the committee, will open the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, allow me to extend warm welcome to all the members of the Executive Committee and all other member states participating as observers to the 176th session of the Executive Committee. I'm pleased to inform you that the presence of Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guyana, the United States, and Uruguay. We have the 9 members that are required for the Executive Committee. There's a quorum, and accordingly, I declare this session of the Executive Committee officially open. I will now make some brief remarks. So, distinguished members of the Executive Committee, Director of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Barbosa, the heads of delegations, esteemed colleagues and partners, good morning again. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the 176th session of the Executive Committee of the Pan American Health Organization. As the president of this committee, I would like to express my gratitude to each of you for your unwavering commitment to advancing the health and well-being of all the peoples in the Americas. We convene at a time when the global healthscape is changing, and our region is no exception. The Americas are undergoing a significant transformation in our efforts to enhance health systems, monitor diseases, and achieve universal health coverage. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed our weaknesses, but it also sparked a surge of innovation, resilience, and solidarity. Now more than ever, we must ensure that progress that we have made is maintained and strengthened. The agenda before us in this session reflects the critical and interconnected priorities that demand our collective attention. Strengthening primary health care as the foundation for resilient health systems, advancing health equity by targeting social determinants and addressing the needs of vulnerable population, enhancing preparedness and response to emerging and re-emerging public health threats, and recommitting to the elimination agenda, improving the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of non-communicable diseases, particularly in the areas of cardiovascular diseases, cancers, including childhood cancers, mental health, and geriatric medicine, bolstering our health workforce and pharmaceutical security through regional production and procurement, developing digital health technologies, including teleconsultations, electronic health records, and effective use of artificial intelligence, exploring novel methods to secure the resources necessary to support this comprehensive plan, and supporting the initiatives under the PAHO Forward to make the organization more responsive to the needs of member states. Our deliberations in the coming days must be guided by both pragmatism and ambition. Pragmatism because the challenges before us require sound, evidence-based policies tailored to our diverse realities. Ambition because our region has the experience, the leadership, and the unity to be a global model for inclusive, sustainable health development. In Guyana and many other nations of the Americas, we have seen firsthand how investing in community-level care, powered by telemedicine, school health, and other innovative human resource development, can yield transformative results. We must continue to share these success stories, learn from each other, and foster South-South cooperation to scale what works. I also wish to acknowledge PAHO's role as a pillar for technical excellence and regional coordination. Under Dr. Barbosa's stellar leadership, the organization has continued to adapt to meet the region's needs by addressing the pandemic response, disease elimination, chronic non-communicable diseases, including mental health, while also embracing digital technologies and pharmaceutical security to accelerate equity. Colleagues, our work here this week will shape the policies, budget, and priorities that directly affect the lives of millions of people. Let us fulfill this responsibility with clarity, compassion, and collective commitment to health for all. I look forward to a productive discussion, meaningful outcomes, and strengthened partnership. Thank you. I would now like to yield the floor to the Director of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa.
Good morning. I think welcome to the Pan American Health Organization. Buenos dias.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Dr. Frank Anthony, Minister of Health of Guyana, President of this 176th session of the Executive Committee, Honorable Representatives of El Salvador, Vice President of this session of the Executive Committee, distinguished Dr. Cynthia Gabriela Yangua Armijos, Undersecretary of Stewardship of the National Health System of Ecuador, Rapporteur of this region, Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, Deputy Director of PAHO, our Secretary, distinguished members of the Executive Committee, observers, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to kick off this 176th session of the Executive Committee of the Pan American Health Organization. PAHO is very grateful for the ongoing collaboration of member states, and I would like to thank the 9 members of the Executive Committee for their ideas, their guidance, and the decisions we will make over the next couple of days. At PAHO, we have been working very hard to continue to protect the region of the Americas. There is an urgent need to step up the coverage of vaccination given the high risk of vaccine-preventable diseases. We continue to offer technical cooperation to countries in order to rein in the outbreaks of yellow fever, H5N1, measles, dengue, oropouche, among other diseases in the region. It's key for us to improve the maternal health indicators and of child and neonatal health, and that we address the growing burden of non-communicable diseases, including those affecting mental health. We need to apply the same ingenuousness and urgency to address the most pressing challenges to health and to ensure equitable access to health care for everyone in the Americas. As we look forward, I'm very aware of the complex array of challenges that our region of the Americas faces. This meeting of the Executive Committee offers a very worthwhile platform for us to shape the focus of the organization to tackle these challenges and ultimately to improve the health results throughout the region. Following through on the decisions or discussions that we made at the Subcommittee on Program Budget Administration, SPBA, in March of this year, one of the important aspects of this week's agenda is the proposed strategic plan for PAHO 2026-2031. As you know, this proposal acknowledges the considerable headway achieved in developing a more integrated and nimble plan with impacts that's efficient and that's country-focused, taking into account the necessary acceleration that we need to carry out to achieve the health goals of the region 1 year after the Executive Committee in 2024 passed the roadmap. I would also like to thank member states for their broad participation and for the contributions they've made through the consultation process, the strategic contributions made by each country, and the setting of priorities. I reiterate that this plan belongs to the member states and that we have been given a mandate to develop it in keeping with the rich history and values of PAHO, meeting the priorities and taking into account the reality of each country. I continue to enjoy the leadership experience and collaboration of everyone here to conclude this plan so that together we can apply the lessons learned and innovations.
The PAHO Program Budget 26-27 is the first to be developed and implemented under the new Strategic Plan 26-2031. The document sets out the organizational results for the Pan American Health Organization as agreed with member states for the next 2 years. It also presents the budget required by the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to deliver on these biennial results and support member states in improving health outcomes while contributing to the achievement of health targets set out in regional and global frameworks. The proposed Program Budget 26-27 follows the programmatic structure of the proposed Strategic Plan 26-21 and considers the results of the Program Budget 22-23 end of biennial assessment and the Program Budget 24-25 mid-term assessment. The budget section includes the proposed budget and its expected sources of financing, the proposed budget by outcome, and details on how it compares to the current 24-25 program budget. So this will be a very important topic that will be discussed, and during this topic, I will be very happy to share with our member states some updates about the budget, but also the financial situation of the organization. Another important agenda item is the policy on expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. To expand the access to high-cost and high-price technologies aims to address persistent challenges across regions. Developed with a strong process of consultation with member states, it promotes integrated public policies throughout the life cycle of health technologies, from innovation and production to selection, regulation, and use. All countries, both developing and developed, face challenges related to the prices and availability of these technologies, from insulins to treatment for cancer and rare diseases, from biosimilars to advanced therapies. The policy aims to strengthen capacities and the toolbox of member states and PAHO in critical areas of policy development and technical cooperation. The need to expand the scope of the regional revolving funds to include high-priced technologies is also highlighted as key opportunity. Finally, the policy proposes a strategy for regional collaboration, dialogue, and articulation of proposals establishing an intersectoral regional network to improve access to high-priced and high-cost technology. During the discussion of this topic, I want also to bring the attention of our member states about a very important topic related to the situation of the national health regulatory authorities of reference, the 6 health regulatory authorities in this condition that we have in the region, that you need to go through an assessment process until the year 27. So in this, during the discussion of this topic, in my comments, I will provide a very brief update and to ask the 6 countries to work together with PAHO so we can have every health regulatory authority ready to go through this assessment in 2027. You will also discuss the plan of action on non-communicable diseases 2025-2030, with the purpose of supporting member states in accelerating actions necessary to meet the goals NCD targets, including SDG target 3.4 to reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from NCDs by the year 2030. Recognizing that a whole of government and whole of society approach with multi-sectoral partnership is needed to address NCDs, the plan of action outlines 3 overarching strategic lines of actions to be implemented over its time frame, 25 to 2030. A new strategy on health and migration, 26-2031, includes 4 strategic lines of actions aiming at addressing health and migration challenges in the region. Some countries in the Americas have made progress in addressing the healthcare needs of migrant and host populations through inclusive policies and improved financing. However, challenges remain, including growing pressure on infrastructure and health systems, limited financial resources, and administrative and cultural barriers that impact access to care. Another important point I want to bring to our attention is the payment of the assessed contribution by member states that will be presented in this meeting. We are currently $132 million behind in the collection of assessed contributions in 2025 when compared to the same period last year. I want to personally thank 19 member states that have made partial or full payments in 2025. Argentina, Bahamas, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, St. Lucia, and Suriname. We also receive payments from the United Kingdom as a participant state and Curaçao and Puerto Rico as associated members. I ask once again all member states for their efforts in making timely payments to the organization. In closing, I want to leave you with a reminder that our organization was born 123 years ago from the idea of Pan-Americanism. Indeed, it is in our very name. It means that we are stronger when we work together, and more effective when we pursue our goals with a common voice and purpose. The power of Pan-Americanism is just as potent today as it was more than a century ago, and I believe it is one of the keys to building a brighter, healthier future for our region. That means we must work in unison to promote robust investment in national health agencies to ensure that public health remains a policy priority for all member states, especially now that the pandemic has ended. At the global level, we must push collectively for the Americas to lead in public health innovation and play a more prominent role in shaping the global health agenda. In doing so, we can make certain that the unique needs of our people and communities are met. Above all, Pan-Americanism reflects our unbreakable commitment to health equity. We must therefore be relentless in our pursuit of universal health coverage to guarantee that every person, family, and community in the Americas has an equal chance to live a healthy life. Thank you, gracias, and I wish all of you an excellent meeting, excellent discussions that will be really very important for all the topics that will be discussed during this Executive Committee meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I think you, in your remarks, give us a comprehensive overview and setting the right tone for the discussions that would follow throughout the week. I would now like to yield the floor now to Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, Deputy Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, who in her role as the Secretary of the 176th session of the Executive Committee will now make some announcements.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, everyone. I have several, but they're all important, so bear with me. In accordance with Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure of the Executive Committee, the working languages shall be those of the members of the committee. Therefore, interpretation is being provided in English, Portuguese, and Spanish. Delegates are kindly asked to give their name and their country each time they take the floor. This will facilitate the official record keeping of the interventions. Members of the Executive Committee will be recognized before other member states that are participating as observers. As usual, all members are asked to limit their interventions to 3 minutes. A time tracking system will be displayed on the screen to help delegates keep track of time during their interventions. Instructions to use the microphone system are as follows. To request the floor, please press the silver button on the microphone base. The green light, which means request, will light up to indicate that your request has been registered. Please note that pushing the silver button a second time will result in your request being deleted from the queue, and your place on the speaker list will be lost. To speak, the President will recognize your request, and then a red light will light up to indicate that your microphone has been activated. Your microphone will be live as long as the ring on the microphone is red. When you finish speaking, please press the silver button again to disconnect the microphone. We would also like to remind our delegates to please send your interventions to interventions@paho.org. This will help in the preparation of the final report of this session. Please ensure that each intervention includes the name of your country and the item written in full, along with the corresponding agenda item number. Access to documents, daily programs, and updates during the session of the Executive Committee is available on the PAHO webpage and through the governing body's app. You can download the app to your laptop or smartphone, and we do encourage you to use it. Each delegation has been provided with an iPad. The documents and presentations for the session of the Executive Committee have been uploaded onto the iPads. Any updates will be uploaded directly onto the pads. Access to the proposed resolution during the session of the Executive Committee is available at rts.paho.org or in the governing body's app. The credentials for delegates to access on-site are available on the table monitors or can be requested of the Secretariat. Please note that a commemorative photo of the heads of delegation will be taken today at 12:30 in Room A, as soon as this meeting breaks for lunch. Right after the commemorative photo, the PAHO Awards Committee will hold a brief introductory meeting, and a longer session is scheduled for Tuesday during the lunch break, where the committee then will evaluate the candidates for the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2025. Also today, following the close of the afternoon meeting, there will be a welcoming gathering for participants of the Executive Committee. The gathering will take place in the Delegates Lounge, which is around the corner on this floor. Finally, please note that this room has 2 exit doors in the back. In case of an emergency, please proceed to evacuate through these doors and follow the instructions given by our floor wardens who would be wearing an orange vest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director, performing the roles of the Secretary. I'll now yield the floor to the United States of America to make an intervention.
Thank you. I'm Bethany Cosma, and I'm honored to represent the United States. Thank you, President. Thank you, Dr. Barbosa, Deputy Director, and distinguished delegates. The United States wishes to make a few comments as we begin the Executive Committee today. First, we recognize the long-standing health partnership between the United States, PAHO, and member states in this region. PAHO's efforts to contain and eliminate diseases before they reach our borders and strengthen preparedness and response to health emergencies makes us all healthier, safer, and more prosperous. However, as our recent history has demonstrated, the free flow of information, evidence-based scientific reporting, and responsible stewardship of U.S. taxpayer dollars in some of our most prominent global health bodies has been severely lacking. This executive committee comes at a crucial moment for PAHO and global health. As we review the draft PAHO strategic plan and other key agenda items being reviewed this week, we urge PAHO to stay laser focused on its core mandate: protecting and improving health across our hemisphere by preventing disease, bolstering preparedness, and countering emerging infectious threats. Consistent with that mission, we reject the insertion of radical social agendas, specifically language on diversity, equity, inclusion, gender ideology, and abortion, which distract from the urgent evidence-based work of safeguarding the well-being of our nations. We call on PAHO to continue to ensure its governance, accountability, and risk management systems. A strong internal framework ensures that member states' investments are used responsibly and transparently. We encourage PAHO to embrace innovation in financing. President Trump is putting the safety, security, and prosperity of the American people first. In every international engagement, including global health, he's restoring common sense through an America First approach that defends our sovereignty and puts American citizens above global bureaucracy. Thanks to the 25 years of American leadership in taxpayer investment, millions of lives have been saved around the world from HIV, TB, and malaria, including in this region. The United States has carried the load for too long. Under President Trump and Secretary Kennedy's leadership, we will not abandon global health, but it's time for other nations to step up and carry their fair share. In the United States, we are shifting our focus inward to confront chronic disease crisis that's devastating our people, especially our children. This includes identifying causes making Americans sick: ultra-processed foods, cardiovascular disease, obesity, over-reliance on medication and treatments, and exposure to questionable chemicals through environmental impacts. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are championing fresh thinking on health. There's much we can learn from each other on these topics to improve health and well-being in the United States and the region. The MAHA movement is focused on increasing transparency in all aspects of the health sector with a view to restoring trust in public health institutions. This is something that's equally needed in global institutions. The United States is leaving the World Health Organization because of its abject failure in managing and investigating COVID-19, the absence of meaningful reform, disproportionate financial demands, and the increasing politicization of the organization. Our withdrawal marks the beginning of a new path towards building a modern global health cooperation model grounded in scientific integrity, transparency, sovereignty, and accountability, not antiquated and corrupt bureaucracies that cache evidence-based science. We invite you to join us in a new era of cooperation, one that is fair, efficient, and transparent for all member states. We're proud to stand alongside our partners across the Americas as we work together to forge a stronger, healthier, and more sovereign future for our nations and our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention from the United States. I want to acknowledge that over the years, the United States would have indeed invested tremendously in global health, and we look forward to that continued collaboration and cooperation with the United States. We now move on to the next item. I would like to bring document CE 176/1 and CE 176/WP to the attention of the Executive Committee and ask the Secretary, Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, to present the item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regarding the adoption of the agenda, in accordance with Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure, the Executive Committee shall adopt its own agenda, and in doing so, may make such additions or modifications to the provisional agenda as it may wish, in accordance with these rules. Thank you, Mr. President.
I now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. Okay, if there are no objections, I declare the agenda adopted. We now move on to the next item. So let me bring to your attention the preliminary program of meetings, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to bring the committee's attention to document CE 176/WP, the preliminary program of meetings, which has been prepared to facilitate the work of the Executive Committee. While it is not a statutory requirement to adopt a program of meetings, it has been found to be a useful guide for participants and the Secretariat. The proposed hours of work for the Executive Committee will be from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Please note that the committee will examine 39 agenda items and 12 proposed resolutions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'll now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. If there are none, I declare the preliminary program of meetings adopted. Thank you. I would like to now bring document CE 176/4 to the attention of the committee and invite Ms. Margarita Perez Villasenor, the delegate of Mexico, the country that served as president of the 19th session of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration, which was held on the 19th to the 20th of March this year, to present the report. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tengo el honor
It is a great honor for me today to inform about the activities of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration. We held our 19th session at Bajo headquarters on the 19th and 20th of March this year. The session was attended by delegates of the following members of the subcommittee: Canada, Ecuador, the U.S., Guatemala, Guyana, Mexico, and Peru. As observers, we had the delegations of Brazil, the plurinational state of Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Spain, Haiti, Panama, Netherlands, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. For this session, Mexico was elected as a president of the subcommittee, Canada was elected as a vice president, and Peru as rapporteur. The subcommittee discussed important administrative and financial items including the draft proposed strategic plan of the organization of the Pan American Health Organization for 2026 to 2031, an outline of the program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2027, and the financial report corresponding to 2024 in an overview of the financial report. We also heard about Bajo cooperation with non-state agents, human resources, and the Master Capital Investment Plan implementation. All the various points covered by the subcommittee are also included in the agenda for this session of the Executive Committee. I will report on each one of these items as they will be considered. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I now open the floor to the plenary for a discussion. Anybody? Go ahead, Chile.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. We would like to express our gratitude for the work done by the member countries of this subcommittee, where Chile participated as an observer. The issues covered faithfully reflect the regional priorities on health and the deployment of this secretariat in order to lead its progress in keeping with the Sustainable Development Goals, thus emphasizing health equity, resilience of health systems, the lessons learned during the period covered, the evidence-based approach, and its orientation to results. We also agree with the need for designing flexible strategies when dealing with the changing context that we currently face, and the consideration of the national realities as well as local realities, which sometimes are uneven when faced with one same challenge. In connection with the budgetary issues, we know that we're going through an uncertain scenario. In the dialogue at the subcommittee, we reflected in our questions the concerns voiced by member states in connection with this issue. We're very grateful for the willingness to clearly respond in a spirit of cooperation the concerns of a context that has a recent past impacted by the pandemic and a complex present that affects the budget earmarked for international cooperation. Thus, the relations with non-state agents, as well as activities to make Bajo more visible, are essential in order to find creative and efficient alternatives when we come to proposing cooperation goals. In connection with Bajo's relation with WHO, we're very grateful for the constant cooperation with member states in order to facilitate participation in the global debate on the international instrument on prevention, preparedness, and response for pandemics, which ultimately was successfully approved and adopted by the World Health Assembly. Chile promoted this instrument, and we witnessed the leadership of the region of the Americas in order to reach this agreement, and we're very happy that it was adopted. We take note of the report submitted by the President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chile. Are there any other? Uruguay?
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I would like to thank this report on the 19th session of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration, as well as the valuable work done by Mexico as the chairperson of the subcommittee. In that, we would like to highlight the commitment shown in the search for greater efficiency of the administrative and financial management of the organization. In a context of limited resources and growing challenges at a multilateral level, we believe that moving forward to a more nimble, transparent management objective center not only strengthens Bajo, but it is essential in order to ensure the sustainability of technical cooperation that is received by our countries. In this regard, we greatly value the heading of this process by the director, Mr. Barbosa, as well as his entire team. We would also wish to stress the efforts aimed at optimizing the internal processes, improving expeditious processes and hiring of staff by raising the quality of the expenses, which will be translated on tangible and concrete results on the ground. Likewise, we rejoice celebrating the strengthening of primary health care and its objectives and the prioritization of non-communicable diseases. These are key areas in order to improve the quality of life of our populations, and that in the case of Uruguay are found amongst the main challenges faced by our health policy at a national level. It is encouraging to see that these issues are still core issues in the main agenda of the organization. We would also like to thank the opportunity for having participated at this meeting and reaffirm our commitment to continue cooperating with a constructive, profoundly committed vision for regional public health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uruguay. Any other comments? Okay, if there are no other comments, I'd like to maybe ask the director.
Thank you, Mr. Presidente. Gracias por los comentarios.
Thank you for the comments made by Chile and Uruguay. I would also like to thank you for the leadership of Mexico, Ms. Margarita Perez Villaseñor, who chaired the subcommittee. The subcommittee on program, budget, and administration is a very important committee for the organization. And we held a very productive meeting, the way I see it, because member states, the members of the subcommittee, as well as all the other member states that participated as observers, were able to learn, discuss, and review in a very detailed fashion all the issues that have to do with the administration that were submitted, the financial administration, the budget, the master fund, the situation with human resources in the organization. All of this was submitted in very detailed fashion, and it is adequately summarized in the report submitted to this executive committee. Thank you very much, Chile, for your words. Undoubtedly, one of our most important roles is to facilitate that all member states will have access to all the information that is needed in order to make their decisions, and thus to be able to facilitate their participation in forums such as the World Health Assembly that, as has been mentioned, we discussed the issue of the planning. It is a process that is completely decided by member states, but in particular, the countries that do not have a permanent mission or do not have a large mission in Geneva, they usually complain that they don't get all the information. So I am very proud to say that we were the only region that made it possible to hold 4 in-person meetings, which enabled all countries of this region to have all the necessary information and thus to be able to make their sovereign decisions in keeping with their decisions and their guidance. I would also wish to thank Uruguay for those words. We can submit in the course of the subcommittee. We will make some comments here at the meeting of this executive committee about the initiatives that we adopted from the very beginning of my administration. We have this initiative that we called PAHO Forward, with the main purpose of reducing bureaucracy, unnecessary red tape, by increasing transparency in decisions made by and within the organization to step up the efficiency of our activities so that countries will be aware of the fact that every cent that they pay to the organization is wisely and adequately managed very carefully with the resources that you delivered to the organization, and also to make sure that the organization can be increasingly stronger and have a better accountability before member states and the auditors. So for the last 2 years, the initiative was launched, and we've already had a reduction in many unnecessary procedures, at the same time that we increased the audit plan that now covers 50% more of what it used to cover previously in terms of numbers. And centers of costs that are audited every year All the audit reports are now accessible. Member states can have access to these reports if they so wish, and all the results of external evaluations performed by the organizations are also available for member states and for all partners, also in a way to increase and step up transparency. We were able to share during the meeting of the subcommittee that with the uncertainty that still prevails and which was also brought up by Chile and Uruguay, we continue with a very prudent and careful financial management, attempting to look for greater efficiency, reducing cost as much as possible, without endangering our capacity to provide technical cooperation to each one of the countries, and also to maintain each one of the countries and the region well protected in a context where we have several public health problems, as I mentioned, dengue, avian flu, or poche. In many contexts, we're having the information shared with member states in a transparent way, as well as the technical recommendations that are made and technical cooperation whenever necessary in order to respond in a more effective and efficient way to these outbreaks and epidemics. It is important not only for each one of the countries on an individual basis, but for the entire region. So I am very grateful to Mexico for having chaired over the subcommittee and to other countries that participated in a very good discussion with excellent suggestions and observations that were taken very seriously. Everything that came out of that discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. And I want to thank Chile and Uruguay, and of course Mexico, for the work that they did and the comments that we received. And I want to say to the committee that the discussions that we just had would be reflected in the final report. Thank you so much. I would now like us to move to item 5.1, a report on the collection of assessed contributions. I would like to bring document CE 176/19 and the addendum 1 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Christos Casapantonio. I hope I got that right. Sorry about that.
That's right.
Director of Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to come to the head table and to present the item.
Mr. President, Director, members of the Executive Committee, the assessments from the member states constitute a significant part of the resources supporting the organization's biennial program budget. Prompt payment of both the accumulated arrears and the current 2025 assessments is imperative for the organization to efficiently implement the full program of work. The total assessed contributions due on June 16, 2025 was $131 million, including member states, participating states, and associate members. 11 have paid their assessed contributions in full. 5 have made partial payments towards 2025 assessed contributions. However, 26 have not made any payment for their 2025 assessed contributions. One member state owes assessed contributions since 2017, Venezuela. This member state is in arrears such that it is subject to Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. It has arrears totaling $18 million in assessed contributions. Dominica and Grenada are also subject to Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. They have owed assessed contributions since 2022 of $164,000 each, US dollars. As of June 13, 2025, the organization had to access the $50 million of the Working Capital Fund and $10 million from the Special Program Support Cost Fund in order to meet commitments of the assessed contributions budget. The organization looks forward to receive the balance of assessed contributions in a timely manner in order to implement fully the biennial program of work as approved by the member states. Thank you. I'm open for questions. Sorry, just to last minute today, we received a notification that Bolivia made a transfer. We don't know exactly the amount. We'd like to thank Bolivia for this transfer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and to provide any pertinent comments. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex C to the document will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I will now open the floor for the plenary for a discussion on the report presented. Canada, please.
Good morning. Red is go. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for this report. We are, of course, concerned about the outstanding contributions for 2024 yet to be paid, and that PAHO has already utilized 100% of the available cash balance from the Working Capital Fund, in addition to other unrestricted sources in order to meet commitments of the assessed contributions budget. As we all know, these assessments constitute a significant part of PAHO's program budget, for which delays in receipt can have an impact on the organization's ability to implement its full program of work. Further, forcing the organization's full utilization of the Working Capital Fund and other unrestricted resources to meet commitments of the AC's budget is not a sustainable or healthy financial practice for which we want the organization to rely on. In the current context of ongoing global challenges and financial stress, it is more important than ever that member states honor our financial commitments and pay our assessed contributions to PAHO on time and in full. As member states invested in the well-being of PAHO, an organization steadfast in its commitment to the health, security, and well-being of our countries in our region, it is incumbent on us to ensure that PAHO is well positioned to carry out the work that we have mandated it to do. We need to work collaboratively to ensure that an already fragile financial situation is not further exacerbated. Merci.
Thank you very much. Any other contributions? Mexico? Go.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Mexican delegation recognizes the presentation of the report on the current state of the assessed contributions. As of 31st December of 2024, Mexico reiterates its commitment to continue meeting its obligations vis-à-vis the organization, and we make a call to member states and the participating states and associate members of PAHO to the degree possible in keeping with that they promptly pay their assessed contributions such that the Pan American Health Organization can continue carrying out its work plan and to offer the technical assistance or cooperation that member states need in support of strengthening our own national health systems within the context of the efforts that this organization is putting forward to be more transparent, effective, efficient in its use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to make a comment? No? All right, if there are no other comments, we go back to the Director of Financial Resources Management.
I would like to thank the delegation of Canada and Mexico for their support and the fact that indeed there is, in order to have sustainable technical cooperation, it's important the timely payment of the assessed contributions. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I now invite Dr. Barbosa to make any comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to very briefly, first to thank all member states that have already made their payments, partially or in full, because we know that several countries in our region, they are still facing the economic loss and problems that they faced during the pandemic. They are still recovering, some of these countries, and even in this situation, they are prioritizing the payments of the assessed contribution. I also want to invite all the countries, and I fully agree and acknowledge the statement from Canada and Mexico that is very important to the payment of the assessed contribution. In the report that will be the financial report of the director, that will be the next item, you will clearly see that we are making a tremendous effort to diversify the sources that we have to finance the organization. We increased a lot voluntary contributions to the organizations. I want to thank our member states because your strong advocacy has increased the share of the Americas that we are receiving, but the assessed contribution is a very important part of our financial stability, of our financial situation, or our ability to run the organization, providing the technical cooperation that the member states require and deserve. So I think that we really want to thank the ones that have already made the payments and want to encourage all the others to start making the payments. So in the report that you will be presenting the direct council, the situation will be totally different from what we are presenting now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. We now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Proposed resolution, collection of assessed contributions. The 176th session of the Executive Committee, PP1, having considered the report on the collection of assessed contributions, document of the Executive Committee 176/19, Addendum 1, presented by the Director. Preamble to paragraph 2, noting the current financial stress the Pan American Health Organization is facing as a result of the delay in receipt of assessed contributions. PP3, noting that Dominica, Grenada, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela are in arrears in the payments of their assessed contributions to the extent that they are subject to the application of Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. PP4, noting that as of June 20th, 2025, 26 member states have not made any payments yet toward their 2025 assessments. Resolves. Operative paragraph 1, to take note of the report on the collection of assessed contributions, document CE 176/19 and Addendum 1 presented by the Director. OP2, to commend member states for their commitment in meeting their financial obligations to the organization by making efforts to pay their outstanding arrears of contributions. OP3, to thank the member states that have already made payments for 2025. OP4, to strongly urge the other member states to pay all their outstanding contributions as soon as possible to mitigate any impact on technical cooperation activities. OP5, to request of the Director to continue to inform member states of any balances due and to report to the 62nd Directing Council on the status of the collection of assessed contributions. This concludes the proposed resolution.
We now open the floor for any discussion on this resolution. If there's none, we declare the resolution adopted. Okay, so we move on to the next item, item 4.1, proposed strategic plan for the Pan American Health Organization from 2026 to 2031. I would like to bring this document, CE 176/12, and the Addendum 1 to the attention of the committee, and to invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, Director of the Department of Planning, Budget, and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and to present it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all. Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, I am pleased to present to you the proposed strategic plan of the organization for the period 2026-2031, the 6-year plan. That is under the theme of accelerating together toward a healthy Americas with equity and resilience, which will serve as our main framework to guide our technical cooperation with your member states and partners in the next 6 years. It has really been a privilege to work jointly with many of you, some of you in this room, in preparing, reviewing, and refining the plan over the last year since we held our first session with member states in this very same room. Allow me to highlight a few of the content that is presented in the full document before you. As you can see from this timeline, exactly 1 year ago, your member states endorsed this roadmap that included extensive consultation, for the first time exceeding and building on our practices in this region of working together with your member states. But beyond that, we also engage partners, stakeholders. This was new, and thanks to the use of technology and also in remaining efficient and the prudent use of our resources, maximizing, reaching everyone in the region, every country and territory, but also those who had an input. We really want to celebrate the great dialogue and exchange of ideas and input that has really led to a robust proposal that is before you. You can see there that we have adhered to the timeline as much as we can, and we appreciate your patience in the process of sharing the documents, sometimes with short notices, and your commitment to still provide your comments in the consultations, but also in writing, which has been really a very tremendous process where we have enjoyed that collaboration with you at the highest level that we have seen over the last 10 years. Here on this slide, I would like to highlight a few components or elements with numbers that are important to celebrate. First, we are at 95% completion of the strategic plan in 1 year. That is easily said, but it's a lot of work that has undertaken, a lot of hours. If we count all the staff from the ministries, the personnel from your teams, but also from the stakeholders and our 3-level collaboration here in the Secretariat. In numbers, again, as you can see there on this slide, we have now reached 42 of the 51 countries and territories through the various consultations. And in doing the priority setting. That is a practice that we continue to refine here in the region, and it has also been used to influence WHO's best practice in priority setting. As you will see in the document, we mentioned 39. We're happy to report to you. Since the document was prepared, we obtained input from 3 additional countries and territories. We have also had 6 consultations with our member states and 5 information sessions with stakeholders. I want to note here that 46 countries and territories have participated in at least one session that we had over the last year. And in terms of partners, we have reached and benefited from the input of 110 plus partners from various collaborating centers, those who have really come forward and said, we just don't want to be part of the development of the strategic plan, but also commit to stronger collaboration in its implementation. We will continue to build on this as we move forward. Just last week, I'd like to thank those of you who joined us last Thursday for the 6th consultation and provide your comments both verbally and in writing after that. And I know in some countries this has been a thorough consultation with experts that we have really benefited to build a solid proposal before you. What our member states and partners have said, just to share a few highlights of that consultative and engaging process, they've appreciated the high level and strategic nature of the proposal, especially the results framework that is more integrated and that also highlighting the need for regional solidarity and cooperation has been said already in the opening of this meeting and the previous items. Important for member states to continue building together going forward. It has also been reiterated that we need to have an integrated and interprogrammatic approach, and our results framework does reflect that. And also, our member states have celebrated how the strategic plan indeed responds and will be useful to implement their own national plans and strategies. Well, it's not surprising. This is the way we do business here at PAHO with your member states, building with your input, of course. There has been also, it has also been stressed that we need to put stronger emphasis on specific topics on health equity work within countries and across countries, and also addressing the determinants of health. A brief overview of the document before you. Here is the complete document with its sections. And I just want to update that since the version that was presented at the Subcommittee on Program Budget Administration, we have continued to update the document. Now we have the forward by our director, again calling on regional solidarity, on focusing on our countries, and being results-oriented. I want to also note here that we have incorporated a very relevant section on implementation approaches and risk management that is very pertinent. We've also included the draft resolution that you will be considering as part of this process. The sections in orange are those that we are still working on, like the theory of change, that we have an advanced version, and we will be sharing that with you in our subsequent consultation. Actually, last week we already gave you a snapshot of that, and we continue to refine it so you can see the full version in the upcoming version of the document. And also, we could keep looking at baselines and targets based on the evidence that we have and on the indicators, so that that we take off with the necessary baseline information so we can then track and report on progress as we implement the plan. I also want to highlight here that the results framework, while advanced, will continue to refine it and finalize it for the version that you will see for the Directing Council. Now, in terms of the, what is the strategic plan? For those of you who may not have seen this, it's just to highlight a few points. So the strategic plan really responds and is in line with the mandate of this organization. It is indeed, it responds to the collective priorities and results that member states agree. So it is your plan. It reflects what you are member states, based on the work that we do, based on that analysis that we do going forward, that is the proposal that we are proud to say it reflects that. Of course, collective It's not a one member state, but the collective of member states that shape this content and direction. It sets that medium-term strategic direction that will allow us to see where is it that we want to be by 2031, and how do we work together to achieve those goals and targets. It responds in great deal to our country priorities, informed actually by the country priorities, while responding to regional commitments and global mandates that your member states have also signed on to. It builds on lessons and recommendations, both that we have gathered here in the Secretariat, but also external recommendations from external evaluations and audits that we took a look into to ensure that it's responsive to the best practices that are not just from our organization, but from other organizations. We developed also this process, as I said, in great consultation with you, and we celebrate that. In terms of some key improvements, I would like to highlight here again that the results framework, we took the opportunity to update it. The results framework of the organization, while PAHO adopted results-based management in early 2000, its framework that was presented to member states back in 2010 had not been formally updated. While we continued to, in practice, implement new developments, we had not, so this document, we took the opportunity to update it. In terms of being more strategic and streamlined, our director did challenge us, and we took that challenge, and our member states have helped us again to make sure that this plan has more measurable indicators, and that we have a theory of change that allows us to address one question that keeps coming back from member states and auditors and the external evaluations is, what does the Secretariat, the PAHO Secretariat, how does it contribute to improving health outcomes? And that theory of change gives us the pathways on how we address that. We have introduced, again, as you see from the theme, accelerating together. What do we mean by that? After the pandemic, looking at where the gaps are, where can we propel forward jointly with new technology, with new innovation, with new evidence that's available? And also, as requested by member states and from the external evaluation, we introduce procedures for making necessary adjustments as we implement the plan, so we remain agile and responsive to the situation. That's a lesson that we had also from the external evaluation of the COVID response evaluation. No, we have taken, I just want to highlight, apologies, on the results framework, that we have also looked at what is the responsibility also, the joint responsibility with member states, but also the responsibility of the Secretariat. And we make a difference by adjusting the definition of, for example, of the outputs, where the Secretariat takes primary responsibility of leading. But of course, we need to implement jointly with member states. On this slide, you will see in the document, as it's required, usually for any strategic planning exercise, you would first look at the situation. This time, we really took a deep dive into the various factors that are indeed relevant from the context of how we have, together with member states, have improving health and well-being. As you know, there have been important strides in improving health and well-being in the region. While the region responded to COVID, we have also lessons from that, the toll of the pandemic, the exacerbated impact that it had, and disproportionate impact it had in some groups that requires also a response as we plan ahead with that health equity approach. We also look, and it's well documented, and the impact that several phenomena have on the region and the vulnerability. This region is quite vulnerable to disasters, emergencies, and that is also considered, but also going forward how we can better prepare, as you see from the proposal. And again, on the underlying factors, the determinants of health, the risk factors, the persisting gaps, a careful analysis on where are those countries, those communities, those groups that may be staying behind, and that we ensure that we address the needs, the specific needs, the differentiated impact of the situation, but also the differentiated response that is required with that health equity and health approach across countries and within countries, and also at population groups level. When we look at the mega trends, those that really are influencing, of course, from development, but also on our health, We have looked at the demographic shifts, aging, for example, and the impact that has on health. The technological advances and risks, while they are opportunities, we have also need to weigh the opportunity versus the risk, and that is quite detailed. The political changes that are constant, and how do we address and respond, adapt as the region and the world changes. Social and cultural shifts, the big economic forces that affect sustainable development or health, and the environmental changes, for instance, pollution, plastics that has been highlighted, and some aspects that are yet to be, just to ensure that we remain true to what the evidence that's available. In terms of how that impacts then our health, as we see the rising burden of NCDs, so while the region made important strides in addressing NCDs, front-end labeling, for example. Front labeling has been a great experience of the region, a trailblazer in the region. But we have the issues of mental health, violence, injuries. While we have advanced a lot in the elimination agenda, which has been a great success in the region with 30 diseases for elimination, there are still gaps, and we need to have that targeted approach for those groups and those countries or specific situations that require attention. And then, of course, we have the climate change impact on health, as we see the increase in some variability on climate, where it impacts on vector-borne diseases, for example, and other diseases that we have seen are also affected by these changes. And of course, all of that, and all that impact also, that does not allow us to move forward as we would want towards universal health, health for all, that ultimate goal, vision of achieving health for all. That's how we look at it. That's what we present before you. And we, again, have tried to build on the evidence that's available. But also we have looked at foresight. What is it that we can also look ahead with the evidence we have? Of course, noting the assumptions that we have to make. In terms of what do we mean by an integrated results approach? We have looked at how we bring together previous proposals, and before you what we have is 5 high-level strategic objectives that bring that integration, and 12 outcomes or medium-term results. As you can see in the middle, with all this work that we do from the interventions with each country, how do we change health outcomes with how we improve impact? In terms of numbers, again, it's important to show here what do we mean when we look at lessons and how we improved a more integrated approach. You can see here from the current strategic plan, which is in light blue, the numbers there of clusters or strategic objectives, outcomes, and how we, in the middle, we have been able to integrate, again, with a reduced number but more focused strategic plan. And at the bottom, you have there, just for reference, what the WHO General Program of Work also proposed, and to ensure that we do take what is relevant for the region and that alignment for reporting to the global health agenda as well. Si me permiten pasar al español.
If you would allow me to speak in Spanish, I'll do the next couple of slides in Spanish. Now, a closer look at each one of the strategic objectives and the content of what we are actually proposing to move forward in the priorities sought by countries. Under Objective 1, we have the focus of healthy, addressing health equity, social determinants, risk factors, promotion of health and well-being, climate change, with an equity approach on the determinants that would enable us to address the different needs within countries, communities, and populations, from the analysis of the situation to the response. Objective 2 is focused on resilient health systems and services that are based on primary health care, with the objective of stepping up and transforming health care systems to strengthen the health workforce. That's always a priority. Financing health, digital transformation, innovation, and regional production to address, to broaden access to technologies and health services. Objective 3, whose focus is communicable and non-communicable diseases, redoubling our efforts to accelerate the agenda for the elimination, prevention, and control both of communicable and non-communicable diseases. Mental health also is a primary health approach. Violence, traffic accidents, antimicrobial resistance, just to underscore a few items. Objective 4 focuses on building countries' capacities throughout the region such that they can prevent, mitigate, and be better prepared for, such that they can quickly and appropriately respond to health emergencies. And with this enhanced rapid threat detection, they will be able to address health matters that emerge based on prior experiences from which they have learned. 5 seeks to continue to strengthening the leadership of our organization, its governance, and its performance in strategic and enabling services, in the services we provide, to ensure this organization offers quality technical assistance that is the most appropriate and most quickly rolled out as countries need it, so that we can continue to innovate, to continue to modernize our organization at the same time that we make our initiatives more transparent and accountable, to be prudent and responsible, as the director said, with the resources that you trust us with for the member states and our partners. Accelerators. Something new we've included in the strategic plan, having heard specific interventions, initiatives that would lead to a high impact and progress made in a number of objectives, so that we can address critical gaps, avail ourselves of emerging opportunities, and to systematically transform as necessary, so that we can move toward the achievement of this plan's objectives, and to do so in a very realistic way and in keeping with the development and innovation that we observe over this time frame. These are midterm goals that we seek to implement, and in the process we hope to identify those measures that would enable us to move forward swiftly, acting directly within countries and throughout countries and across the objectives. We also hope to avail ourselves of developments in technologies such that all countries can also use this new technology, that they all have access to whatever developments come about, and everything we do by way of developing services and regional goods and resources that the Secretariat generates, how we can ensure that they reach the countries as quickly as possible to redound to the better health of everyone, and also strengthening the work with networks as strategic partners. There is much development that takes place in networks that we should avail ourselves of, so that we can maximize their use.
A los resultados de priorización, aquí yo quiero resaltar los temas que los países, como pueden ver aquí en el documento, tenemos el agregado de los resultados de la priorización, donde los países nos indican dónde quieren ver la mayor inversión de la cooperación técnica, basado en lo que ven el valor agregado de la cooperación técnica. Podemos resaltar acá que la prioridad que sigue apuntando como número 1 son en realidad las enfermedades no transmisibles. Eso lo indica la situación, eso lo ha indicado en los últimos 10 años que hemos venido haciendo priorización. Seguimos viendo que esta es la necesidad que los países no transmisibles, salud mental, violencia y todos los temas relacionados de riesgos. El tema de gobernanza y liderazgo en salud, con enfoque en atención primaria, en segundo lugar también, muy importante para asegurar que construyamos hacia atender las inequidades, pero también sistemas resilientes. Y como ven, en tercer lugar, ahí las enfermedades transmisibles, así como la inmunización y los resistentes antimicrobianos. En cuarto lugar, ahí tienen el tema de responder, de fortalecer la capacidad de respuesta a emergencias y desastres. También los Estados miembros constantemente nos solicitan que este es un tema donde ven el liderazgo de la organización y su cooperación técnica oportuna. En cuarto lugar, ahí tienen el tema de servicios centrados en las personas y la información. El tema de transformación digital ha salido siempre como un tema que es transversal y se requiere seguir produciendo. Y ahí también tienen la detección rápida y respuesta a las epidemias como a las emergencias. Y para resaltar también el tema de atender las determinantes, las inequidades y los riesgos con promoción de salud. Terminando, solo quiero resaltar en cuanto a los próximos pasos, como vieron en el contenido, el compendio de indicadores donde definimos con unas fichas técnicas qué significa cada indicador, cómo se mide, finalizar las líneas de base y metas, con evidencia que se cuenta.
Show the evidence that we have the prioritization with member states, and for those that have not concluded that, we have this until mid next month in order to conclude this, because this will not only be used for the strategic plan, but also to plan our technical cooperation. The planning of each member state is used in order to plan our technical cooperation with an operational plan that is later on developed once you approve the strategic plan and the program budget. I also wish to mention here that we're going to complete the prioritization of the results framework, and we are developing a digital portal in order to upload all this information that it will be used. But beyond this exercise, that it will be used by countries and by partners as a good planning for strategic planning. And I invite you, I take advantage of this opportunity to let you know that on July 22nd, we have a joint member states and stakeholders consultation, and we hope to have both groups. And with this, we take note of this action by the Executive Committee. We want you to take note of this proposal and for you to allow us to make the relevant comments in order to continue fine-tuning and taking care of some specific comments. And please, whatever comments that you deem pertinent, and to consider approving the proposed resolution attached to this agenda item. I also have an announcement to make on where you can continue to contribute. For those who haven't seen this, we have a special website devoted to this. Those of you who follow us at Beyond Consultations, you continue contributing with your comments through this platform. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, distinguished members, and I will be ready to answer any question or comment you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maza. I think you have given us quite a lot of things to think about there and condensing a very comprehensive document in a few slides. Before we come to maybe opening the floor, I would like to first ask the President of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration to report.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In connection with this agenda item, after reviewing a draft of the proposed strategic plan of PAHO for the period 2026 and 2031, the subcommittee expressed appreciation for the Bureau's effort to consult and engage member states in the process of developing the new strategic plan, and welcomed the plan's emphasis on equity in health and resilience of health systems, its incorporation of lessons learned from the current strategic plan and from the COVID-19 pandemic, and its evidence-based, results-oriented approach. The simplification of the results or framework for the strategic plan and the extensive use of data and statistics were applauded. It was considered important for the strategic plan to include flexible strategies to enable continuity of programs in the face of funding limitations to prevent any reversal of public health gains. Likewise, the need for strong emphasis on non-communicable diseases under the new strategic plan was emphasized, with a particular focus on prevention and control of NCDs among children and adolescents. During the discussion, several areas were highlighted as needing strengthening. In particular, several underscored the need to strengthen primary health care, also the importance of strengthening vaccine safety monitoring, and fostering vaccine confidence was also noted. This was highlighted as one of our main tools in the effort made to ensure the health of our populations. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and this concludes my report on this agenda item.
Thank you very much. I know that some of you are very eager to make comments on the two presentations, but we'll take a break until 11 a.m. And after that, we come back and take your comments. Okay? Thank you very much.
11, dígale que vuelvan a las 11 o'clock.
Yeah. We want everybody back here at 11, right?
Informador de la vida. Damos un buen día para cada persona que vaya a ver este video y hoy pedimos permiso a las energías ante el creador informador Nahual Anida, que representa la semilla humana, la evolución de la vida, que al mismo tiempo también toda la semilla que está sobre la madre tierra, en especial nuestras plantas medicinales, que a través de nuestras plantas son nuestras maestras desde los pueblos originarios. Venimos destinados con muchas características, con muchas capacidades, debilidades como todo ser humano, pero dentro de nuestro calendario lunar, pues cada persona viene destinado para una misión y cuando se descubra esta misión, pues es bueno porque uno vive en armonía, uno vive en equilibrio. El buen vivir significa estar bien con uno mismo y con la madre naturaleza. Entonces, por lo tanto, el rol de las hermanas mujeres desde las comunidades mayas, todos los que tenemos una misión de estar conectados con las personas, es porque viene destinada esa misión desde nuestras ancestras, de nuestro origen y de nuestro origen de nacimiento que venimos destinados para venir a cumplir una misión. Por lo tanto, como Nana Amalia, soy terapeuta, maya hablante cachiquel. Tengo mis abuelas que fueron sanadoras también, que con el tiempo fui descubriendo de que de ahí viene ese linaje y ese linaje pues va transmitiendo también hacia mis hijos de poder sanarnos, curarnos a través de las plantas medicinales. Entonces, para nosotros los pueblos originarios, las plantas medicinales pues no es alternativa, es la base. Y ahí viene toda la raíz de todo lo que vemos hoy en día en las farmacéuticas. Entonces, para el pueblo y para las terapeutas, hermanas mujeres, las plantas son nuestras maestras, porque también cada planta viene destinada para un órgano del cuerpo, viene destinado para una función en el cuerpo y de ahí viene la conexión con las plantas, con la energía de la abuela luna, con las estrellas, con el ciclo del tiempo, porque las plantas también tienen su ciclo, al igual que nosotros los seres humanos. Entonces, cuando un terapeuta o una sanadora maya está conectado todo el tiempo con las plantas medicinales, preguntando a su esencia, y al mismo tiempo también que no podemos generalizar todos los cuerpos. Cada cuerpo es diferente y por lo tanto la diversidad de plantas medicinales que nos da la Madre Tierra también viene para todos esos órganos de diferencia según el padecimiento de las personas. Pero lo más importante es de que a través de las plantas también pedimos para que el ser humano esté equilibrado con su pensamiento, con su corazón y que también esté abierto con todo los ciclos de su tiempo, respetando todos los ciclos de la naturaleza también. Así que es un gusto para mí de poder compartir algo, lo que hago, pues trabajo con las plantas medicinales, hablo con las plantas dependiendo la necesidad de cada persona que venga hacia mi persona a consultar y poder dar un mejor servicio a las personas a través de las plantas medicinales que forma parte desde miles de años de nuestras comunidades, y en cada casa pues siempre hay una planta con que acudirnos cualquier padecimiento que necesitamos. Muchas gracias.
En el ejercicio de nuestra resistencia como pueblos originarios, algo muy fundamental ha sido el mantenimiento y la preservación de nuestra cosmovisión y de nuestras propias formas de hacer medicina y de sanarnos. ¿Y cómo hemos mantenido esto? Mediante la transmisión de conocimientos, que en su mayoría es de manera oral. Nosotros aprendemos en el seno de nuestro hogar y de nuestras comunidades, con nuestras madres, nuestros abuelas y todas las demás ancianas sabias que tenemos a nuestro alrededor. Por ello es muy importante que nosotros como jóvenes sigamos aprendiendo y tomando esa batuta generacional para poder seguir ejercitando esa medicina, para poder seguir curando y sanando de esa manera. Dentro del pueblo maya tenemos como principio fundamental que la salud es el buen vivir. Pero el buen vivir lo entendemos como un equilibrio entre la mente, el cuerpo, y la mente y el cuerpo con nuestro creador. El equilibrio de la vida, el equilibrio que debemos de mantener a manera individual y a manera colectiva. Y dentro de este círculo de vida, todos nuestros órganos, nuestros tejidos y todo lo que está a nuestro alrededor es de suma importancia. Pues en este caso, nosotros también entendemos que todos nuestros miembros también son muy importantes. Parte de ellos es la salud visual, ya que es a través de nuestros ojos que nosotros podemos ver al exterior y hacer una interpretación de la realidad. Es por ello que el tomar en cuenta en los diálogos de saberes la percepción de los sabios, de las sabias, de los ancianos y la medicina tradicional es de suma importancia, ya que pues la historia nos ha mostrado que los pueblos indígenas hemos sido excluidos de los sistemas políticos y de los sistemas medicinales también de la medicina occidental. pero llegó el tiempo de romper esas brechas y de unificar esos conocimientos, principalmente por el bienestar de las comunidades, para que todos podamos acceder a una salud de calidad y por sobre todas las cosas para que nuestros conocimientos ancestrales no sean banalizados y no sean excluidos o no sean tomados como algo malo, sino sean tomados como lo que son, como una fuente de vida, una fuente de conocimiento y algo que ha ayudado a las comunidades indígenas desde hace muchísimo tiempo atrás. Es por ello que resaltamos la importancia también de tener pues estos diálogos de saberes y estos diálogos de conocimientos para que los médicos puedan aprender de nosotros y nosotros también de ellos, y con ello construir un sistema de salud bueno y mejor para todos y para todas, para que todas podamos alcanzar el buen vivir.
El tracoma es la principal causa de ceguera infecciosa en el mundo. Afecta especialmente a mujeres y niños en comunidades rurales y remotas donde el acceso a servicios de salud, agua y saneamiento es limitado. Pero hoy estamos cambiando esta realidad. Gracias a una alianza entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Gobierno de Canadá, se han implementado acciones para la eliminación del tracoma en los países de la región. La Iniciativa para la Eliminación del Tracoma en las Américas no solo combate esta enfermedad, sino que también permite acercar atención integrada en salud a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos son algunos de los logros alcanzados en el segundo año de la iniciativa. Bolivia. En 21 comunidades indígenas remotas de Bolivia se realizaron evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma. Más de 4,000 personas fueron examinadas y más de 800 recibieron atención en salud, en servicios como salud visual, incluidas 17 cirugías de cataratas, salud bucal, pediatría, ginecología, salud materna, telemedicina, inmunización, medicina general y tradicional. También se promovió el lavado de manos y otras acciones de higiene y saneamiento. Brasil. En Brasil, la iniciativa visitó 750 hogares y examinó a 3,123 personas en búsqueda activa de tracoma. Se capacitó a 49 personas, incluyendo miembros de la comunidad, en salud, agua, higiene y saneamiento. Además, se formó a 22 comunicadores indígenas para promover la educación en salud en lenguas originarias, fortaleciendo la prevención del tracoma desde la diversidad cultural. Colombia. En Colombia, la iniciativa concentró sus esfuerzos en los 2 distritos con mayor prevalencia de tracoma, ubicados en el este y oeste del Vaupés. Se visitaron 256 comunidades pertenecientes a 29 grupos étnicos, con el apoyo de 11 equipos de trabajo en el terreno. Se capacitó al personal de salud y se ofrecieron servicios integrados que incluyeron atención en salud visual, diagnóstico y tratamiento de malaria, leishmaniasis, tungiasis y pediculosis, así como vacunación veterinaria y la desparasitación canina, fortaleciendo así el enfoque integral e intercultural de atención en salud en territorios indígenas. Ecuador. En Ecuador, 2 equipos de trabajo visitaron 8 comunidades en Taisha y Xuxufindi, donde se examinaron a 968 personas en busca de tracoma. Además, se brindaron servicios integrados de salud para malaria y chagas, aprovechando el acercamiento a las comunidades. México. México mantiene la eliminación del tracoma mediante vigilancia continua, prevención y atención de casos crónicos. En 5 municipios de Chiapas se realizaron acciones clave, incluyendo una jornada de cirugía para tratar la triquiasis tracomatosa que salvó la visión de 6 mujeres mayores. También se implementó un protocolo de vigilancia postvalidación y se promovieron hábitos de higiene como el lavado de cara y manos para prevenir la enfermedad. Guatemala. Guatemala es el país que está más cerca de eliminar el tracoma como problema de salud pública en la región. En Sololá se operó a 13 personas con triquiasis tracomatosa y se realizó seguimiento posquirúrgico. Además, se evaluaron 2.742 personas en 5 departamentos y se llevaron a cabo diálogos de saberes para intercambiar conocimientos entre comunidades y personal de salud. También se hizo un diagnóstico higiénico-sanitario en zonas prioritarias. Guatemala fue sede del entrenamiento de entrenadores, formando a profesionales de 6 países en encuestas de Tracoma Plus. El Salvador. En El Salvador se evaluaron 139 personas en la comunidad Cantón El Rodeo Aguachapán en busca de tracoma. Se capacitaron 12 profesionales para las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma, formando 2 equipos de trabajo. Las actividades incluyeron pruebas de agudeza visual a mayores de 60 años y el monitoreo del Plan Nacional para la Prevención y Control de Enfermedades Tropicales Desatendidas 2024-2026. Perú. En Perú se realizaron actividades en los distritos Alto Amazonas, Mariscal Ramón Castilla, Requena y Putumayo del departamento de Loreto. Más de 200 profesionales de salud y líderes comunitarios fueron capacitados en la estrategia SAFE para eliminar el tracoma. 3 comunidades participaron en diálogos de saberes, fortaleciendo el enfoque comunitario. Además, más de 30 autoridades locales se comprometieron con la causa. Estas acciones se integraron con otras prioridades de salud como malaria, geogelmintiasis y dengue, ampliando su impacto en las comunidades. Venezuela. En Venezuela, la iniciativa avanzó en el estado Amazonas, donde se evaluaron 2.372 personas en busca de tracoma. Se realizaron talleres de prevención con 481 participantes, principalmente personal de salud. Se integraron servicios como salud ambiental, malaria, atención nutricional, salud materna y vacunación. Además, se reforzó la vigilancia de enfermedades como leishmaniasis, oncocercosis y tungiasis, y se desparasitaron a más de 2.000 personas. En total, las jornadas de salud integral beneficiaron a 4.642 personas en las comunidades atendidas. Estamos más cerca de eliminar el tracoma en las Américas, pero el esfuerzo debe continuar. Gracias al apoyo del Gobierno de Canadá y el compromiso de cada país, seguimos avanzando hacia un futuro sin tracoma. Juntos podemos lograr una América libre de tracoma.
No, muchas gracias porque vinieron a nuestra casa a evaluar la vista de toda mi familia. Estamos muy agradecidos en nombre de toda la comunidad por la presencia de ustedes.
Dicen que hay lugares donde el camino se acaba, donde la carretera se convierte en mar y el viento en compañía. Pero también dicen que hasta allá llegan los compromisos más importantes, como el proteger la vida, para que nadie quede atrás. A la fecha, las coberturas vacunales sin influenza superan los 6 millones en población objetivo, colaborando esto con la disminución de casos graves y muertes por virus respiratorios. En el marco de la campaña de vacunación e inmunización 2025 del Ministerio de Salud de Chile y la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas, la OPS-OMS Chile, junto a un equipo del Programa Nacional de Inmunizaciones del Ministerio de Salud y autoridades regionales, emprendió una travesía hacia los rincones más australes del continente americano. 3 días, más de 4.500 kilómetros, un viaje impulsado por un propósito claro, una sola misión: llevar vacunas a quienes se encuentran en zonas aisladas o de difícil acceso en el país. Llevar vacunas a donde nadie más llega. Desde Santiago a Balmaceda, de Balmaceda a Coyhaique, nuestra primera parada. Allí reconocimos la clave del éxito de la vacunación en esa remota zona. Un equipo de salud altamente comprometido, que camina de la mano de líderes y lideresas comunitarias que convocan a mujeres y hombres, niños y adultos mayores para llegar a todas y todos. Además, cuentan con el apoyo intersectorial de las alcaldías diferentes estamentos del Estado y la sociedad civil en general. La tradición de proteger a su pueblo a través de la vacunación es parte del ADN de Chile, desde las primeras campañas del siglo XVIII hasta la rápida y eficaz respuesta frente a la COVID-19. Nuestro país ha liderado con ejemplo, dejando una huella imborrable a nivel mundial. De Coyhaique partimos por tierra hasta Puerto Cisnes, y desde allí zarpamos iniciando la travesía que nos llevó al corazón de comunidades apartadas. El equipo bordó ambulanchas, botes adaptados como verdaderas clínicas flotantes, para llegar hasta Puerto Gaviota, una comunidad a la que solo se accede por mar. Ahí, entre rocas, cerros verdes y mar indómito, se vacunó a niños, niñas y adultos mayores. El segundo día el equipo zarpó hacia Isla Gala, rodeados de volcanes y fiordos. Nuevas distancias, nuevos desafíos, mismo objetivo, proteger a la población. Cada dosis aplicada fue un acto de cuidado, una promesa cumplida, una señal de que la salud pública no tiene fronteras. Finalmente el equipo regresó a Coyhaique. Misión cumplida, vocación intacta. La travesía terminó, pero el compromiso sigue. Porque llegar a los rincones más alejados no es solo una meta logística, es una declaración que nadie quede atrás, que la salud es un derecho y que en Chile se vacuna hasta el fin del mundo. Estamos seguros de que Chile logrará las metas establecidas por el país según las recomendaciones de OPS-OMS.
I have children at home. I have 4 of them, so that's the 5th one. And it's the first time in life I have to come to hospital to get my baby. My name is Sandra Francis and I'm from Yarong Park Village, the beginning of Region 9. It's actually like 160 kilometers from here to there. And I find it's strange from being far from home. But now I'm comfortable and as you can see, I find it like living with others and finding new friends, you know, and mixing around and we learn from each other in there.
Region 9 is a very vast area. We have 62 facilities. We have 5 sub-districts, and each sub-districts have various other health facilities attached to them.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience. We resume. And now we're open for comments. And I know there were lots of enthusiastic people. So we're still at item 4.1, proposed strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026 to 2031. Comments? So we go to El Salvador.
I thank the directing body and Ronnie Massa for presenting on this item. El Salvador would also like to add that perhaps we could start asking or supporting each other regarding the products that could come from the subregions through Camisca and CARICOM and whatever organizations exist in South America, because the dynamic that's playing out right now is quite interesting in our region. That we're seeing that we are working better together and achieving concrete results, and that we're swifter, more dynamic in achieving public health goods.
Thank you very much, El Salvador. First, we'll give the members of the committee the first opportunity to speak, and after that, I'll give the other member states, okay? We go to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates PAHO's work on the proposed strategic plan, along with a consultative approach to development, and my delegation appreciates that many of the adjustments that were made since the SPIBA meeting in March. That said, we also wish to take this opportunity to raise several remaining concerns with the document. We continue to stress the importance of precise language regarding the biological reality that there are two sexes, male and female. These sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and undeniable reality. When discussing sex-based distinctions, my delegation requests that PAHO reconsider the use of the term gender in all applicable policies and documents, including the strategic plan. Additionally, the United States does not support a distracting focus on climate change within the proposed text. The strategy should link specific climate-related impacts where feasible and otherwise remove such references. The strategic plan should also remove all references to equity, which the United States considers discriminatory as it treats individuals as members of preferred or disfavored groups, rather than as individuals, and minimizes agency, merit, and capability in favor of immoral generalizations. We wish to have the language focused on serving every person with equal dignity, respect, and fairness. The United States values the focus on preventing and addressing NCDs in the region. We are reorienting our national focus to focus on chronic disease and to urge other member states to consider doing the same. Additionally, we appreciate the plan's focus on strengthening core national capacities to facilitate effective detection and response, and the United States remains committed to working together with others in the region so that we are all better prepared for health emergencies. The United States appreciates the transparent approach to the development, monitoring, and evaluation of the strategic plan, and we support the objective of strengthening the Bureau's efficiency, transparency, and accountability moving forward. Given our remaining concerns with the document in its current state, we appreciate that an additional consultation has already been planned for July, since we are not in a position to approve the strategic plan today, and we would not be able to accept the language currently contained in the proposed draft resolution. The United States looks forward to working with PAHO and member states to finalize and implement a strategic plan that is free of radical cultural issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now go to Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for the strategic plan proposed strategic plan, and we thank the director and commend him for the achievements thus far. We still have outstanding challenges, equity and resilience, chief among them. We're happy with how we're approaching the new period, which builds on what we've learned in the past and offers some guidance as we move forward. We agree with the diagnosis presented in this report because, as we see it, inhabitants of Chile, whose life expectancy has risen to 81 years. Well, that's my personal view, that's a positive thing. So there has been an attendant rise in chronic diseases that we have to address. Chile is susceptible to climate change-related health threats and emergencies that also result from climate change. The 5 strategic objectives have been proposed here are a natural response to the challenges that the region faces, addressing inequities through a comprehensive, integrated policy approach and support for member states to enabling member states to move forward in the best way possible. We agree with the new framework of management of PAHO, whereby member states take on the responsibility of the impact and outcomes, because we are the ones who have the most to gain from reaping better health results of our peoples. Now, on resilience, the 3 objectives presented are a priority, as Chile sees it, resilient health services based on primary health care, first among them. That is a key undertaking of our administration. We have carried out a number of reforms that are rooted mostly in primary health care that is universal, robust, and equal access, meaning that everyone has access to primary health care in Chile. Also, accelerating the elimination of diseases is another priority matter. Mental health is particularly important to us, and it's something that we have prioritized. Lastly, we commend the efforts put forward by the organization to promote dialogue throughout the region and in negotiations about preparedness and response, as well as the international health regulation amendments and the responsible approach of this organization that is tackling uncertainties by building strategic alliances with important partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now go to Colombia.
Thank you very much, President, and I greet everyone. Colombia commends and recognizes the effort represented in this draft or proposed strategic plan, and we would like to underscore that thanks to what we have learned historically in the region, it's important that we have this focus that's based on equity and human rights approach and inclusion and diversity, not as a source of discrimination, but on the contrary, given equal capabilities, we want to ensure that all of the population of the region can avail themselves of the best opportunities. Colombia recognizes health as a right in order to protect health security regionally in each country and throughout the world. We achieve this through working together. And at the same time, we are happy that primary health care for mental health has been placed on the agenda, and everything that has to do with mental health and the use of psychoactive substances or drugs and climate change and migration done in a dignified way are also tied to health, as it in turn is tied to peace. And so the region working together is the best way to ensure the health of the continent based on scientific evidence, of course, strengthening transparency, of course, and to eliminate red tape and bureaucratic practices. We agree with that entirely. And we are making visible efforts to recover the trust that people have in our joint efforts. It would also be very important for our work to build on regional groups. We will preside over CELAC next year, and we are working on developing regional markets and production of medicines, and the regulatory process that goes along with that is very important for PAHO to enjoy the trust through this joint effort throughout the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. We now go to Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brazil thanks PAHO for presenting this strategic plan, and we recognize the participatory work under the helm or the direction of Rony Massa. This is a result of a number of consultations conducted with member states through a very participatory and constructive process. We recognize the fact that this plan is aligned with regional and global commitments, sustainable health for the Americas, and the SDGs. Chief among them, we support our overall support for the content of the strategic plan. We think that this document is very well aimed toward achieving a equitable, robust response that's in line with the reality of the region. As a contribution to perfecting this plan, I would suggest that even though we recognize the central role of primary health care, the document also should address the importance of specialized care and following through on care through different innovations of information technology being used throughout healthcare systems. Taking into account environmental threats that have bearing on public health, we underscore the importance of, beyond recognizing the ties between health and climate, we should also include those aspects related to the growing impact of plastics and electronic items that pollute our environment and ultimately becoming toxic influences. And also vaccine security and reinstilling trust in vaccines, as well as labor force in health being strengthened, and ensuring rapid responses to future pandemics and endemic events. We propose that under health surveillance, action should move beyond just early detection, but also predict public health issues that could arise, making use of technologies that would enable us to ascertain patterns of health events. We're committed to the health of the region, and we are eager to continue working with member states of PAHO to implement this very important strategic instrument. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to Canada. I think, yeah.
There we go. Thank you very much to the Secretariat for the presentation this morning of this proposed strategic plan. We very much recognize the efforts required over the past year to get to this stage and appreciate the Secretariat's support and the collaboration really of many member states throughout the year and throughout this process. We are encouraged by the concerted efforts that were made to ensure that this plan is streamlined, strategic, and focused on PAHO's value add as a critical partner and leader in supporting member states to achieve better health outcomes. Recognizing the ever-evolving context in which PAHO is operating and the critical need to remain agile and responsive, we welcome the introduction of adaptive planning done in a transparent manner while continuing efforts to strengthen accountability mechanisms and risk management. Canada welcomes PAHO's commitment to an integrated health equity approach in the plan and supports the explicit integration of health equity across all outcomes and outputs, underscoring the importance of addressing social and structural determinants of health to reduce persistent inequities across the Americas. We will continue to support PAHO in its efforts to operationalize health equity approaches in the plan's implementation and monitoring frameworks. Finally, Canada reiterates the importance of our collective commitment to this plan as a vision and guide for the organization and member states over the coming 6 years. Its success relies on our joint dedication to advancing health for all in the Americas. Merci.
Thank you very much. We go to Argentina. Sorry, we take Panama first, and then we come to Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Panama recognizes the work that the member states and colleagues of the Pan American Health Organization have carried out under Ronnie Massa's lead to put together a viable strategic plan that meets the needs of our region, that underscores solidarity, and that be based on measurable goals. To this effect, we would like to commend the organization for its convening role, its leadership, and as an agent of collaboration to bring about a change and an impact that we would like to see in all of the countries and territories of the Americas. Working together with resolve, we can ensure that our region be stronger, healthier, more resilient, more equitable, despite the numerous challenges we face to achieve the maximum level of health achievable for all peoples in our countries. As the end of the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas draws near, and the deadline for achieving Sustainable Development Goals as tied to health, the Strategic Plan 2026-2031 is the final push to achieve the regional health goals. This proposal recognizes the very important progress made to put together a plan aimed at achieving health objectives through or by establishing priorities in keeping with the reality in countries, Panama. It's also committed to achieving the outcome of results raised in the strategic plan to improve the health and well-being of our country under the motto, working together to achieve a healthier, more equitable and resilient Americas. In conclusion, we urge member states to continue working together over the next 6 years to seek out universal access to health or health coverage, greater equity, and to step up actions to enhance the health and well-being of our populations. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. We now go to Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Argentina takes note of the proposed strategic plan of PAHO 2026-2031. Our country supports the promotion of integrated healthcare, expanding regional ability to innovate and produce, the focus on non-communicable diseases, and digital transformation of systems. We agree that having our priorities clear will help us to accelerate the achievement of common goals in keeping with the public health agenda of our country and regionally. We are also grateful to PAHO in Argentina for its collaboration to carry out the exercise of prioritization with a view toward putting together a strategy of cooperation with Argentina 2024-2028 focused on strengthening stewardship and governance of our healthcare system to contribute to the development of information systems for health and to promote innovation based on knowledge management, the use of evidence for decision-making, and social communication for health. We also underscore the joint work put together, such as the agreement for the anti-pneumococcal polyvalent pneumococcal vaccines with Pfizer, primary health care and digital transformation of the healthcare sector, working with the IDB, and the importance of PAHO's revolving fund as an element or a means of supporting countries. We believe that these efforts will help to promote national and regional interventions geared toward strengthening our healthcare systems, making them resilient and based on lessons learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Mexico.
Thank you very much, President. Margarita Perecillas, representing Mexico. I just wanted to share one aspect with you, and we're grateful for the presentation of the organization's strategic plan. We recognize the priority inclusion of investment at primary level, but we'd also like to see the feasibility of having additional tools to develop the mechanism to assess the existing infrastructure in marginalized areas, identify investment areas and staff. There's also the possibility of having integrated health models for family and community health, guaranteeing access to essential services and medicine in an operational and culturally adapted method, which are some of the challenges that we as a country face. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Under item 4.1, under this item, we have a non-state actor who wishes to deliver an intervention. That's the Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, Director, distinguished members, and Secretariat. My name is Dalali Atipo, and I'm the North America Director for Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative. And on behalf of DNDI, we welcome the ambition of PAHO's strategic plan to advance equity, resilience, and well-being in the region. However, we are connected by the absence of an explicit institutional commitment to neglected tropical diseases, which continue to impose a significant burden in the Americas. While some NTDs may fall under broader communicable disease agendas, it is essential to preserve their political and programmatic visibility. We recommend explicitly including NTDs in Outcomes 1.1 and 3.2, and in Strategic Objective 3. We also suggest aligning the Chagas disease indicator with the WHO NTD roadmap by including congenital transmission in addition to vector control. Health innovation must be recognized as a key tool to achieve equity. We encourage Outcome 2.3 to reflect the importance of public interest-driven research and development and local and regional production with open innovation, transparency, and access commitments integrated from early stages. Finally, the strategic plan should strengthen coherence with PAHO's disease elimination initiative by linking NTD's indicators to equity outcomes and ensuring access to diagnosis and treatment at the primary healthcare level. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I think it's still a work in progress, the document that is being developed, so we still have some opportunities to get additional comments. But I'll ask Mr. Maza to respond to some of the comments that he's heard so far.
Thank you, Mr. President. The 9 member states for their comments. Indeed, Mr. President, thank you for that note of where we are with the document as we highlighted. It's still a draft. And so there is the opportunity to address some of these observations, asks, while remaining true to the focus of priorities, because that has been an ask of our member states as well, that we focus on where we add value. And allow me to highlight perhaps and address some of the comments. Yes, to El Salvadorans of regional product services, we have involve the sub-regional bodies. We have invited them. We have seen both Central America and South America in the consultations. We will do our effort to reach also the Caribbean. But yes, there is valuable experiences that we can benefit from that. Thank you so much. Regarding the U.S. Comments, just to note that since the SPBA, when you had raised some of these asks, we have carefully looked at these terms to make sure that we are clear on what we mean by them. And that also, but this is the Secretariat, again, building with member states, and the dialogue is really with member states. We facilitate that dialogue, of course, remaining true to the evidence. But on equity, we're talking about equity in health, and that indeed, as our director highlighted this morning, is giving that equal opportunity for people to enjoy optimal health. So in terms of gender as well, we went carefully there with our member states, with feedback from all the member states, and going back to what that definition is, and yes, addressing women, men, children, and other groups. And this is how do we ensure that that evidence that we have of the impact on the health of peoples is addressed as well, recognizing that there are those differences, and as noted in the situation analysis, it's really with that emphasis on ensuring that everybody has that equal opportunity, and again, that no one is left behind. So in terms of the climate as well, on climate, we carefully went back and we highlighted where there is that impact, especially on the vector-borne diseases we've noticed, where that gender equity approach also makes a difference in improving health outcomes, that there are some interventions that have looked at that. Also, I forgot to mention that there is a working group on health equity of various member states, and that working group has also been looking at those definitions, concepts, but also their application. Where do they make a difference? And being very crystal clear on what we mean by this, in line with the values and mandate of the organization. I can reassure you that we remain true to what this organization does, and not, of course, being distracted. I think has been asked. It's our mandate. And laser focus, I can reassure you that that laser focus has been there. Of course, we're guided by our member states, and we're willing to facilitate and continue to facilitate dialogue so that we have a common understanding and approach to respond to these issues that our member states have asked to continue working on. A Chile agradecerle de nuevo su compromiso.
We'd like to thank Chile for their commitment and emphasis. There have been many achievements, as you pointed out, and we want to clearly see how we work with our countries, and shared responsibility is always good, and thank you for your continuous support. With regards to Colombia, yes, we have the issue of production on the agenda, as well as regulation. Clearly, we need to continue looking into working with CELAC and other partners, see what we can do with our technical teams, and continue reinforcing the matter. Brazil, and I apologize for not responding to you in Portuguese. I'll attempt to do so in Spanish. We have taken note, obviously, and we thank you for your contributions. We have also noted the aspect of electronic contaminants, such as plastics. There is an objective and an outcomes-based result. In the situation and analysis, we have noted the impact on health, having related to these elements, and we want to see the role it has an impact on health. And I did forget to talk about one point. When we talk about climate change, we're talking about the effect on health and not the general agenda in climate change. Primary health care, here again, we want to emphasize it, make it stronger, but vaccines is also a priority area, as well as the rapid response capacity. We'll continue looking into these matters with our technical team.
Good contribution and careful review of the document, ensuring that this organization remains agile and responsive is key, as we emphasize from the leadership and governance, but also the direct technical cooperation and engagement with our member states. We'll continue, and of course, as you have seen in the Strategic Objective 5, we do emphasize and highlight the opportunities for us to continue being more efficient, more responsive, yes, with the limited resources, being very responsible and accountable to our member states and partners for those resources. And that continues, but also embracing innovation. Where can we use technology? Where is it that we can be more efficient with those, again, with the financial context that we have? Panama, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Panama. We thank you for your commitment and we'll continue working together. As you mentioned, Argentina, I'm very pleased to hear that this strategic plan was used for strategic cooperation. That is a goal that we wanted to better align with strategies in the countries, and we're pleased to hear that you are focused on it. And we want to focus on what the country truly needs through technical cooperation from PAHO. Mexico, once again, thank you very much. And thank you for tabling the topic that we need to be clear, have specific tools. And the strategic plan, let me point out, well, we'll see how, but we do have the budget plan, and there we can be more specific as to interventions. When we look at the strategic plan and budget, then we'll have a complete package and see if we're responding in the way you asked.
Comment, thank you for the non-state actor, drugs for NTDs. NTDs as neglected tropical diseases is part of the elimination agenda. I think it's highlighted there, but if we need to emphasize that, we will look into it. And our technical teams are here in the room as well, and we will see where possible, where we can fine-tune anything necessary. With that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I'll now like to ask the director if he has some additional comments to make.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Gostaria de agradecer.
I'd like to thank all member states and observers and DNDI for comments. Please remember that when we began our discussions about the strategic plan a year ago at the Executive Committee last year, I do recall presenting a vision of how we should move from the strategic plan that's drawing to an end and what lessons we have drawn from the process that we underwent, and so that the new strategic plan would not only have the vision of member states, but also a more strategic outlook. It sounds redundant to say that a strategic plan needs to be strategic, but let me be very transparent with you as always. The previous strategic plan was not as strategic as it should have been. It was very fragmented, having many indicators about specific illnesses as if they were strategic objectives, and that makes it difficult to implement, monitor, and make it accountable. And to a certain extent also, we must not confuse this with specific mandates approved by member states at our governing bodies for certain priority initiatives. So I do believe we've made a tremendous effort, and I'd like to congratulate member states of PAHO for their commitment and participation at the different consultations, because you all have your ministries of health, your own work, and this doesn't require the effort of a single person. Rather, it's a process of consultation among different areas of the ministries of health. So we've made it here with an important product. Not only is it a plan, in my view, that reflects today's reality in the region, the new challenges, the non-communicable diseases, the population's aging, new technologies, strengthening primary health care. All of this has a look that is adapted to the reality we're experiencing at present. And furthermore, it clearly determines the role of member states and the contribution that the Secretariat provides to help this progress. That way, the Secretariat can be more accountable in a better way for member states. So I do believe now we have a well-progressed process.
To comment that, of course, this is still a work in progress. We hear all the comments from member states, and clearly we need to keep the discussions going on until the Directing Council, trying to find the common language, trying to find how it's possible to build the consensus among on the most important topics that you have mentioned here. I believe that we need to listen to the several comments, and I think that also some member states told us that they are sending written comments to the document. I really appreciate this. I think that this is another demonstration of your commitment with the organization, and that you really believe and are committed that this is a very important document that will guide us for the next 6 years, and of course adapted to each regional, national and sub-regional realities. But this will be the guidance that you provided to the Secretariat, where what are the areas that we want that the organization needs to be focused, and to provide the technical cooperation to improve the health agenda in the Americas. So thank you for your commitment, your participation, and your continued participation, because this process will receive many contributions, many suggestions, and will be improved until being presented to our Directing Council in September. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I think we had a very good discussion, almost everybody participating. And it shows that the document that we have before us, that I think a lot of people feel very good about it and they would like to contribute to it. As we said, it's a work in progress, so it's not a conclusive document. And there's still lots of opportunities for all the countries, all the member states to still participate in strengthening the existing document. As Dr. Barbosa said, one way is for persons to send in written comments. So those can be submitted, I think, to Mr. Maza and his team, and they'll certainly take them into consideration. Another way, of course, is the next set of rounds of consultations that would be had in July. And certainly as we move towards September, we should have a document that all of us can certainly adopt. I'm hoping that we'll adopt that once we can get that consensus. So once again, thank you to everyone who participated. So moving on, I'll now like to ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Estimado señor.
Mr. President, I'd like to read the proposed resolution. Proposed Strategic Plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031. The 176th session of the Executive Committee, preambular paragraph, having reviewed the proposed Strategic Plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031, document Executive Committee 176/12 resolves. Operative paragraph. To recommend that the 62nd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Strategic Plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031. The 62nd Directing Council, preambular paragraph 1, having considered the Strategic Plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031, document CD62/space, presented by the Director. PP2, recognizing the participatory and inclusive process undertaken in the formulation of the strategic plan through consultations with member states and other stakeholders. PP3. Considering the evolving health situation and significant health challenges faced by the region of the Americas in the pursuit of universal health. PP4. Welcoming the strategic vision of the strategic plan under the theme Accelerating Together Toward a Healthier Americas with Equity and Resilience, which aims to improve health and well-being for everyone throughout the region and strengthen health system resilience. PP5. Acknowledging that the strategic plan represents a comprehensive and collective set of results that the Pan American Health Organization aims to achieve, and that reporting on the implementation of the strategic plan and its program budget will constitute the principal means of ensuring accountability for results in line with the principles of results-based management. PP6. Recognizing the need for the strategic plan and its program budgets to remain flexible for adjustments during implementation while maintaining full transparency and accountability, resolves. Operative paragraph 1. To approve the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031 official document, space. OP2. To thank member states and stakeholders for their strategic and technical input and commitment in participating throughout the development of the strategic plan, and to thank national health authorities that completed the review of programmatic priorities. OP3, to urge all member states, considering their national context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to identify the actions to be taken and the resources needed to achieve the collective target set in the strategic plan. OP4, to request the director to A. Use the strategic plan to provide strategic direction to the organization throughout 2026-2031 to advance country, regional, and global priorities. B. Use the programmatic priorities defined in the strategic plan to inform its implementation through its program budgets and their biennial work plans, as well as for resource allocation and mobilization efforts. C. Continue to utilize joint monitoring and assessment tools, expand the collection of disaggregated data, and strengthen the use of existing information systems to report on the implementation of the strategic plan and its program budgets. D. Report to the governing bodies of PAHO on the implementation of the strategic plan through end of biennium assessment reports in 2028, 2030, and 2032. E. Inform the governing bodies of PAHO of any necessary non-material changes to the strategic plan through end of biennium assessment reports and submit as an amendment to the strategic plan for decision by the PAHO governing bodies any necessary material changes that alter the commitments of the strategic plan. This concludes the proposed resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You have now heard the resolution, and I open the floor for any comments. United States.
I appreciate the opportunity to listen to other member states, but I just want to emphasize that we are not in a position, we are not in a position to support the adoption of the resolution at this time.
Is there any other comments from anybody else? No other comments? So one of the things that perhaps we can consider, and it's for the meeting to consider, is to properly establish a working group, and member states can sit and have a further discussion on some of the comments that were made. So I'd like to put that proposal on the table. Is there, if there's an agreement that we establish that working group, the Secretariat can assist in helping us with its composition and its terms of reference. So I see everybody not making any comments, but maybe that's a good thing too. Nobody's saying no. So perhaps if the idea of having the working group is accepted, what I'll do is after the lunch break, we'll have some time to consult with the Secretariat and come back with a more formal proposal. So we'll defer the adoption of the resolution, and we'll do that further along in the program. Okay? Thank you. So we move to the next item. So we now go to item 4.5, Plan of Action of Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025 to 2030, and item 7.5, Strategy for Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases, the final report. I'd like to bring document CE 176-16 and CE 176-INF-5 to the attention of the committee, and invite Dr. Hennis, Director of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I see he's already here, and to present the item. Dr. Hennis.
Good morning, Mr. President of the 176th session of the Executive Committee, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa, Director of the Pan American Health Organization, distinguished delegates, honorable ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to present the final report of the Strategy for the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases and the Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025 to 2030 on behalf of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Non-communicable diseases remain the leading cause of disability and death in the Americas. An estimated 240 million people in the region live with at least one non-communicable disease, and these conditions were responsible for an estimated 6 million deaths in 2021. Of note, 2.3 million, or 38% of these deaths, occurred prematurely in people aged less than 70, and many of these are eminently preventable. The Strategy for Prevention and Control of NCDs was driven by the 2011 political declaration of the United Nations High-Level Meeting on the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases, and defined the regional implementation approach to the WHO Global Action Plan for the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases 2013 to 2020. During the period under review, premature NCD mortality decreased slightly from 15% to 14%, and only 5 countries are presently on track to meet the 25 by 25 NCD mortality reduction target. Prevalent obesity increased among children, adolescents, and adults, as did physical inactivity in adults. There has, however, been progress in tobacco control, where prevalent tobacco use in adults decreased by 5% from baseline, while 24 countries implemented new legislation on smoke-free public spaces. Furthermore, the Americas continues to lead in front-of-package nutrition labeling now implemented in 10 countries. Regarding advances in primary health care, 33 countries and territories have committed to implementing the HEARTS initiative, with approximately 6,500 primary care facilities implementing the protocols, resulted in controlled hypertension in 62% of those served. While there's been progress in NCD prevention and control, the COVID-19 pandemic greatly disrupted NCD services and disproportionately affected those with underlying chronic conditions. I'll change language at this point. Al expirar.
When this regional strategy expires, the action plan being proposed for prevention and control of non-communicable diseases 2025-2030 aims at supporting member states as they accelerate the necessary actions to achieve the global objective, including Goal 3.4 of the Sustainable Development Goals, to reduce the mortality by 2030. This action plan was developed through a collaborative process with consultations online to member countries, in addition to the presentation of comments in writing. PAHO also carried out an interprogrammatic exercise, including support from the technical departments. Then, based on lessons learned from the strategy on the need to expand prevention and control of communicable diseases, improving care for non-transmittable diseases at the level of primary health care, and also providing the necessary information, the action plan has three general strategic lines of action, namely eliminating NCD action, recognizing the need and multisectoral coordination for the prevention of non-communicable diseases, NCDs. So by dealing with NCDs at the primary health care, it will be possible to increase the number of persons diagnosed, treated, and brought under control. And lastly, strengthening surveillance for NCDs so as to assure monitoring and routine reporting on the status of NCDs on the part of countries. The PAHO Secretariat is committed to support member countries in their efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals that aim at accelerating the efforts to reduce premature mortality caused by NCDs by 1/3 by 2030. In addition to that, the Secretariat of PAHO will continue to support member countries in their preparation for the fourth high-level level of the United Nations on communicable diseases and mental health. That is scheduled for September 2025, and also for the implementation of agreements reached on a political declaration. Now, we would call on the Executive Committee to review and consider the approval of this plan of action as well as its actions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hennis. The Executive Committee is invited to review the information presented in these two documents and provide any comments it deems pertinent. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex A of document CE 176/16 will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I'll now open the floor for a discussion on these two documents.
First only in the document, and then
Yeah.
yeah.
So we'll take the United States.
Thank you. The United States appreciates PAHO's work on the proposed plan of action in the goal of addressing non-communicable diseases. The Trump administration is redirecting our national focus towards understanding and drastically lowering chronic disease rates and ending childhood chronic disease. The shift in emphasis from simply treating conditions toward prevention of chronic disease will be critical to reducing unnecessary economic burdens and fostering healthier, longer lives. The health of the next generation must be at the center of our global response to NCDs. Member states alone cannot fix the chronic disease epidemic plaguing our nations. We must work with all relevant stakeholders, especially communities and the private sector, to combat the chronic disease epidemic and expand opportunities to promote effective and evidence-based interventions to improve health outcomes for our people. In the proposed plan, the United States supports the proposed strategic lines of action. However, we have some concerns about the language and emphasis in Strategic Line of Action 1 on so-called health taxes, and do not support the inclusion of Indicator 1.1.5, number of countries and territories that have increased their tax rates or strengthened their pricing structures, with measures such as minimum unit pricing in accordance with best practices in tobacco, alcohol, or sugar-sweetened beverage taxes. In addition, the United States will put forward 2 critical edits to the draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colombia supports and agrees with the content of this plan of action because it gives priority to an area of public health that is ever more concerning, ever more destructive of health. We have worked within the Convention on Tobacco Control. We have made progress in terms of labeling to also discourage access to sugar-sweetened beverages, tobacco, alcohol. So we consider that the preventive model, the predictive and resolution model, is central to prevent non-communicable diseases. We nonetheless do feel that it is essential to also identify the impact of climate change on health, and here things like air pollution. And Colombia, for example, hosted the World Conference on Air Pollution and Clean Air that was organized by WHO, and the need to have a progressive transformation of things having to do with the fossil economy so as to strengthen health and be able to do in-depth prevention, not only which also includes specific action. It's important to stress this and also to look at the regulatory issue, looking at the costs of the taxes that in a progressive way can cause the consumer to take responsibility for his or her own health. Thank you.
Canada.
Thank you. We commend PAHO for their efforts to renew and streamline the plan of action on non-communicable diseases, prevention, and control. We agree with the plan of action's 3 strategic lines of action to reduce risk factors for NCDs, integrate NCDs into primary health care, and strengthen the surveillance of NCDs and risk factors, which are well aligned with global NCD targets to reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from NCDs by 2030. We are generally very supportive of the plan of action as these priorities align with Canada's current activities to address NCDs, including prevention, health promotion, and health equity. We do note and suggest that the plan of action could be further strengthened through linkages to ongoing work of PAHO in Canada and supporting the comments from my colleague from Colombia on environmental risks to health, and particularly air pollution as a leading cause of NCDs. Overall, the proposed indicators, including the new ones, align with the 3 strategic outcomes outlined in PAHO's strategic plan. While Canada is supportive of and contributes to the baseline of several indicators, there are a few for which we are not able to report due to jurisdictional responsibilities. And we have a few proposed edits to allow for greater flexibility, which we will submit in writing. We look forward to working collectively to advance this important work, including in the lead up to the UN HLM on the prevention of NCDs and promotion of mental health. Merci.
Thank you very much. We go to Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We appreciate this proposed plan of action. It recognizes the urgency to deal with health problems, and they group those in 4 lines. Our country is part of the diagnosis that is part of the status report. And for example, in terms of polio, diabetes mellitus, we have an incidence that is now 12.3% of the population, according to the most recent health survey. We appreciate the preventive approach, looking at risk factors as a way to prevent these diseases, and also the actions that are the base for action in primary health care with a multisectoral approach. Chile follows an arrangement of 5% of non-communicable diseases proposed by WHO, including 5 problems of health, mental health separated from diseases, and 5 risk factors. In the context of an increase in the incidence of NCDs and the morbidity indexes in the country, we have changed our care modalities with a program that's called Comprehensive Person-Centered Care Model as part of a comprehensive healthcare program, and the whole population has access to that now. We do appreciate, in terms of the document, the clarification that is made by PAHO regarding selecting the diseases mentioned, but it leaves out mental health as something that is separate from non-communicable diseases. Now, could this be consistent with the plans of WHO and objective number 3 and the outcome indicators 3.1? For us, mental health is an indivisible part of general health, and the actions in favor of mental health create a virtuous cycle with the actions contained in the plan. We support the actions of the organization to strengthen primary health care through strategic partnerships. That would be the case of the Alliance for Primary Health Care in the Americas, and also working with the International Atomic Energy Agency so as to deal with those organizations in the region that deal with cancer treatment. Chile agrees with the action plan that is proposed and appreciates the clarifications that we requested. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to El Salvador.
Thank you, President. And thank you for this report. El Salvador takes note of this plan on non-communicable diseases. At the same time, we go back to the 3 main strategic dimensions having to do with reducing risk factors and prevention of these diseases, and also the CNTC, as well as surveillance for NCDs. We think it's important that for the Americas region, we control and survey all of the components of the daily diet consumed by our people, because in other countries and other regions, this has been regulated. However, in El Salvador, like in many other countries of Central America, this is something that is not under surveillance and is the main cause of many of the diseases that we are trying to manage and eliminate and prevent. We admire the United States for the new strategy that it has under Secretary Kennedy. He is exercising greater control over food production. And we consider that that is one of the causes of all of these diseases that have such a major impact on the economy and on the health budgets for all countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. We go to Brazil.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We wanted to thank PAHO for this final report on the strategy for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, and we reaffirm our commitment to this strategy to deal with NCDs, one of the major health challenges in the Americas. We would like to emphasize the importance of these actions to deal with NCDs, and the action between surveillance and primary care is essential. In Brazil, the consolidated systems provide for ongoing monitoring of mortality, statistics, risk factors, and also we look at the age brackets, and we find that it is essential to have this information to make decisions and have equity in our response. We call on PAHO to strengthen regional surveillance with an eye to coverage, including equity and social factors that affect risk. Also, it is important to look at obesity studies, mother and child health. Now, NCDs has to include the promotion of health and timely treatment, as well as palliative care, ongoing monitoring, and when necessary, taking persons to a higher level of care. We suggest that this new plan recognize national mental health as an NCD, in addition to strengthening digital health with strategic measures. Lastly, we emphasize the importance of this new plan for the Americas. It needs to envision the realities, the diversities of the countries of the region, looking at populations in a situation of vulnerability and strengthening multi-sectoral care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Argentina.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Argentina takes note of the presentation of this plan of action on non-communicable disease prevention and control 2025-2030. We agree especially with the approach to increase the levels of physical activity, fighting a sedentary lifestyle, and also looking at industrial-produced food. It is important to focus on overweight and child obesity in the Americas, and also looking at ways to work with children and adolescents. It is important to tackle this problem from a multidimensional perspective, taking into account individual factors as well as the context. The most cost-effective, sustainable, financially feasible way of dealing with this problem is by having comprehensive production strategies, especially focusing on children. In this connection, Argentina recently had a sub-regional workshop on actions for a healthy life between infancy and adulthood. Only through early action and evidence-based action is it possible to turn around these trends and to assure good conditions for a healthy life. In this connection, the Ministry of Health in Argentina highlights the importance of promoting more healthy citizens by having them eat in a healthy fashion. We're going to do a comprehensive review of the toxic elements contained in highly processed foods, and we will look at their connection to chronic disease. These actions will be implemented within the framework of the strategy called Healthy Argentina, A Healthy Life, that focuses on preventing chronic diseases during the entire life course. Thank you.
Shall we go to Peru?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Peru appreciates this plan. It represents an ambitious, a sound way to strengthen the healthcare systems in the region. It is a comprehensive approach to the challenges represented by NCDs. Peru acknowledges the importance of this strategy and shares the commitment to achieve tangible results. However, we do find that there are some areas where we think it is important to clearly define certain operative aspects. So we will be sending in our comments in writing to the Secretariat so that those comments can be incorporated into the final version of this plan, thus enriching it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of Mexico, some specific comments, especially having to do with the definition of goals, including specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound objectives, the importance of having an intersectoral approach, including an operational section on including education, agriculture, finance, including them in the framework of policy, and also developing progressive phases for epidemiological surveillance, including health surveys, clinical registries, monitoring risk factors, and including metrics in terms of social inequalities, geographic region, ethnicity. In order to look at social determinants for equity, it is important to close gaps to access and look at treatment for these diseases with specific interventions for populations in a situation of vulnerability. Also to have observatories with open data and dissemination plans geared to decision makers in the sector. In terms of regulatory policies, we would look at the effectiveness of measures that have to do with harmful products, ultra-processed foods, and also promoting breastfeeding. Surveillance is important to monitor the burden of disease and risk factors. We recognize the importance of strengthening our technological and human resources for data gathering and also carrying out population studies. And lastly, for the evaluation and ongoing improvement, to have a formal biannual evaluation so as to document corrective action. That is a practice that has been effective with other models that have been used in other regions of the world. Thank you.
I'll now ask Dr. Hennis to respond.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you to the countries who have made interventions: United States, Canada, Chile, El Salvador, Brazil, Argentina, Peru, and Mexico. Many different elements. I think one thing which is a common theme is the importance of non-communicable diseases on all our countries and all our populations. I think that was fully supported. I think the element in terms of the question which recurred about mental health, and we did in fact state that in terms of the discussion. We've had two mental health policies in the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, 2022 and in 2023. In 2023, we introduced the first resolution that included suicide reduction. So because we've had two mandates in the last 3 years on mental health, we didn't again incorporate it. They're accompanying mandates which also speak and treat to mental health. So having done it so thoroughly and comprehensively in the last 3 years, we saw no point in including it here yet again. Those documents exist. We're following them at the level of member states, and they're fully aligned with the WHO mental health plan, with the addition of a specific policy and plans towards suicide. So I hope that addresses the issue of why is not mental health included here specifically, because we've already treated to that repeatedly in the last 3 years. The elements about the importance of diet comes through, and this, of course, is part of the plan that we are suggesting, and obviously working really closely with member states on diet as well. You would be pleased to know that in terms of front of package labeling, our region has been lead in the world in terms of letting consumers know what they are buying. And so really due to the leadership of our region, it's sort of like really setting the standard for the rest of the world. And we need to continue in that direction. The importance of surveillance systems can't be emphasized enough. And we see gaps in data and information. And we will continue to work with member states in terms of filling those gaps. But it needs to be an investment at the national level. And of course, there are good examples. Brazil has done a lot of good work with its Vigitel and other surveillance techniques. And of course, one of the things we're going to do shortly is to have a webinar so Brazil can share its experiences with the rest of the region. A number of countries have suggested that they wish to make other contributions. And of course, we look forward to other guidance or inputs being submitted to this as well. Another topic that was shared was the issue of air pollution. And of course, look forward to inputs in terms of that topic as well. But I would like to thank you for your comments and your inputs, and look forward to working with the member states as we make further additions or amendments to the existing resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank all member states that have shared with us their commitment and their support for the work that the organization has been providing and supporting them on this very important topic. Non-communicable diseases, as Dr. Anselm Hennis mentioned, is not only the most important cause of death in all the countries in the region. Around 75–80% of the deaths are related to non-communicable diseases. And one of the most important things is that more than 34% of these deaths could be prevented, because they are premature deaths that could be prevented if we achieve a good combination of two important initiatives. First, to put more investment on prevention. I think that many member states have already shared with us also the actions that you have implemented in your countries to reduce tobacco use, to increase the physical activity, and to improve the quality of the nutrition. More healthy diet is for children, adolescents, adults. So I think that this is really important, because we need to face the important growth of the obesity epidemic in the region. And at the same time, to invest to strengthen primary health care. In countries in our region that have implemented the HEARTS, for instance, this initiative to improve the care for cardiovascular disease, the percentage of controlled hypertension increases from only 25% to more than 62–63%. So I think that is also a very important example, concrete example, that with the political commitment to use the current technologies, strategies that are already available, we can reduce in a very rapid way the number of preventable deaths. Many member states have also shared with us that they want to make and to add further comments, suggestions to improve the document, the plan of action. I think that this is really a very important subject that we will be discussing, and this will allow the document to be more representative of the ideas and the visions of our member states, and to be presented to the Directing Council, incorporating the suggestions that you have already informed us that you make. So thank you for your commitment, the policies that you are already implementing in each one of the countries, and also how we can working together to clear guide PAHO about the priorities that we will provide on technical cooperation to reduce the burden of non-communicable diseases in our region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. And we'll now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Mr. President, I will now read the proposed resolution. Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025-2030. The 176th session of the Executive Committee. Preambular paragraph. Having reviewed the Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025-2030, document CE 176/16 resolves. Operative paragraph. To recommend that the 62nd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025-2030. The 62nd Directing Council, preambular paragraph 1, having reviewed the Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025-2020, document CD 62/blank, PP2, recognizing that non-communicable diseases, particularly cardiovascular diseases, cancer, diabetes, and chronic respiratory diseases, and their shared risk factors of tobacco use, harmful use of alcohol, unhealthy diet, and physical inactivity are the leading causes of death and disabilities and constitute the main challenge for the health and well-being of people in the region of the Americas, and that they impose substantial social and economic burden threatening regional and national development. PP3, recognizing that the social, economic, and commercial determinants of health are the major drivers of the rise in NCDs and lead to the disproportionate burden of NCDs on populations living in vulnerable conditions, which calls for urgent whole-of-government and whole-of-society action to promote health and better prevent and control NCDs. PP4, acknowledging the progress made in the implementation of cost-effective, evidence-based NCD interventions, including risk factor policy interventions, as well as health service strengthening based on primary care and the provision of essential medicines and technologies, but noting that progress has been uneven and insufficient to advance toward the NCD Global Monitoring Framework targets. PP5, recognizing that the objective of this plan of action is to scale up the critical actions now needed to accelerate progress and meet the Sustainable Development Goal Target 3.4 to reduce by 1/3 premature mortality for NCDs through prevention and treatment by 2030. Resolves. Operative paragraph 1. To approve the Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025-2030, document Directing Council or CD 62/blank. OP2. To urge all member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A. Promote implementation of the strategic lines of action contained in this plan of action. B. Build multi-sectoral partnerships and strengthen the whole-of-government response to NCDs, ensuring policy coherence across government agencies and prioritizing NCD prevention and control with health in all policies while addressing the inequities associated with NCDs. C. strengthen primary healthcare services to ensure an integrated approach to NCDs, and address the gaps in access and the availability of essential NCD services, medicines, and technologies, which lead to underdiagnosis, undertreatment, and poor control rates. D, strengthen national surveillance systems to continuously monitor the prevalence of NCDs and risk factors. Strengthen facility-based information systems to monitor care and outcomes for people with NCDs, and produce NCD monitoring reports disaggregated by sex, ethnicity, and other factors. OP3, to request the director to A, provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen capacities that contribute to the implementation of this plan of action and the achievement of its objectives. B, support cooperation to catalyze and create synergies with relevant regional initiatives such as the Alliance for Primary Healthcare in the Americas and the digital transformation of health systems and the promotion of multi-sectoral partnerships to ensure the NCD prevention and control interventions are integral components of these efforts. C, report periodically to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of the plan of action through a midterm review in 2028 and a final report in 2031. This concludes the proposed resolution, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You have heard the resolution. We now open the floor for a discussion. Go ahead, United States.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we do have two critical edits to the draft resolution. First, in PP5, we are concerned that this resolution includes a reference to the Sustainable Development Goals, which the United States will no longer reaffirm as a matter of course, including in PAHO resolutions. We request the deletion of the following text in PP5: meet the Sustainable Development Goal Target 3.4. Second, we also request a small edit in the resolution to remove the reference in OP2B to the inequities associated with the NCDs. We request the deletion of the phrase at the end of OP2B. We will submit the proposed edits in writing.
Thank you very much for the intervention and the proposed amendment to the resolution. Are there any other interventions? No? Are there any other amendments? Canada?
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Just a question, really. Are we deciding on this right now, on the new language in the resolution, or can we have a minute to think?
Yeah, I think we can give some time for people to look through the amendments and make a decision. Yeah, we can give some time. There's any other person would like to make an intervention on the resolution at this point in time? No? Colombia? Go ahead.
I'd like to echo Canada's question. Rather than just having some extra time, I'd like to know what kind of mechanism will follow. I think that the request made by the United States, well, in our case, and I don't know about other countries, but it entails international commitments that were adopted earlier, and it would be very difficult for us to not table here. We understand at this juncture the position. However, we'd ask or beseech that there be some understanding when this appears here based on joint work, because there is a historical background, frequently constitutional, such as in our case, as well as international commitments that have been adopted. So I wonder if there's any other method, because ultimately we might reach an agreement. It might just be a matter of the name, but we do need to reach consensus. There need to be differences for some people to be more affected to others, some communities more effective than others in the case of NCDs. It can be hunger or malnutrition. It is distributed in a disequal manner throughout the world. It's not ideological, it is not political issue. And therefore, this poses an enormous challenge for us to not mention it as one of the pillars for any plan of action tackling NCDs. And to not indicate it and to not show that we have commitments with regards to the Sustainable Development Goals, well, in my old case, it again leads me to questioning, and that goes beyond the authority I have right now. So it would be important to know what methodology we're going to adopt. I do believe we agree, for instance, and this was pointed out by the colleague from El Salvador, that the emphasis given by the United States, and let's put this in simple terms, to eat well, to be well nourished, that is a call that we can support and that we have also welcomed in my country. It's a call for us to work hand in hand with industry to reach agreements that do not harm industrial production, do not harm trade, but should also focus on some of the serious problems. And Secretary Robert Kennedy has mentioned this, talking about the impact of bad nourishment, not only on health, but on public spaces also. So if we do have agreement, how can we address the difference? Because quite respectfully, let me say, I don't find it being substantial here. It's just a way of finding the right terminology. So I'd like to ask the head table if we could have some kind of methodology to tackle this. And I think it is fundamentally interesting because we want to continue with democratic building in our organization without abandoning the opportunity of reaching consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I think, so we have three things on the table. First, an amendment. Second, some time for to have a consultation. And third, the methodology by which we would come to an agreement. And I think they're all valid. So moving forward, one of these, definitely I think we need some time to consider the changes that are being proposed. And secondly, the methodology, we can perhaps consider, we've just, in the previous one, look at maybe establishing a working group for us to get together and perhaps see whether or not we can have some kind of consensus agreed upon. So that might be one of the things to consider. However, we already have one working group, and whether we want a second one, that's for the meeting to decide. But maybe there might be other suggestions on a mechanism for consultation and arriving at a consensus. Any suggestions? No? So what we can do, oh, sure, Uruguay.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a request and a suggestion. The request is that if there is any amendment to the text, that needs to be circulated by the Secretariat as soon as possible so that those countries who need to make consultations have sufficient time to receive instructions and be able to make a decision. We'd be grateful for that. And now another point. I'd like to hear from the Secretariat and the Presidency. The mechanism for operation, if there is a possibility when the general consensus is broken or perforated because of a comment with rightfully valid arguments in those topics where it is really not possible, as the representative of Colombia said, to an agreement that integrates everyone, because many of the things presented here can be shared, but there might be a specific point in which we can't reach agreement. And perhaps with that small item, perhaps we can have a footnote in the document in order to maintain the consensus, but those states that cannot agree specifically on that text, that idea, can at least find that it is noted or expressed in the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very good suggestion, and I think I'm seeing some eager faces wanting to have maybe some lunch as well. So what we'll do, we'll give the Secretariat a bit of time so that they can prepare, as per your suggestion, the amendments in the 3 different languages, the proposed amendments. That would be circulated so that you'll have time to do your consultations. And while we can add a footnote, the first option we'll strive for is to get some consensus. If we can't get that, then we'll look at other options where we can reflect how far we have gone. All right, so the Secretariat has agreed to circulate the proposed amendments, and so everyone would have them in your respective language so you can have those consultations. And then we at some point this afternoon, we can have a further consideration. Is that fair enough? Okay. Thank you very much. I think we've had some good discussions this morning. Let's take a break, have some lunch, and we have a lot more to do. But before you do, We have the secretary who would like to give us some additional guidance.
Just a kind reminder to the heads of delegates to please join us now in room A, Committee A over to the left for the commemorative photo. And at 12:30 immediately, well, it's past 12:30 now, immediately after the photo, members of the Committee of PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2025 will meet in room 412. Members of this committee are Chile, El Salvador, and Guyana. A light lunch will be served and interpretation will be provided for this meeting. Thank you very much, and heads of Del, if you can meet us in Committee Room A.
Thank you. Let's break for lunch.
El permiso del Creador y Formador de la vida, damos un buen día para cada persona que vaya a ver este video y hoy pedimos permiso a las energías ante el Nahual Aní, que representa la semilla humana, la evolución de la vida, al mismo tiempo también toda la semilla que está sobre la madre tierra, en especial nuestras plantas medicinales, que a través de nuestras plantas son nuestras maestras desde los pueblos originarios. Venimos destinados con muchas características, con muchas capacidades, debilidades como todo ser humano, pero dentro de nuestro calendario lunar, pues cada persona viene destinado para una misión y cuando se descubra esta misión, pues es bueno porque uno vive en armonía, uno vive en equilibrio. El buen vivir significa estar bien con uno mismo y con la madre naturaleza. Entonces, por lo tanto, el rol de las hermanas mujeres desde las comunidades mayas, todos los que tenemos una misión de estar conectados con las personas, es porque viene destinada esa misión desde nuestras ancestras, de nuestro origen y de nuestro origen de nacimiento que venimos destinados para venir a cumplir una misión. Por lo tanto, como Nana Malia, soy terapeuta, maya hablante cachiquel, tengo mis abuelas que fueron sanadoras también, que con el tiempo fui descubriendo de que de ahí viene ese linaje y ese linaje pues va transmitiendo también hacia mis hijos de poder sanarnos, curarnos a través de las plantas medicinales. Entonces para nosotros los pueblos originarios las plantas medicinales pues no es alternativa, es la base. Y ahí viene toda la raíz de todo lo que vemos hoy en día en las farmacéuticas. Entonces, para el pueblo y para las terapeutas, hermanas mujeres, las plantas son nuestras maestras, porque también cada planta viene destinada para un órgano del cuerpo, viene destinado para una función en el cuerpo y de ahí viene la conexión con las plantas, con la energía de la abuela luna, con las estrellas, con el ciclo del tiempo, porque las plantas también tienen su ciclo, al igual que nosotros los seres humanos. Entonces, cuando un terapeuta o una sanadora maya está conectado todo el tiempo con las plantas medicinales, preguntando a su esencia, y al mismo tiempo también que no podemos generalizar todos los cuerpos, Cada cuerpo es diferente y por lo tanto la diversidad de plantas medicinales que nos da la Madre Tierra también viene para todos esos órganos de diferencia según el padecimiento de las personas. Pero lo más importante es de que a través de las plantas también pedimos para que el ser humano esté equilibrado con su pensamiento, con su corazón y que también esté abierto con todos los ciclos de su tiempo, respetando todos los ciclos de la naturaleza también. Así que es un gusto para mí de poder compartir algo, lo que hago, pues trabajo con las plantas medicinales, hablo con las plantas dependiendo la necesidad de cada persona que venga hacia mi persona a consultar y poder dar un mejor servicio a las personas a través de las plantas medicinales que forma parte desde miles de años de nuestras comunidades, y en cada casa pues siempre hay una planta con que acudirnos cualquier padecimiento que necesitamos. Muchas gracias.
En el ejercicio de nuestra resistencia como pueblos originarios, algo muy fundamental ha sido el mantenimiento y la preservación de nuestra cosmovisión y de nuestras propias formas de hacer medicina y de sanarnos. ¿Y cómo hemos mantenido esto? Mediante la transmisión de conocimientos, que en su mayoría es de manera oral. Nosotros aprendemos en el seno de nuestro hogar y de nuestras comunidades, con nuestras madres, nuestras abuelas y todas las demás ancianas sabias que tenemos a nuestro alrededor. Por ello es muy importante que nosotros como jóvenes sigamos aprendiendo y tomando esa batuta generacional para poder seguir ejercitando esa medicina, para poder seguir curando y sanando de esa manera. Dentro del pueblo maya tenemos como principio fundamental que la salud es el buen vivir, pero el buen vivir lo entendemos como un equilibrio entre la mente, el cuerpo, y la mente y el cuerpo con nuestro creador. El equilibrio de la vida, el equilibrio que debemos de mantener a manera individual y a manera colectiva. Y dentro de este círculo de vida, todos nuestros órganos, nuestros tejidos y todo lo que está a nuestro alrededor es de suma importancia. Pues en este caso, nosotros también entendemos que todos nuestros miembros también son muy importantes. Parte de ellos es la salud visual, ya que es a través de nuestros ojos que nosotros podemos ver al exterior y hacer una interpretación de la realidad. Es por ello que al tomar en cuenta en los diálogos de saberes la percepción de los sabios, de las sabias, de los ancianos y la medicina tradicional es de suma importancia, ya que pues la historia nos ha mostrado que los pueblos indígenas hemos sido excluidos de los sistemas políticos y de los sistemas medicinales también de la medicina occidental. Pero llegó el tiempo de romper esas brechas y de unificar esos conocimientos, principalmente por el bienestar de las comunidades, para que todos podamos acceder a una salud de calidad y por sobre todas las cosas para que nuestros conocimientos ancestrales no sean banalizados y no sean excluidos o no sean tomados como algo malo, sino sean tomados como lo que son, como una fuente de vida, una fuente de conocimiento y algo que ha ayudado a las comunidades indígenas desde hace muchísimo tiempo atrás. Es por ello que resaltamos la importancia también de tener pues estos diálogos de saberes y estos diálogos de conocimientos para que los médicos puedan aprender de nosotros y nosotros también de ellos, y con ello construir un sistema de salud bueno y mejor para todos y para todas, para que todas podamos alcanzar el buen vivir.
El tracoma es la principal causa de ceguera infecciosa en el mundo. Afecta especialmente a mujeres y niños en comunidades rurales y remotas donde el acceso a servicios de salud, agua y saneamiento es limitado. Pero hoy estamos cambiando esta realidad. gracias a una alianza entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Gobierno de Canadá, se han implementado acciones para la eliminación del tracoma en los países de la región. La iniciativa para la eliminación del tracoma en las Américas no solo combate esta enfermedad, sino que también permite acercar atención integrada en salud a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos son algunos de los logros alcanzados en el segundo año de la iniciativa. Bolivia. En 21 comunidades indígenas remotas de Bolivia se realizaron evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma. Más de 4,000 personas fueron examinadas y más de 800 recibieron atención en salud, en servicios como salud visual, incluidas 17 cirugías de cataratas, salud bucal, pediatría, ginecología, salud materna, telemedicina, inmunización, medicina general y tradicional. También se promovió el lavado de manos y otras acciones de higiene y saneamiento. Brasil. En Brasil, la iniciativa visitó 750 hogares y examinó a 3,123 personas en búsqueda activa de tracoma. Se capacitó a 49 personas, incluyendo miembros de la comunidad, en salud, agua, higiene y saneamiento. Además, se formó a 22 comunicadores indígenas para promover la educación en salud en lenguas originarias, fortaleciendo la prevención del tracoma desde la diversidad cultural. Colombia. En Colombia, la iniciativa concentró sus esfuerzos en los 2 distritos con mayor prevalencia de tracoma, ubicados en el este y oeste del Vaupés. Se visitaron 256 comunidades pertenecientes a 29 grupos étnicos, con el apoyo de 11 equipos de trabajo en el terreno. Se capacitó al personal de salud y se ofrecieron servicios integrados que incluyeron atención en salud visual, diagnóstico y tratamiento de malaria, leishmaniasis, tungiasis y pediculosis, así como vacunación veterinaria y la desparasitación canina, fortaleciendo así el enfoque integral e intercultural de atención en salud en territorios indígenas. Ecuador. En Ecuador, 2 equipos de trabajo visitaron 8 comunidades en Taisha y Xuxufindi, donde se examinaron a 968 personas en busca de tracoma. Además, se brindaron servicios integrados de salud para malaria y chagas, aprovechando el acercamiento a las comunidades. México. México mantiene la eliminación del tracoma mediante vigilancia continua, prevención y atención de casos crónicos. En 5 municipios de Chiapas se realizaron acciones clave, incluyendo una jornada de cirugía para tratar la triquiasis tracomatosa que salvó la visión de 6 mujeres mayores. También se implementó un protocolo de vigilancia post-validación y se promovieron hábitos de higiene como el lavado de cara y manos para prevenir la enfermedad. Guatemala es el país que está más cerca de eliminar el tracoma como problema de salud pública en la región. En Sololá se operó a 13 personas con triquiasis tracomatosa y se realizó seguimiento posquirúrgico. Además, se evaluaron 2,742 personas en 5 departamentos y se llevaron a cabo diálogos de saberes para intercambiar conocimientos entre comunidades y personal de salud. También se hizo un diagnóstico higiénico-sanitario en zonas prioritarias. Guatemala fue sede del entrenamiento de entrenadores, formando a profesionales de 6 países en encuestas de Tracoma Plus. El Salvador. En El Salvador se evaluaron 139 personas en la comunidad Cantón El Rodeo Aguachapán en busca de tracoma. Se capacitaron 12 profesionales para las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma, formando 2 equipos de trabajo. Las actividades incluyeron pruebas de agudeza visual a mayores de 60 años y el monitoreo del Plan Nacional para la Prevención y Control de Enfermedades Tropicales Desatendidas 2024-2026. Perú. En Perú se realizaron actividades en los distritos Alto Amazonas, Mariscal Ramón Castilla, Requena y Putumayo del departamento de Loreto. Más de 200 profesionales de salud y líderes comunitarios fueron capacitados en la estrategia SAFE para eliminar el tracoma. 3 comunidades participaron en diálogos de saberes, fortaleciendo el enfoque comunitario. Además, más de 30 autoridades locales se comprometieron con la causa. Estas acciones se integraron con otras prioridades de salud como malaria, geogelmintiasis y dengue, ampliando su impacto en las comunidades. Venezuela. En Venezuela, la iniciativa avanzó en el estado Amazonas, donde se evaluaron 2.372 personas en busca de tracoma. Se realizaron talleres de prevención con 481 participantes, principalmente personal de salud. Se integraron servicios como salud ambiental, malaria, atención nutricional, salud materna y vacunación. Además, se reforzó la vigilancia de enfermedades como leishmaniasis, oncocercosis y tungiasis, y se desparasitaron a más de 2.000 personas. En total, las jornadas de salud integral beneficiaron a 4.642 personas en las comunidades atendidas. Estamos más cerca de eliminar el tracoma en las Américas, pero el esfuerzo debe continuar. Gracias al apoyo del Gobierno de Canadá y el compromiso de cada país, seguimos avanzando hacia un futuro sin tracoma. Juntos podemos lograr una América libre de tracoma.
Bueno, muchas gracias porque vinieron a nuestra casa a evaluar la vista de toda mi familia. Estamos muy agradecidos en nombre de toda la comunidad por la presencia de ustedes.
Dicen que hay lugares donde el camino se acaba, donde la carretera se convierte en mar y el viento en compañía. Pero también dicen que hasta allá llegan los compromisos más importantes, como el proteger la vida, para que nadie quede atrás. A la fecha, las coberturas vacunales sin influenza superan los 6 millones en población objetivo, colaborando esto con la disminución de casos graves y muertes por virus respiratorios. En el marco de la campaña de vacunación e inmunización 2025 del Ministerio de Salud de Chile y la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas, la OPS-OMS Chile, junto a un equipo del Programa Nacional de Inmunizaciones del Ministerio de Salud y autoridades regionales, emprendió una travesía hacia los rincones más australes del continente americano. 3 días, más de 4.500 kilómetros, un viaje impulsado por un propósito claro, una sola misión: llevar vacunas a quienes se encuentran en zonas aisladas o de difícil acceso en el país. Llevar vacunas a donde nadie más llega. Desde Santiago a Balmaceda, de Balmaceda a Coyhaique, nuestra primera parada. Allí reconocimos la clave del éxito de la vacunación en esa remota zona. Un equipo de salud altamente comprometido, que camina de la mano de líderes y lideresas comunitarias que convocan a mujeres y hombres, niños y adultos mayores para llegar a todas y todos. Además, cuentan con el apoyo intersectorial de las alcaldías, diferentes estamentos del Estado y la sociedad civil en general. La tradición de proteger a su pueblo a través de la vacunación es parte del ADN de Chile, desde las primeras campañas del siglo XVIII hasta la rápida y eficaz respuesta frente a la COVID-19. Nuestro país ha liderado con ejemplo, dejando una huella imborrable a nivel mundial. De Coyhaique partimos por tierra hasta Puerto Cisnes y desde allí zarpamos iniciando la travesía que nos llevó al corazón de comunidades apartadas. El equipo bordó ambulanchas, botes adaptados como verdaderas clínicas flotantes, para llegar hasta Puerto Gaviota, una comunidad a la que solo se accede por mar. Ahí, entre rocas, cerros verdes y mar indómito, se vacunó a niños, niñas y adultos mayores. El segundo día el equipo zarpó hacia Isla Gala, rodeados de volcanes y fiordos. Nuevas distancias, nuevos desafíos, mismo objetivo: proteger a la población. Cada dosis aplicada fue un acto de cuidado, una promesa cumplida, una señal de que la salud pública no tiene fronteras. Finalmente el equipo regresó a Coyhaique. Misión cumplida, vocación intacta. La travesía terminó, pero el compromiso sigue. Porque llegar a los rincones más alejados no es solo una meta logística, es una declaración: que nadie quede atrás, que la salud es un derecho y que en Chile se vacuna hasta el fin del mundo. estamos seguros de que Chile logrará las metas establecidas por el país según las recomendaciones de OPS-OMS.
I have children at home. I have 4 of them, so that's the 5th one. And it's first time in life I have to come to hospital to get my baby. My name is Sandra Francis and I'm from Yarong Par Village, the beginning of Region 9. It's actually like 160 kilometers from here to there. And I find it strange from being far from home. But now I'm comfortable and as you can see, I find it like living with others and finding new friends, you know, and mixing around and we learn from each other in there.
Region 9 is a very vast area. We have 62 facilities. We have 5 sub-districts, and each sub-districts have various other health facilities attached to them. The SIP program, the SIP Plus program, came into existence in Region 9. So we had an online training course, and then we had a face-to-face training where the facilitators from Georgetown came down. The region is doing well in terms of maternal death because we haven't had a maternal death like 3 or 4 years now.
We enter the data into the computer. Whenever we have admissions, we enter them into the computer. When you pull up that mother's information, you will find it there, but in a hard copy, something you might not find the card anymore. It might be put away somewhere else that you can't find it.
I've worked at Georgetown Public Hospital before the system was implemented, so I know how it was to use the paper base. And transitioning to the electronic base, I have to tell you, it has been like such a great thing for us. I actually have a great example of when the system was very helpful to us. So we had a patient come in, she was unconscious, she actually had a seizure, so she was diagnosed with eclampsia. Being able to look at the system, we could tell like what her labs were right away, we could tell what her blood pressure was before, we could get a very clear picture of her trajectory throughout the pregnancy and up to when she was. We were able to tell her gestational age, we were able to know if to give her corticosteroids and how to best deliver her. So in the end, she had a good outcome.
This has been quite a transformation for our department because prior to SIP, what we would have had is there was tremendous paperwork that had to be done.
When patients comes to admission, we used to have an increased surplus or increased volume of patients waiting for admissions. With the digital way, it's faster because physicians are pretty much aware of how the perinatology system works, so we input the information quicker and you don't have to do multiple copies in order to share to the different wards.
This is a very, very good decision-making tool in terms of maternal health policy and planning at the national and the regional level.
I think in Guyana over the last 4 years, we have made significant progress as it relates to reproductive health. We have PAHO, we have the Canadian government who has helped us. And so because of this assistance, we have accelerated what we've been doing. So I think in terms of sustaining what we've started, with our resources and with some help from our partners, we certainly would be able to sustain these gains.
My delivery date is anytime because I'm 38 weeks. Good. Yes. Yes. So I could feel my baby's really. I will stay. I have names, but I did not choose my baby name as yet. So when the baby born, then I will choose the names for my baby.
With the rising prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the Ministry of Health and Wellness Belize, supported by the European Union's Health Sector Support Program, EUHSSP, and PAHO, is proactively strengthening its health system. Through the development of targeted policies and collaborative frameworks, the nation is addressing these challenges on multiple fronts. From integrated primary care services, building capacity of healthcare workers, to empowering communities, strengthening health systems, saving lives.
In Belize, over the last 5 consecutive years, non-communicable diseases have been in the top 5 causes of morbidity and mortality for our country. So we knew that we needed to address this head-on. We were able to successfully launch our nutrition policy, and we're able to put a nutrition plan with objectives onto this policy.
And the support that is being provided to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the development of the National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan will also contribute to ensuring the management of non-communicable diseases.
By defining clear objectives and strategies, we are building a future where NCDs are effectively managed and the health of our population is prioritized. Integrated health service delivery networks are revolutionizing healthcare delivery in Belize. By ensuring comprehensive care at the primary level and bringing services closer to where people live, these networks are making a significant impact.
Through integrating the comprehensive management of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, cardiovascular disorders, also mental health conditions, this really helps to strengthen the capacity of primary care providers and also community health workers in the knowledge and understanding of prevention and management of these conditions.
By standardizing care with global best practices and introducing new treatment modalities, healthcare professionals are better equipped to manage chronic illnesses. Health education is a crucial element in preventing and managing NCDs.
Through PAHO, we have been able to successfully, over the last 12 to 18 months, do caravans in some of the least accessible places, very rural communities that had significant population. So the health caravans were basically fair for the community to come out, learn more about health in different aspects. The blood pressure was done, your weight, your height, your body mass index. The pharmacist was there, nutritionists were there to give nutrition counseling. It was just an effort to try to improve health literacy in the hardest to reach populations.
By empowering communities with knowledge and education, we can inspire behavioral change and improve overall health outcomes. Access to essential medical equipment is vital in the early detection and management of NCDs. With the right tools, our healthcare providers are better equipped to serve the community.
There are a number of new blood pressure measuring devices that have come onto the market, but it is important to ensure that these are clinically validated so that the readings that we receive from them are accurate. In order to ensure that as we roll out the HEARTS initiative for the proper management and control of hypertension, we want to ensure that the equipment that are being used in the primary care facilities have been standardized.
National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan are groundbreaking initiatives aimed at reducing the burden of cancer across the country.
Through the EU project, PAHO has been able to give us tremendous technical cooperation for us to have a very solid and usable plan when it comes to reduction of all cancers, not just cervical cancer, but it's the National Cancer Plan.
The important thing about cancer and any cancer plan is to ensure that it is very comprehensive and covers the broad spectrum from prevention to rehabilitation and to care at the end of life. In addition to that, the clinical management. How do you diagnose? How do you manage these conditions? Which medications to use? So those are components that are also in the plan.
Together, with the support of our partners and communities, we are building a healthier, stronger Belize. One step at a time, we are ensuring better care for NCDs through integration in primary health care.
Amid a challenging security environment, vital work by the Ministry of Public Health and Population is strengthening routine immunization services in Haiti. Supported by PAHO and funded by the Canadian government through the Can Give initiative, these efforts seek to ensure equitable access to life-giving vaccines for vulnerable communities and groups, including girls and pregnant women. Through 3 regional exercises, 105 department-level trainers receive important updates on vaccination norms and protocols, including on COVID-19 vaccines, which have been integrated into Haiti's national immunization program. Through cascade training, these regional trainers then share their knowledge with nearly 400 health providers. In addition, 124 health providers involved in epidemiological surveillance were trained in specific protocols for surveillance of vaccine-preventable diseases. And 221 health facilities benefited from supportive supervision to ensure their compliance with vaccination quality standards. In 2024, more than 421,000 Haitian children received critical vaccinations through catch-up campaigns and routine services. And as Haiti faced recurring cases of deadly diphtheria, PAHO supported the vaccination of more than 340,000 children against the disease.
Oh oui, vaccin li gen an pile importance dans cadre routine et raison c'est parce que gen zone qui vraiment éloigné. Des fois, parents pas de possibilité pour les mener ti moun dans centre là pour les venir faire vaccin. Hein? Des fois, négligence parents tout et les nouveaux équipes sur terrain comme ça a vraiment aidé parents yo, aider ti moun yo pour capable joindre vaccin dans localité côté que yo vivent là.
Parler des maladies évitables à la vaccination, nous apprenons et diphtérie. Effectivement, c'est un cas de diphtérie suspect que l'équipe aidée là a fait réponse. Et nous en pleine activité de réponse. J'en ai remarqué, nous cherchons rougeole, rubéole, nous cherchons syndrome rubéole congénitale, qui est moins d'un an. Nous cherchons catankou paralysie flasque aiguë. Nous cherchons surtout Kaiti et moun qui gen moins que 15 ans.
Hearts
is an initiative of the Pan American Health Organization and the Ministry of Health, which aims to improve heart health and save lives by standardizing hypertension treatment, promoting healthy lifestyles, and strengthening primary health care.
The chronic non-communicable diseases are the leading cause of death in Grenada. Within the top 3, we have the cardiovascular diseases. For these reasons, we welcome the introduction of the Hearts Initiative.
At the core of the Hearts Initiative is the Hearts Protocol, which provides a standardized approach to hypertension management and cardiovascular disease prevention in primary health care. It includes standardized treatment, effective and accessible medications, risk-based care, team-based approaches, healthy lifestyle promotion, and the strengthening of primary healthcare systems.
The integration or initiation of Hearts has introduced a standardized approach to the way we manage high blood pressure patients.
The Hearts protocol includes simple, standardized, proven treatments and interventions that can be easily incorporated into primary health care.
As part of the Hearts program, we have standardized blood pressure reading, ensuring that all categories of staff know how to check blood pressure. So in case a patient comes to the facility, anyone can assist them in checking their blood pressure.
The Hearts Protocol emphasizes a team-based approach which expands the responsibilities of hypertension management beyond primary healthcare physicians to include nurses, pharmacists, nutritionists, and other healthcare professionals, so that they too play a significant role in saving lives.
As nurses, we ensure that our patients are compliant, making sure that they monitor their blood pressure as often as possible, take the medication, come to visit the doctor when they are low on the supplies, follow up with the nutritionist as well. And if they have any issues or concerns that they are, feel free that they can come in. If they're not feeling well, they could come in at any time and speak to any one of us for advice. And we can do the proper referral if it's hospital or to doctor.
So as nutritionists and dietitians within the healthcare, whether it's primary healthcare or secondary care, we employ what is called medical nutrition therapy. This involves doing a comprehensive assessment. We look at body measurements, we look at the biochemical markers, the labs and so forth. We look at lifestyles, we look at dietary indication, and we also do a full physical exam. Once we're completed, we do a nutrition diagnosis, and then we will recommend and put together a targeted care plan with interventions as to how we can get that person to improve the overall lifestyle. So whether it's becoming more physically active lifestyles, whether it's changing diet, whether it's ensuring that person gets adequate amount of nutrients and filling the gap where there are deficits. We know that if we can correct the diet, also if we can maintain an adequate foundation for health, we know that we can see better outcomes when it comes to heart health.
The Hearts Protocol emphasizes the use of effective, affordable, and widely available medications to improve hypertension management.
The medicines that we'll be using as part of the Hearts Initiative, they're somewhat designed to be less burdensome on the patient because the number of pills that the patients would be required to use to control their conditions are reduced, because now we are making use of combination therapy. So one pill will contain maybe your 2 high blood pressure medications that you are taking at present.
Medication that are available through the Hearts Initiative are heavily subsidized, right? Patients that are less than 60 would pay a small fee. And those who are over 60 and over, it would actually be free as per protocol that already existed.
Following the introduction of the Hearts Initiative, we anticipate better compliance among our patients. We anticipate a reduction in the number of individuals who have uncontrolled high blood pressure. And at the end, we anticipate that in the long run, a reduction in the number of complications and the number of deaths that we are seeing as a result of high blood pressure and cardiovascular disease.
El cáncer infantil afecta a miles de familias en el mundo cada año, generando angustia y sufrimiento. En la región de las Américas, los gobiernos, la OPS y sus socios se han unido en la iniciativa Cure All para afrontar este desafío y devolver la esperanza.
Desde el año 2019, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en colaboración con el St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, trabaja incansablemente para mejorar la detección oportuna del cáncer en niños, niñas y adolescentes. En Latinoamérica y Caribe estamos logrando que más países prioricen el cáncer infantil y lo incluyan en políticas públicas que contemplen actividades para promover el diagnóstico oportuno. En los últimos 5 años, se ha incrementado por lo menos en 3 veces el número de países que cuentan con una guía nacional de detección precoz y sistemas de referencia. Ya estamos viendo los primeros resultados y se está logrando que más niños puedan llegar temprano a su diagnóstico, que más niños puedan tener estadios precoces de enfermedad y que amplíen la posibilidad de curarse.
En el Perú, hemos logrado reducir el 50% del tiempo diagnóstico en un lapso de 5 años, principalmente desde la Iniciativa Mundial de Cáncer Infantil. El tiempo en el que los profesionales de la salud, médicos y enfermeras, demoraban para hacer el diagnóstico en niños desde la sospecha de cáncer se ha reducido de manera significativa. Actualmente, los niños y adolescentes llegan más rápido a los establecimientos de salud. Este logro es un trabajo conjunto desde el Ministerio de Salud a través de políticas públicas que impulsan la detección temprana de cáncer infantil, asimismo el fortalecimiento de las capacidades de los profesionales de la salud, la sensibilización de la comunidad para poder realizar un diagnóstico oportuno y, por supuesto, la participación de la sociedad civil organizada.
Hemos logrado disminuir en un 50% los casos de estadios avanzados de cáncer en los niños. Esto significa que más familias reciben un diagnóstico temprano y más niños tienen una oportunidad de vida, educando y sensibilizando al personal de salud y a la población.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud pone a disposición de los países diversos recursos técnicos, como cursos virtuales, talleres y guías interactivas para fortalecer la capacitación de los profesionales de la salud, así como materiales para campañas de comunicación dirigidas a los padres y a la comunidad en general.
A través de Cure All Américas, también se está apoyando a los gobiernos en el monitoreo sostenible y uniforme de sus progresos, así como en la implementación de políticas de salud que fortalecen el acceso al diagnóstico temprano, tratamiento y cobertura financiera. Todo con un objetivo, un diagnóstico temprano que salve vidas y mejore el futuro de nuestras familias y comunidades.
Cada intervención en salud pública, cada acción coordinada y cada esfuerzo compartido son pasos hacia un futuro donde hay más niños que puedan superar el cáncer.
Un diagnóstico temprano salva vidas.
En 2019, los Estados miembros de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, aprobaron la iniciativa para la eliminación de 30 enfermedades infecciosas en la región para el año 2030. En el marco de esta iniciativa, en 2023, se conformó una alianza con el gobierno de Canadá para un proyecto de eliminación del tracoma como problema de salud pública para el año 2028. Venezuela es uno de los 10 países que participa en esta iniciativa.
Tracoma es la primera causa de ceguera producto de infecciones, le produce una bacteria y estamos ahorita aplicando la encuesta para ver de prevalencia, para ver si es un problema de salud pública para el Estado.
Durante 2 semanas, un equipo de evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma del Ministerio del Poder Popular para la Salud abordó 30 poblaciones indígenas en busca de tracoma, una enfermedad que afecta sobre todo a poblaciones en situaciones de mayor vulnerabilidad. La idea es estimar la prevalencia de esta enfermedad en el país y determinar si constituye un problema de salud pública.
Andamos un equipo de salud desplegado diagnosticando la enfermedad tracoma. Esta es una enfermedad que afecta el ojo, que posteriormente la persona queda ciega. Y como parte de prevención, le estamos orientando a las personas a tener una buena higiene personal, como el lavado de manos, la limpieza facial. También contamos con tratamientos y en el caso de que los pacientes lleguen a salir positivos a estas enfermedades.
La OPS acompañó y prestó apoyo logístico para el traslado de estos trabajadores sanitarios del ministerio hacia estas comunidades, 22 de acceso terrestre y 8 de acceso fluvial, aprovechando además para ofrecer distintos servicios de salud a las mismas.
En el Pacífico colombiano, las comunidades indígenas y afrodescendientes enfrentan grandes dificultades: el conflicto armado, la pobreza y el aislamiento. A través de un esfuerzo conjunto de las Naciones Unidas, diversas iniciativas están resolviendo estas emergencias, fortaleciendo la resiliencia comunitaria, creando nuevas oportunidades en medio de esta adversidad. Esta alianza de Naciones Unidas permitió a estas comunidades afectadas por el conflicto diversas estrategias complementarias: temas de seguridad para la población con ACNUR, escuelas seguras para niños, niñas y adolescentes con UNICEF, fortalecimiento de la salud sexual y reproductiva y violencia basada en género con UNFPA. Además, se promovió la sustitución de cultivos de coca por proyectos productivos como criaderos de pollos, lecciones de pesca, huertas caseras y medicinales, acciones realizadas por la FAO. La Organización Panamericana de la Salud logró dar acceso a salud a estas poblaciones de los departamentos de Nariño, Valle del Cauca y Chocó. Se lograron avanzar hasta 24 brigadas de salud y más de 8.200 atenciones en una atención integral de medicina general, ginecobstetricia, odontología o apoyo psicosocial, con un enfoque étnico-cultural. Esto acompañado con dotación de medicamentos y diferentes pruebas de diagnóstico rápidas para una mejor resolución de las temáticas.
Este trabajo que ha venido desarrollando la Organización Panamericana de la Salud ha permitido hacer unas transformaciones de fondo en cómo mejorar el modelo de salud, en infraestructura, en capacitaciones, en dotaciones, para que la comunidad tenga una salud digna, oportuna, con seguridad del paciente.
Pues de solo entrar, pues uno sentía la enfermedad más grave, por el calor, el aspecto, y ahora es un cambio extremo. Uno entra y siente que hay más frescura, más tranquilidad, el calor poco azota, ahora estamos mejor.
Se atendieron numerosos casos críticos de malaria, desnutrición aguda, ideación suicida. Además, se realizaron encuentros de parteras, médicos tradicionales y sabedores, que en un espacio de diálogo de saberes con médicos y enfermeras occidentales permitió el intercambio de conocimientos con el fin de salvar vidas y evitar muertes maternas. Además, nos reunimos con la institucionalidad local para identificar sus fortalezas, retos y desafíos.
Al tener una comunidad capacitada en primeros auxilios, en comunicación del riesgo, en salud mental, primeros auxilios psicológicos, en las emergencias, vamos a disminuir el impacto que una emergencia pueda tener en la comunidad, porque ellos van a saber cómo actuar en un momento adecuado, un protocolo adecuado, un procedimiento adecuado frente a las emergencias que ocurren en nuestro departamento.
A lo largo de esta trayectoria hemos aprendido cómo hacer un torniquete y, sobre todo en un accidente, mantener la calma, asegurar la escena.
Hemos realizado taller de primer respondiente comunitario, donde ellos lo que hacen es cómo dar esa primera ayuda comunitaria cuando se presenta una emergencia.
Adicionalmente, se estableció el sistema de alerta temprana en estas comunidades. Se trabajó mucho con esta estrategia nacional de la vigilancia de base comunitaria.
Por eso dentro del proyecto SERF también incluimos el componente de comunicación del riesgo para que estos gestores comunitarios, para que estos primeros respondientes también puedan hacer uso de las comunicaciones en toda su labor de salvar vidas, de darle a la gente capacidades para que tenga un buen vivir.
Depois de décadas de esforços integrados e multissetoriais, a filariose linfática deixou de ser um problema de saúde pública no Brasil. O certificado de eliminação da doença foi entregue pelo diretor da OPAS e do Escritório Regional da OMS para as Américas, Jarbas Barbosa, à ministra da Saúde, Nízia Trindade. A cerimônia de entrega ocorreu no marco da reunião do Conselho Diretor da OPAS, nos Estados Unidos, que contou com a presença de autoridades de saúde de todos os países das Américas. A filariose linfática, mais conhecida como elefantíase, é uma doença parasitária transmitida por mosquitos. Ela afeta o sistema linfático e pode causar inchaços graves, especialmente nos membros inferiores e nos genitais, causando bastante dor e podendo resultar em deficiências permanentes. Para combater essa doença, o Ministério da Saúde do Brasil lançou em 1997 o Plano Nacional para a Eliminação da Filariose. A partir daí, várias medidas foram implementadas, como a distribuição em massa de medicamentos antiparasitários, controle de vetores e monitoramento constante nas áreas mais afetadas. Esses esforços se concentraram nas áreas onde a filariose era endêmica e resultaram 10 anos depois no fim da transmissão da doença. Desde 2017, não há mais casos confirmados de filariose no Brasil. A eliminação da doença é resultado do trabalho conjunto de trabalhadores de saúde, pesquisadores e gestores, bem como da criação de um sistema de saúde universal, com ações de vigilância bem estruturadas, uma rede de laboratórios públicos especializados e o lançamento do programa Brasil Saudável, que é uma ação multissetorial alinhada com a iniciativa regional da OPAS para a eliminação de doenças até 2030. Com essa certificação, o Brasil demonstra forte compromisso com a proteção da saúde, em especial das populações mais vulnerabilizadas.
Para nosotros es importante no poder haber llegado acá. Esta visita responde a un proyecto que estamos ejecutando desde el punto de vista de la salud ocular. Estamos acompañando a todo el equipo evaluador que se va a encargar de hacer este trabajo para ver si tenemos alguna patología que tenga que ver con tracoma ocular.
Estamos en la comunidad de Las Flores.
Acabamos de tener una reunión con los comunarios.
Hemos venido a conversar, ¿no?, con las autoridades aquí del lugar
para organizar el pesquisaje que se va a realizar para el tracoma.
Vivir en Puerto Las Flores bien nomás, bonito nomás estar aquí del aire, recibimos, respiramos, ¿no? En Puerto Las Flores no existe la electricidad.
Han levantado ya hace más de un año un tanque, han puesto agua, han hecho pozos, pero el agua no es buena.
Cuando estamos mal de los ojos nos afecta, ¿no?
No solo en Las Flores, ¿no?, sino en distintas comunidades. Hay deficiencias, ¿no?, en el tema de lo que es salud y de educación más que todo, ¿no?
Nunca me hablaron del tracoma, no sabía de esta enfermedad.
Nunca había escuchado del tracoma.
El tracoma es una enfermedad infecciosa que afecta principalmente a los párpados, posteriormente a la córnea y puede dejar invalidado a un paciente produciéndole una ceguera permanente e irreversible. Se contagia de forma directa, es decir, de persona a persona.
En especial los niñitos, digamos, se tocan y pueden
estar dando la mano a otro niño y así se puede contagiar.
Cuando ya tienen triquiasis ya se van sacando las pestañas, sino depilando, le estorba ya.
Esta enfermedad se ve principalmente en zonas con poca o ninguna sistema sanitario.
Donde no haya agua segura.
Con dificultad de sistemas de alcantarillado.
Dentro del registro que nosotros manejamos como Ministerio de Salud, no tenemos incidencia, ¿no?, a nivel nacional, ¿no? Sin embargo, tenemos países vecinos en los cuales sí ha sido un problema de salud pública. Es por ello que estamos ejecutando este proyecto, que es una evaluación rápida para tracoma ocular en comunidades vulnerables, ¿no? Una vez termine este proyecto, nosotros vamos a tener la capacidad de poder determinar si tenemos o no y si realmente el tracoma ocular para nosotros es un problema en salud pública.
Venimos a visitarlo, estamos viniendo casa por casa a revisar una enfermedad que nosotros estamos buscando, que se llama tracoma. Con su permiso lo vamos a hacer el examen y a todo el miembro de la familia.
Sí, pasen nomás. Muchas gracias.
Va a mirar hacia abajo, mira hacia abajo, mira hacia arriba, no su ojito no. Ahora mira hacia abajo, no parpadea ya, si no voy a hacer.
La detección del tracoma es importante, puesto que si nosotros lo detectamos a tiempo, vamos a garantizar la salud y la estabilidad ocular del paciente. Haciendo una detección, haciendo las campañas de prevención y promoción, evitamos la proliferación de esta enfermedad que como resultado final lleva a la ceguera. Entonces, si nosotros actuamos temprano, prevenimos a un paciente ciego en el futuro.
Doy la bienvenida a todo el equipo médicos. Esta es nuestra comunidad de la Nación Yuki. Bienvenidos.
Para nosotros es por primera vez que han venido a ver los ojos de nosotros. Los comunarios hemos venido de las tres comunidades, Viarilloa, la comunidad Pachino y la comunidad de Villarecuate, donde estamos en este momento.
La brigada que viene es de mucha ayuda para nosotros porque, bueno, en Villarecuate la gente tiene muchos problemas sobre el ojo.
Es la primera vez que me revisan mis ojos.
Esta es la primera vez que me revisan ojos aquí en comunidad.
Nunca había escuchado esa enfermedad tracoma.
Nunca había escuchado de que se pueda contagiar la enfermedad tracoma así con la mano sucia.
En calidad de cacique mayor, yo le he dicho a toda la población de que tenemos que hacernos ver nuestros ojos a los médicos que han venido.
Venimos trabajando ya anteriormente en el Gran Chaco, en Santa Cruz, en el municipio de Camiri. Esta versión ya hemos visitado 3 comunidades aquí del trópico. En esta actividad también hemos diagnosticado otras patologías, además del tracoma. Y bueno, como Ministerio de Salud estamos programando ya actividades también para poder atender esta otra patología, como son las cataratas y terrigio, que son de mayor relevancia en la población adulta o mayor. Vamos a llegar como Ministerio de Salud con cirugías de cataratas y terrigio de manera gratuita para la población que se haya encontrado con esta patología. Estaremos visitando el departamento de Pando, las comunidades indígenas, posteriormente el departamento de La Paz, el norte de La Paz específicamente, porque son las comunidades indígenas que estamos priorizando para poder ampliar la cobertura en la búsqueda de la patología denominada tracoma.
Esta enfermedad puede tratarse con una higiene adecuada. No se trata solamente de venir y curar, se trata de venir y enseñarles cómo cuidarse. Eso es más importante que, te diría, el mismo tratamiento por sí mismo.
También toda la semilla que está sobre la madre tierra, en especial nuestras plantas medicinales, que a través de nuestras plantas son nuestras maestras desde los pueblos originarios. Venimos destinados con muchas características, con muchas capacidades, debilidades como todo ser humano, pero dentro de nuestro calendario lunar, pues cada persona viene destinado para una misión, y cuando se descubra esta misión, pues es bueno porque uno vive en armonía, uno vive en equilibrio. El buen vivir significa estar bien con uno mismo y con la madre naturaleza. Entonces, por lo tanto, el rol de las hermanas mujeres desde las comunidades mayas, todos los que tenemos una misión de estar conectados con las personas, es porque viene destinada esa misión desde nuestras ancestras, de nuestro origen y de nuestro origen de nacimiento, que venimos destinados para venir a cumplir una misión. Por lo tanto, como Nana Malia, soy terapeuta, maya hablante cachiquel. Tengo mis abuelas que fueron sanadoras también, que con el tiempo fui descubriendo de que de ahí viene ese linaje, y ese linaje pues va transmitiendo también hacia mis hijos, de poder sanarnos, curarnos a través de las plantas medicinales. Entonces, para nosotros los pueblos originarios, las plantas medicinales pues no es alternativa, es la base. Y ahí viene toda la raíz de todo lo que vemos hoy en día en las farmacéuticas. Entonces, para el pueblo y para las terapeutas, hermanas mujeres, las plantas son nuestras maestras, porque también cada planta viene destinada para un órgano del cuerpo, viene destinado para una función en el cuerpo, y de ahí viene la conexión con las plantas, con la energía de la abuela luna, con las estrellas, con el ciclo del tiempo, porque las plantas también tienen su ciclo, al igual que nosotros los seres humanos. Entonces, cuando un plantas medicinales, preguntando a su esencia, y al mismo tiempo también que no podemos generalizar todos los cuerpos. Cada cuerpo es diferente, y por lo tanto la diversidad de plantas medicinales que nos da la madre tierra también viene para todos esos órganos de diferencia según el padecimiento de las personas. Pero lo más importante es de que a través de las plantas también pedimos para que el ser humano esté equilibrado con su pensamiento, con su corazón, y que también esté abierto con todo los ciclos de su tiempo, respetando todos los ciclos de la naturaleza también. Así que es un gusto para mí de poder compartir algo, lo que hago, pues trabajo con las plantas medicinales, hablo con las plantas dependiendo la necesidad de cada persona que venga hacia mi persona a consultar y poder dar un mejor servicio a las personas a través de las plantas medicinales, que forma parte desde miles de años de nuestras comunidades, y en cada casa pues siempre hay una planta con que acudirnos cualquier padecimiento que necesitamos. Muchas gracias.
En el ejercicio de nuestra resistencia como pueblos originarios, algo muy fundamental ha sido el mantenimiento y la preservación de nuestra cosmovisión y de nuestras propias formas de hacer medicina y de sanarnos. ¿Y cómo hemos mantenido esto? Mediante la transmisión de conocimientos, que en su mayoría es de manera oral. Nosotros aprendemos en el seno de nuestro hogar y de nuestras comunidades, con nuestras madres, nuestras abuelas y todas las demás ancianas sabias que tenemos a nuestro alrededor. Por ello es muy importante que nosotros como jóvenes sigamos aprendiendo y tomando esa batuta generacional para poder seguir ejercitando esa medicina, para poder seguir curando y sanando de esa manera. Dentro del pueblo maya tenemos como principio fundamental que la salud es el buen vivir, pero el buen vivir lo entendemos como un equilibrio entre la mente, el cuerpo, y la mente y el cuerpo con nuestro Creador. El equilibrio de la vida, el equilibrio que debemos de mantener a manera individual y a manera colectiva. Y dentro de este círculo de vida, todos nuestros órganos, nuestros tejidos y todo lo que está a nuestro alrededor es de suma importancia. Pues en este caso, nosotros también entendemos que todos nuestros miembros también son muy importantes. Parte de ellos es la salud visual, ya que es a través de nuestros ojos que nosotros podemos ver al exterior y hacer una interpretación de la realidad. Es por ello que el tomar en cuenta en los diálogos de saberes la percepción de los sabios, de las sabias, de los ancianos y la medicina tradicional es de suma importancia, ya que pues la historia nos ha mostrado que los pueblos indígenas hemos sido excluidos de los sistemas políticos y de los sistemas medicinales también de la medicina occidental, pero llegó el tiempo de romper esas brechas y de unificar esos conocimientos, principalmente por el bienestar de las comunidades, para que todos podamos acceder a una salud de calidad y por sobre todas las cosas para que nuestros conocimientos ancestrales no sean banalizados y no sean excluidos o no sean tomados como algo malo, sino sean tomados como lo que son, como una fuente de vida, una fuente de conocimiento y algo que ha ayudado a las comunidades indígenas desde hace muchísimo tiempo atrás. Es por ello que resaltamos la importancia también de tener pues estos diálogos de saberes y estos diálogos de conocimientos para que los médicos puedan aprender de nosotros y nosotros también de ellos, y con ello construir un sistema de salud bueno y mejor para todos y para todas, para que todas podamos alcanzar el buen vivir.
El tracoma es la principal causa de ceguera infecciosa en el mundo. Afecta especialmente a mujeres y niños en comunidades rurales y remotas donde el acceso a servicios de salud, agua y saneamiento es limitado. Pero hoy estamos cambiando esta realidad. Gracias a una alianza entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Gobierno de Canadá, se han implementado acciones para la eliminación del tracoma en los países de la región. La iniciativa para la eliminación del tracoma en las Américas no solo combate esta enfermedad, sino que también permite acercar atención integrada en salud a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos son algunos de los logros alcanzados en el segundo año de la iniciativa. Bolivia. En 21 comunidades indígenas remotas de Bolivia se realizaron evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma. Más de 4,000 personas fueron examinadas y más de 800 recibieron atención en salud, en servicios como salud visual, incluidas 17 cirugías de cataratas, salud bucal, pediatría, ginecología, salud materna, telemedicina, inmunización, medicina general y tradicional. También se promovió el lavado de manos y otras acciones de higiene y saneamiento. Brasil. En Brasil, la iniciativa visitó 750 hogares y examinó a 3,123 personas en búsqueda activa de tracoma. Se capacitó a 49 personas, incluyendo miembros de la comunidad, en salud, agua, higiene y saneamiento. Además, se formó a 22 comunicadores indígenas para promover la educación en salud en lenguas originarias, fortaleciendo la prevención del tracoma desde la diversidad cultural. Colombia. En Colombia, la iniciativa concentró sus esfuerzos en los 2 distritos con mayor prevalencia de tracoma, ubicados en el este y oeste del Vaupés. Se visitaron 256 comunidades pertenecientes a 29 grupos étnicos, con el apoyo de 11 equipos de trabajo en el terreno. Se capacitó al personal de salud y se ofrecieron servicios integrados que incluyeron atención en salud visual, diagnóstico y tratamiento de malaria, leishmaniasis, tungiasis y pediculosis, así como vacunación veterinaria y la desparasitación canina, fortaleciendo así el enfoque integral e intercultural de atención en salud en territorios indígenas. Ecuador. En Ecuador, 2 equipos de trabajo visitaron 8 comunidades en Taisha y Xuxufindi, donde se examinaron a 968 personas en busca de tracoma. Además, se brindaron servicios integrados de salud para malaria y chagas, aprovechando el acercamiento a las comunidades. México. México mantiene la eliminación del tracoma mediante vigilancia continua, prevención y atención de casos crónicos. En 5 municipios de Chiapas se realizaron acciones clave, incluyendo una jornada de cirugía para tratar la triquiasis tracomatosa que salvó la visión de 6 mujeres mayores. También se implementó un protocolo de vigilancia postvalidación y se promovieron hábitos de higiene como el lavado de cara y manos para prevenir la enfermedad. Guatemala es el país que está más cerca de eliminar el tracoma como problema de salud pública en la región. En Sololá se operó a 13 personas con triquiasis tracomatosa y se realizó seguimiento posquirúrgico. Además, se evaluaron 2.742 personas en 5 departamentos y se llevaron a cabo diálogos de saberes para intercambiar conocimientos entre comunidades y personal de salud. También se hizo un diagnóstico higiénico-sanitario en zonas prioritarias. Guatemala fue sede del entrenamiento de entrenadores, formando a profesionales de 6 países en encuestas de Tracoma Plus. El Salvador. En El Salvador se evaluaron 139 personas en la comunidad Cantón El Rodeo Aguachapán en busca de tracoma. Se capacitaron 12 profesionales para las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma, formando 2 equipos de trabajo. Las actividades incluyeron pruebas de agudeza visual a mayores de 60 años y el monitoreo del Plan Nacional para la Prevención y Control de Enfermedades Tropicales Desatendidas 2024-2026. Perú. En Perú se realizaron actividades en los distritos Alto Amazonas, Mariscal Ramón Castilla, Requena y Putumayo del departamento de Loreto. Más de 200 profesionales de salud y líderes comunitarios fueron capacitados en la estrategia SAFE para eliminar el tracoma. 3 comunidades participaron en diálogos de saberes, fortaleciendo el enfoque comunitario. Además, más de
All right, good afternoon again. I hope you had a good lunch and you're filled with energy so that we can move forward. But before we go into the next topic, I would ask the Deputy Director to read something that the Secretariat was able to do over lunch. Deputy Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a brief announcement, delegates. We would like to inform you that the working group for the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031 will meet tomorrow in Room C from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m., right after tomorrow's morning session. All member states are invited to participate. A light lunch will be served and interpretation will be available in English, Portuguese, and Spanish. Additionally, we would like to inform you that the amended proposed resolution for item 4.5, Plan of Action on Non-Communicable Disease Prevention and Control 2025-2030, is now available in the resolution tracking system as PR1. This application can be accessed via the iPad that each of our delegations has. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
In addition to that, just before we broke for lunch, we were discussing the resolution on the NCDs. So we'll resume the discussions on that tomorrow morning. Okay? So let's move on then to item 4.6, Policy for Expanding Equitable Access to High Cost and high-price health technologies. I would like to bring your attention to CE 176-17, to the attention of the Executive Committee, and to invite Ms. Judith Ruiz-San Juan, Director of the Department of Innovation, Access to Medicine and Health Technologies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and to present this item. Over to you.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Ministers and delegates to the 176 PAHO Executive Committee, Director Dr. Jarvis Barbosa, and colleagues. I'm honored to present today the proposed policy and resolution for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. We are fortunate to live in times of important technological and scientific progress. However, access to these innovations remains unequal. Expanding access to health technologies is a significant global challenge that affects all countries in a systemic way, and is exacerbated in the region by the high impact on out-of-pocket expenses and public budgets, as well as by marked socioeconomic disparities. This is not a new concern. In 2004, PAHO adopted its first resolution on access to medicines. In 2016, member states expanded the scope to include high-cost technologies. These efforts paved the foundation, and member states and PAHO have made advances, but the region still faces significant challenges. Lack of access is the result of multiple factors, including limited competition and high dependency on imports, inadequate regulations, registrations, and incorporation of technologies with limited evidence, lack of data and information to guide decision-making processes, the exclusion of countries in the region, especially those considered middle-income and high-income economies, from voluntary licenses and other access strategies, and scarce resources in the management of innovative technologies, among others. The context is also changing. The introduction of new technologies, demographic and economic shifts, are increasing demand and placing growing pressure on health systems and personal budgets. Price increases and disparities in the region are staggering, with the cost of some treatments such as diabetes or therapies for rare diseases and oncology reaching millions of dollars per dose. Price can vary significantly between different countries. Critical medicines might be up to 45 times cheaper in one country compared to another. And even within the same country, there can be fluctuations of over 400% between healthcare providers. A growing number of countries are facing challenges related to judicialization. While legal actions can play a role in helping individuals obtain essential treatments and care, in many cases they are outside established public policies, disregarding effectiveness evaluations and informed decision-making. This can place financial stress on healthcare budgets and raise concerns about equity in resource distribution. In response to these challenges and evolving context, the 175 PAHO Executive Committee approved the development of a new regional policy to be presented for deliberation at this Executive Committee. The policy has been developed with the active engagement of countries in our region. Over 28 member states, including Mercosur and Orozcono countries, have led the development of this policy. Let me switch to Spanish with your permission.
This regional policy seeks to broaden equitable access to high-cost, high-price technologies in the region through a comprehensive public health focus, taking into account the life cycle of each technology, including all the different technologies, vaccines, devices, diagnostics, and underscoring the challenge posed by regulation access to advanced therapeutic and biosimilar technologies, which is a priority that has been expressed by many member countries. The regional framework, as proposed, considers 5 lines of action to assist PAHO and countries in their efforts to broaden access, taking into account national contexts. First, to strengthen regional innovation and the productive capacity through public investment and public-private collaboration. This policy seeks to create ecosystems that are conducive to production, technology transfer, and strategies and conditions that would favor access from early stages in the research and development process. 2, to enhance evaluation, selection, and incorporation of health technologies, and to contribute to mitigating judicialization through health technology evaluation processes. The policy proposes strategies to prioritize technologies that have proven clinical value and cost effectiveness, to establish key criteria, not just for inclusion, but also for exclusion for health programs, and foster dialogue with and to strengthen the capacities of the judiciary. 3, to strengthen regulatory frameworks and to promote competition. The policy calls for strategies to broaden access to generics, biosimilars, including a regulatory focus, common regulatory focuses that include definitions, biotechnologicals of reference, and quality, promoting competition through intellectual property frameworks that are in common, and also antitrust strategies. 4, to promote the use of the regional revolving funds of PAHO, such as a proven method for the acquisition of health goods, and also to make use of revolving funds for the procurement. This is a key aspect to enhance access and availability by pooling demand and to establish regional production. 5, and last one, to promote the generation, the use of evidence and data follow through for decision making, including aspects as price, cost, procurement. The policy proposes creating an integrated network and a regional platform that would foster the exchange of data, strategic analysis, and multi-sectoral electoral dialogue. Now, I would also like to thank the member states for the very active participation in the process of conceiving of this policy and carrying it out. We also want to recognize the interprogrammatic cooperation at PAHO, including the regional revolving funds and that of other technical departments of the organization. And lastly, I thank the innovation and access to medicines, health technologies that has been in existence for 2 years, making it possible to analyze the information, to ask the germane questions, and to consider the possibility of approving this proposed resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Executive Committee would now review the information presented in this document and provide the necessary pertinent comments from member states. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex A of the document would take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I would like now to open the floor for discussion by member states. United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks the Bureau for its work developing the policy on high-cost and high-price health technologies and appreciates the effort to expand access as appropriate to health technologies. The strategic use of PAHO's regional revolving funds has proven to be an effective approach, and we are encouraged by its proposed use to increase affordability and availability of health technologies. Our delegation, however, has some remaining concerns about the draft policy and resolution, particularly regarding technology transfers, the use of the term equitable, and the reference to the SDGs and the resolution. Any sharing of proprietary information, expertise, or technology needs to be both voluntary and on mutually agreed terms. We underscore the importance of regulatory and legal environments that support innovation and the protection and enforcement of intellectual property. Theft or the misuse of proprietary technology and trade secrets threatens innovation. We would like to see the inclusion of both voluntary and on mutually agreed terms when proposing any technology transfers. We also note that measures related to intellectual property frameworks are outside of the scope of PAHO, and we request that the Bureau respect the independent mandates of other organizations that specialize in IP. Finally, our delegation requests the removal of the reference to the Sustainable Development Goals and the term equitable from the resolution and policy. The SDGs do not enjoy consensus and infringe on sovereignty of member states. We also believe equitable is too vague for this context and encourage the use of accessible to all, not favoring some groups over others as equitable tends to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We now go to Canada.
Thank you to the Secretariat for presenting this well-thought-out and timely policy. We are a strong supporter of access to safe and affordable medicines, vaccine, and health technologies, particularly in the hardest-to-reach areas. In this context, we support the policy as it supports our commitment to advancing regional efforts that build sustainable capacity in production of medicines, vaccines, and health technologies. We are pleased to support PAHO's work in the region, as well as multilateral initiatives such as the Global Fund to Fight AIDS and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. We welcome the policy's intent to support the expansion and long-term sustainability of PAHO's regional revolving funds for medicines and vaccines, including high-cost and high-price technologies. These mechanisms offer a comparative advantage through bulk procurement, reduced pricing, and assurance of product quality, and strengthen the resilience and preparedness of member states in addressing current and future public health challenges. We wish to highlight the importance of sharing individual country experiences and expertise in these areas, and note the valuable information exchanged in the recent PAHO-organized webinar, Challenges and Opportunities in the Incorporation and Use of Biosimilar Medicines. We remain ready to share experiences and expertise with member states in this important area. Merci.
Thank you. Brazil.
Senhor Presidente.
Mr. President, Brazil would like to thank PAHO for the introduction of this document that expresses its support for the proposed resolution that establishes a policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. This is a relevant framework in order to strengthen the commitment by the region to equitable access to the structural challenges and the asymmetries that still persist in our health systems. In the 61st session of the Directing Council, Brazil had already expressed its support for the need of having a new policy on this issue. At the time, we underscored the importance of highlighting technological independence and have new production and innovation models that will not perpetuate inequalities. Today, we do the same, stressing the integrated approach of this proposal that contemplates the life cycle of technologies, the sustainability of health systems, and the strengthening of local and regional production. In that regard, we welcome the emphasis given to innovation processes, transfer of technology, the use of revolving strategic funds, as well as the assessment of health technologies that are evidence-based. These elements are essential for a health policy guided by principles of equity, transparency, and efficiency. We would also wish to underscore that during the 78th World Health Assembly, it was officially launched the Coalition for Local and Regional Production and Innovation and Equitable Access, an initiative proposed by Brazil within the field of the G20 that expanded access to health technologies and neglected diseases because it promotes productive capacities that can be used for other diseases and future health emergencies. Aside from that, the recent adoption of the pandemic agreement is a historic stepping stone that is aligned perfectly with the policy that we're discussing. We acknowledge the strategic role of regional production and international cooperation to ensure fair and timely access to critical technologies in context of emergencies. We therefore reiterate our support for this proposed resolution as it appears, and we urge all other countries to join in this collective commitment. We reaffirm our sound commitment with the implementation of this policy and with the principles enshrined therein so that we can move forward with concrete actions that will turn into reality equitable access to health technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. When faced with the challenge implied by ensuring the highest level of health for all people, we're very grateful for this document that we are now reviewing. Equity in access to high-cost and high-price health technologies is a challenge for the region. The out-of-pocket expenses continue to be very high in many cases, and Chile, in particular, deals with this. The judicialization of cases is increasingly more frequent when dealing with public management that is many times fragmented. We understand the role of innovation with the development of new health technologies and drugs. We promote and we sponsor the production and creation without leaving aside the obligation to protect and to ensure the health of individuals. There are processes for the procurement of technologies with natural stresses produced between the purpose of protecting intellectual property and having access to social benefits. It is within that context that we share this proposed resolution and we approve it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. If there are no other member states that would like to make an intervention, I'll then go to on the to the organization under item 416. Under item 416, we have a non-state actor who wishes to deliver an intervention. That's the Drugs for Neglected Disease Initiative. I now yield the floor to her.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of DNDI, we welcome PAHO's initiative to develop a new regional policy to expand equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. Acknowledges the analysis presented in the final report on access and rational use of medicines and strategic technologies, and looks forward to reviewing the new policy once it becomes publicly available. As highlighted in the report, there is a need for greater public investment in research and development and increased transparency across the innovative life cycle, including disclosure of R&D costs and prices. To overcome access barriers, DNDI believes voluntary mechanisms are necessary but insufficient. We urge member states to also ensure they can make use of the TRIPS flexibilities and adopt policies requiring access conditions in public R&D funding, such as affordable pricing clauses, open access to research inputs and results, and pro-access licensing terms to ensure greater public return on investment. These measures are essential not only for innovation, but also to address access challenges to existing health tools, especially where high prices limit availability. DNDI is currently working with PAHO's IMT department to strengthen collaboration on these issues, including a proposed regional workshop on open science and equitable licensing. We encourage PAHO to support member states in operationalizing these principles through the new policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This particular policy has several dimensions, and I think countries already have been benefiting a lot in terms of access to high-cost medication. In the case of Guyana, for example, we did not have a Hep C program, and we were only able to build that Hep C program because we were able to access those meds through the PAHO revolving fund. And because of that, we've been able to cure quite a number of persons in Guyana with Hep C. Similarly, the recent negotiations by PAHO with Merck has been able now to present to the region vaccines, HPV vaccines, and can allow countries to transition from the quadrivalent vaccine to the 9-valent vaccine. We have also recently been engaged with Merck, and we are also moving in that direction. And in fact, the first 50,000 doses of the 9-valent has recently come into Guyana, and we'll be rolling out that program soon. Similarly, I think for countries that want to build a pediatric oncology program, the meds offer through PAHO is extremely important if we're going to make access to pediatric drugs affordable. Then this program is helping us to do that. So I think there are lots of commendable elements that are in here, but I just want to make those comments because we have truly experienced the benefits of the program. I'll now invite the director to make comments on what you've just heard.
Thank you, President. Thank you, the United States, Canada, Brazil, Chile, Guyana, and the NDI for the comments. I think the common thread that we're hearing is that this is a regional priority, that the need to continue and expand the mandate on innovation and access to health technologies is an appropriate pathway for PAHO, and that most of the 5 lines of actions that are being proposed in the policy, I'm hearing there's consensus on the need to really focus our work through this vision of integrating and strengthening technical cooperation through the life cycle of health technologies. I'm hearing also very positive experience through the use of the regional revolving funds and the need to continue expanding its mandate and its scope to include new technological developments. I'm also hearing that our ambition, our theory of change, of ensuring that our technical cooperation is aligned with the needs of countries across the life cycle of health technologies is well received, including on issues of promoting innovation, production, evidence-driven decision-making, as well as ensuring that procurement is procurement plus technical cooperation to ensure that technologies are affordable, available, but also the appropriate quality. I want to highlight that the policy promotes and recognizes technology transfer as a key component of the efforts to increase access to medicines. The region has a long history of technology transfer, but quite a lot of gaps in terms of lessons learned and what technology transfer really has transformed the access to medicines capacity of the region. Quite recently, PAHO commissioned a study to look at our experience in the region on technology transfer since the 1980s, and we published the findings of that survey. It mostly focused on vaccines, so it's not comprehensive of all types of technology transfers. But what it really shows is that most of the technology transfer in the region has been voluntary and mutually agreed, and that the roles of governments on ensuring that this technology transfer transforms into regional access is key. Technology transfer has traditionally mostly focused on domestic markets, and there's been limited regional access to the products of this technology transfer. So I think part of the equation of interventions, and I think the agreement that was reached with Pfizer and Synergium this year is a good example, is how do we leverage markets, regional markets, and how do we create enabling environments for first end-to-end technology transfer, but also regional benefits to the specific technology transfer projects that go to one specific country. The policy also is very cognizant of the need to ensure that some of the access to medicines concerns that we have is that they're segment populations, they're segment markets. The meaning of equitable in the terms of this policy is exactly that, accessible to all. It's about developing less segmentation strategy and ensuring that no matter where you live in this region and no matter what your socioeconomic status, you have the right to health, and therefore if a technology is available to 1% of the population in your country, it should be available to you too, even if your income is not at a 1% level. So that is the meaning of equitable in these policies, the meaning of ensuring there's no segmentation, no diversification, and that everybody, no matter what they live and their income, has access to that technology, that technological innovation. Intellectual property has many components, but of course it has a public health impact. The existence or not existence of patents impact our capacity to procure health technologies in a given market. We do intellectual property analysis before we procure technologies for countries. Intellectual property also has an impact on the capacity to innovate and produce technologies in a given country, and also just to promote competition. So it has many components, but it has for sure public health impact. There's been a long-term collaboration between WTO, WIPO, WHO, to which PAHO has also actively participated on building capacity of the health sector on intellectual property issues. So the health sector is well equipped to manage intellectual property in a way that benefits the public health interest. So that balance between ensuring the public health sector has data, information, and the capacity to understand freedoms to operate, freedom to procure, and freedom to innovate is very, very important for the health system in the region. So all the language in the resolution and the proposed policy is based on pre-standard and pre-agreed language. We know these issues have had long years of history of negotiations, and what the Secretariat has proposed to Member States, understanding that there are different views on these issues, is pre-negotiated language on these issues. We're not changing the agreements that have been reached globally on these issues for now over 30 years. Thank you again for the mention of Canada, of importance to sharing of individual experience, and our recent seminar on biosimilars, access to biosimilars. That's a core theory of change of this policy and this resolution, is that no country is an island and that all countries have a lot to share and learn from each other. We have different experiences in the region, but many of the access challenges that we're seeing are common. So there is a lot of opportunity here for South-South, North-South, and triangular cooperation. We have done some of that in access to medicines, but we are understanding the member states are extremely interested in having that opportunities for sharing experience, sharing opportunities, and common challenges. That's an issue that we have seen also, thank you, Chile, on the issues around judicialization. We see in many of the increased cases of judicialization around the region, they're the same medicines and even the same legal issues that are being brought, and trying to understand how do we support member states in their engagement with the judicial power, but also how do we support member states in building common understanding of how these technologies are being introduced, and also understanding what's the impact, public health impact of this technological introduction. So that's integral to the network and the platform that the policy promotes, to create spaces for capacity building, but also sharing of experience among member states. And that vision of integralidad y ciclo de vida de la tecnología, como menciona Chile, y también menciona.
In the life cycle that was mentioned by Chile and by Brazil, it is essential. We cannot wait until we think of access. As soon as the technology has already been registered or is going through the procurement process of public procurement or regional procurement, such as the funds. So we have to start thinking about access as soon as the concept is devised, to think of the patient and the health system that would have to have access to that technology. It is a change in paradigm that we see in the countries. They're incorporating this after COVID, thinking about the access and the process of providing access as soon as we have the innovation model. Obviously, the countries that invest in innovation and production have a comparative advantage in creating access strategies from the very beginning of the innovation process and the production process. But we believe that a regional vision on this might lead to a positive movement for public health. And I will leave it at this, Director. I believe that I've answered all the statements, queries, and questions, but once again, to thank you from the Secretariat that we're ready and available in order to improve this policy, and above all, to beef up our technical cooperation and its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask Dr. Barbosa to make any comments you would like.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gracias, agradezco todo.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the comments, and it seems to me that the way this is proposed in this policy, this is a policy that responds to a need expressed by member states because of the reasons presented here by the director of the department, and also by the statements made by member states. The growing and the increasing cost of drugs, treatments, innovative treatments, things that are changing diseases where we didn't have much of an alternative in the past. But at the same time, they do pose a challenge for countries in the region, particularly when we have a context of a rapid population transition that already has projects into the future on the burden of disease, non-communicable disease such as cancers, the different types of cancers, where many of these innovative drugs are part of the process. Now, the policy, or this policy, is a broad policy, as has been summarized, that goes from issues such as the regulatory capacity, the evaluation and inclusion of new technologies in the countries, where there are significant differences in capacity in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it is necessary to strengthen that. The issue of the use and the new supply mechanisms of these products for the communities. So it seems to me that I heard the suggestions made, and out of the debate, the ensuing debate, we will be able to perfect the document and thus be able to come up with a new proposed resolution. And now I switch to English.
Made by our dear President to share that the PAHO Strategic Fund, as we call it, is improving the accessibility to high-cost, high-price medicines in the region. The Minister Anthony mentioned hepatitis C. That is a main important cause of cancer, liver cancer, that now is completely treatable. And if we combine with the vaccine for hepatitis B, we can aim to eliminate or to reduce very important cause of transplantation and the cancer that will require a very high-cost treatment. And the other thing that you mentioned, Minister, that we are really proud is that the PAHO established a partnership with the St. Jude's Hospital, that is probably the most important institution in the world on pediatric cancer. It's based here in Washington, D.C. We established an agreement with St. Jude's and also with MD Anderson. That's a very U.S.-based research, development, and also healthcare institution. And it was aiming first a project to support Ecuador to develop protocols, technical guidance, training, but also access to pediatric medicines. And now, of course, we want to expand this to all the other countries in the region. The countries in Mercosur asked us to prepare a proposal for high-cost, high-price medicines through the revolving funds. This proposal is already going on. Will be shared with our member states, and also Colombia, that it required us to include also rare diseases treatment in our portfolio. So the idea is at the same time that you are trying to promote more access through the funds, how we can support the countries through this policy that is being presented to strengthen their national capacity, because this is a challenge. The judicialization is in some countries in the region, it's a problem because the ministers, they need to purchase very medicines that cost millions of dollars with the same budget that they have. So probably they will need to reduce something in other area in order to avoid to be sent to a prison by a judge, because they want the ministers to give access in 48 hours, 72 hours. So I think that this package will strengthen the national capacity in the countries to deal with the new reality that we have. At the same time, excellent news that we have breakthrough treatments, new medicines, but at the same time, how the countries can be prepared to deal and to make the best choices to guarantee the access of their population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we all know how useful this is. So I can speak from personal experience in my country. So I think this is quite useful. But nevertheless, let's go to our rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Muchas gracias, señor. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me begin with this proposed resolution: policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. The 176th session of the Executive Committee, PP, having reviewed the policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies, document CE 176/17 resolves: OP, to recommend that the 62nd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms: policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies. The 62nd Directing Council. PP1. Having reviewed the policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies, document CD 62/blank. PP2. Recognizing that scientific advances in the improvement of equitable access to and rational use of health technologies contribute to the achievement of universal access to health and universal health coverage, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. PP3, recognizing that the incorporation of some high-cost or high-price health technologies into health systems do not necessarily provide substantial added value, and that it may displace other effective technologies that are lower in cost and price. PP4, recognizing the need to improve access through comprehensive approaches that take into account the life cycle of health technologies and focus on improving availability, affordability, and rational use in health systems, and on improving selection and financing processes. PP5, recognizing also the challenges currently facing the region of the Americas in ensuring access to and rational use of health technologies, and recognizing the increasing use of judicialization mechanisms to gain access to health technologies, especially high-price and high-cost technologies. Resolves. OP1, to approve the policy for expanding equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies, document CD62/blank. OP2, to urge member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and national priorities, to A, promote the implementation of the lines of action set out in the policy. B, promote access to health technologies throughout their life cycle, starting from the innovation and production processes, including the implementation of incentives, conditions, and other strategies to ensure the registration, distribution, and affordability of the resulting technologies, and promote mutually agreed technology transfer. C, optimize the selection, assessment, and financing of evidence-based health technologies, including the strengthening assessment of such technologies as a criterion for coverage, considering cost effectiveness and financial sustainability, and promoting the exclusion of obsolete or high-cost and high-price technologies with no clinical benefit, streamlining the approval of biosimilar and generic products and other technologies with clinical benefit, and seeking greater access and efficiency in public spending. D, adopt appropriate and effective measures to improve access to single-source or limited-source products that will make it possible to strengthen pricing policies and strategies and promote competition and the use of biosimilar and generic products, consistent with the adoption of frameworks on intellectual property in line with existing international agreements. E, strengthen capacities to reduce judicialization relating to the use of high-cost and high-price health technologies, strengthening the planning and availability of these strategic inputs, promoting alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and seeking to ensure that judicial decisions are evidence-based and consonant with the sustainability of health systems, and promote the training of judges, legal professionals, and prescribers in the use of evidence in the health field. F, support the expansion of the scope and sustainability of regional revolving funds of the Pan American Health Organization with respect to high-cost and high-price health technologies, consolidating regional demand and seeking effective participation. G, promote the development of structured mechanisms for the generation, monitoring, and exchange of information on high-cost and high-price health technologies, and also on financing schemes, costs, and conditions for innovation, production, procurement, and availability, and promote the use of platforms and networks to access information to facilitate strategic planning and evidence-based decision-making. OP3, to request the director to, a, provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen capacities that will contribute to the implementation of this policy. B, support the strengthening of coordination mechanisms, platforms, and interinstitutional collaboration networks to promote synergies and efficiency in technical cooperation, seeking to improve affordability and availability of high-cost and high-priced medicines in the region of the Americas. C, support the development of intersectoral policies at the national and regional levels including regulatory frameworks and capacities that will increase equitable access to high-cost and high-price health technologies in a more sustainable manner. D, report periodically to the governing bodies of PAHO on the progress made and challenges encountered in the implementation of this policy through progress reports to be submitted every 5 years, with a first report in 2030. And with this, I conclude the proposed resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for presenting the resolution. I now open the floor for a discussion. United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we mentioned previously in our comments, that we still had some concerns outstanding with the resolution and policy as it relates to equitable as well as the sustainable development goals terms that are in the resolution and in the policy itself. And we'd also like to add voluntary, promote voluntary mutually agreed technology transfer among other measures. In the resolution in OP2A, we submitted our changes to the Secretariat for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other contributions? No other contributions? Chile?
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, regarding what was pointed out by the United States regarding voluntary, I would ask the Secretariat for clarification. The agreements taken at international organizations throughout the world, I don't understand that they are ever obligatory, an obligation. Each country voluntarily, according to their local conditions, take those commitments on or not. That is just a question I would ask clarification for.
Si puedo.
The only binding agreements are the ones that are explicitly defined as such binding. And any other type of agreement would always take into account the local laws.
Any other contributions? No? Okay, so I think we can adopt the process that we use for the chronic non-communicable diseases, and that is we'll get the amendments, the Secretariat would circulate it, so that people would have time to consider them, have consultations, and then we'll take them subsequently. Okay? Is that a fair approach? All right, I see nodding of heads, so thank you. We move on. So we go to item 417, Strategy on Health and Migration 2026 to 2031, and item 716, Health of Migrants, the final report. I would like to bring these documents CE 176-18 and CE 176-INF-6 to the attention of the committee, and to invite Dr. Fitzgerald, Director of the Department of Health Systems and Services of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. He's already here, and to present the item.
Honourable President, delegates to the 176th Executive Committee, Director Dr. Barbosa, I'm pleased to present for your consideration documents CE 176/INF/6, Final Report on Health of Migrants, and document CE 176/18, Strategy on Health and Migration 2026 to 2031. In 2016, the 55th Directing Council approved Resolution CD 55/13 on health of migrants, with actions proposed to address the public health challenges arising from a significant increase in migration throughout the Americas at that time. The resolution adopted and the plan of action developed through the PAHO high-level ministerial meeting organised in November 2018 called on member states to generate health policies and programs to address the health needs of migrants, including targeted interventions to reduce migrants' health risks by strengthening public health programs and services. Today, 9 years since the adoption of this policy document, the final report being presented here today notes that some progress has been made in member states, particularly in intersectoral policy development and cooperation between countries, and capacity development in the organisation and provision of health services for migrants in countries of origin, transit and destination. Innovative models to address the health of migrants are reported by countries, supported by robust legal frameworks and increased political engagement within and between countries. Notwithstanding, the report also highlights that important challenges remain as migration trends in the region of the Americas continue to increase in both complexity and scale. This evolving context has significant public health implications for both migrant and host populations, particularly in terms of health security and the resiliency of health systems, access to health services, disease prevention and control, and continuity of care. Given this, the 175th PAHO Executive Committee in October of last year approved as a programme policy matter the item Strategy on Health and Migration 2026 to 2031 to be presented for deliberation at this, the 176th PAHO Executive Committee. The Strategy on Health and Migration has been developed through a highly participatory process with member states, including through a virtual consultation with 14 countries in March 2025, multiple consultation with individual countries, and with written comments received and incorporated from 9 countries. The strategy builds on the prior policy of 2016, while capturing new priorities based on lessons previously learned. Firstly, it speaks to the issue of health and migration, and not only health of migrants, addressing determinants that directly impact health, well-being, and health security. Secondly, it addresses challenges being faced by host populations and health systems, particularly in the context of health emergencies and migration. Thirdly, it highlights the importance of addressing the health of migrants returning to countries of origin. And finally, it renews the call for increased investment in health and health systems in countries of origin to mitigate health access-related migration. The strategy proposes 4 lines of action over a 6-year period, aimed at strengthening and adapting policies, programs, and legal frameworks to promote and protect the health and well-being of migrant and host populations. Secondly, to expand access to comprehensive quality health services and other relevant social services for migrants and host populations. Thirdly, to strengthen health surveillance, information management and sharing, and research to support decision-making. And finally, to strengthen intersectoral partnerships and networks, including cooperation among countries. The Secretariat would like to thank Member States for their support and contributions to the development of this strategy document. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So now that we've heard the presentation, I would like to invite the Executive Committee to review the information presented in the 2 documents and to provide any comments that are pertinent. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex A of the document CE 176/18 will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. I'd like to now open the floor for a discussion. Any comments? The United States. Oh. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States notes PAHO's work on developing the strategy on health and migration of 2026-2031. Migration in the region poses significant health security challenges in migrant and host populations alike. We recognize the importance of strengthening health systems to address critical health security issues in the region to protect the health and well-being of both migrant and host populations. All measures taken must be considering each member state's individual context, needs, and priorities. However, we have significant concerns with proposed lines of Action 1 and 2 in the strategy, as these are inconsistent with the Trump administration's positions regarding migrant populations in the United States. As such, the United States will only be able to join consensus on the resolution to note the strategy, not to approve it, and would request an edit to OP1 to delete the word approve and replace it with note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panama?
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank you for the strategy. This proposes 4 lines of strategic action, which the member states can use as a guideline to address a challenge that health in the region faces: migration over the last couple of years and the displacement of people resulting from armed conflict, strife, and human rights violations have all led to a challenge from member states, especially to maintain equity and health in national populations and those people forced to leave their countries where they are exposed to other risk factors and are made vulnerable by other risk factors, can undermine their health. And this is also something that challenges those on the front line who offer health care to them. So that's why it's very important for us to consider among the lines of action of this strategy that we stress the role of mental health and psychosocial health as an approach to ensure that a health response in the face of emergencies be a big part of the response for survivors of this process and first-line health providers. Mental health under the same conditions are granted to migrants. Health facilities that have health care providers need to have technical norms established. And in 2021 in Panama, we have done so. So we offer our support to the strategy about strategy on health and migration 2026-2031, stressing the importance of available resources and to promote international cooperation as key factors to achieve substantive results and to reduce inequities in the health of migrants.
Thank you. We go to Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colombia supports this strategy and the proposed lines of action, stressing the importance of placing the fact that sovereignty and health is also viewed as important here, not just stressing migrants and those on the front line, because whatever the migratory policy of any country is, the fact is that there should be coordination. This is a call for there to be coordination to uphold human rights of the people involved so that dignity be upheld and ensuring that those states that receive the migrants can adopt the proportional measures in keeping with their available resources, because this comes down to upholding human rights. Now, a very important comment I would like to make. One is on health security of the region. That's not only a country-bound problem. This is something affecting the whole region because of the regional or global public health impacts that migration can bring. For example, HIV, AIDS is a case in point. We see this with those cases related to communicable diseases, generally speaking, and also the demand for health services, for integral care, comprehensive care to be brought to bear. Workers, within the context of the efforts put forward by countries to train healthcare workers, what we see is there is a differentiated criteria in the movements, and this does have bearing on the receiving countries as far as who they train to offer this care.
Thank you very much. Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to express thanks for the opportunity for us to address this very important topic because migration has surpassed prior levels, whether we're talking about migration within the hemisphere and those which come from outside the region. Brazil is a country of origin, of pass-through and destination of large numbers of migrants, and that's why we place so much importance on this new strategy. Within this context, we reiterate our commitment to the principle of universality of our universal healthcare system, which provides health care to all people, from emergency care to specialized care. It's important to underscore that caring for the health of migrants is the same as providing health for those who receive them. Public health can only be effective when aligned with specific public policies that are geared toward the most vulnerable populations, taking into account the social determinants of health. That's why it's important for barriers to access to health care to migrants be eliminated, linguistic, administrative, and cultural barriers included. That's why it's important for us to strengthen the information systems such that we can identify barriers to access. This will help migrants develop, to further develop the receiving or welcoming countries. That's why this is a very important factor that can contribute to the reduction of migration. That's why it's very important for us to make investments in the systems and through international cooperation included as a means of avoiding the social vulnerability that could give rise to unbridled migratory flows.
Thank you. We go to Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Chile se encuentra en
Thank you. Chile finds itself dealing with the tension between upholding human rights, respecting human rights, and the threat posed by unregulated migration and a rise in insecurity among the populace. As the report rightfully stresses, Chile has strengthened its response to the health needs of migrants. Our legal framework ensures, guarantees universal access to all migrants, but we are still affected by the global trends, and so the recent visit of a WHO PAHO visit to Chile and the support that they lent to Chile in developing its policy and the technical team that is carrying out its work on a daily basis, working with the migrant population. We're grateful for that visit. Now, the current strategy represents encouragement for Chile to forge ahead with the efforts it has carried out thus far. The intersectoral work to address social determinants is also important for us to achieve our health goals. So the commitments that are taken on through this enjoy our support. The exchange of information to bolster surveillance is also essential. Chile has undergone or has kicked off a digital reform process to facilitate access to health throughout our country. and to make sure that information systems are interoperable for better exchange of information and to strengthen our surveillance. The foregoing paves the way for greater cooperation across borders as well, including countries of origin of migrants. What we have learned, we have made available to the organization to support other countries who are also undergoing this digital transformation process. We reiterate our commitment to human rights. We recognize the right that all people have to seek out happiness, and we offer our support to this proposed strategy. We're grateful for the strategy, and we support this proposed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to El Salvador.
Thank you, President. El Salvador
recognizes the fundamental right to health that all people have, and we are aware of the growing flow of migrants throughout our region and the attendant challenges brings to health. And we offer our unbreakable support to the protection and health of migrants that we receive in our territory or who pass through it. This health care is provided free of charge. We also declare that health on our national agenda, that is health of migrants, is a cross-cutting and comprehensive aspect of our national health care policy. We recognize its direct impact on public health. Universal access is non-discriminatory. We reassert our commitment to bring down barriers to access to health for migrants, including those any barriers, be they economic, linguistic, cultural, or of any other type, offering equitable and free of charge care on a timely basis and of quality, regardless of anyone's migratory policies. To strengthen our institutional capacities, we will continue to invest in strengthening our health care infrastructure and our training of healthcare providers and social assistants so that we can meet effectively the needs of migrants. El Salvador supports this draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mexico recognizes the importance of this strategy, and we agree in the need to strengthen and adapt policies, programs, and national frameworks for us to address not only the needs of migrant health, but also that of those who receive them. This will enable us to better get a jump on needs, national and regional needs that migration gives rise to throughout the region. We should adopt sustainable health solutions across the border to address this phenomenon, offering access to health through the different phases of the migratory process. We would stress, as a part of the comprehensive approach to this topic, how important it is to address mental health. And this is something Mexico has prioritized and has included in its health policy for migrants. Thank you.
Uruguay.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for the presentation of this strategy, which addresses the health of people on the move as a structural aspect of health throughout the Americas. We are pleased that this is a human rights approach in this strategy, and that it places importance on inclusive policy. We have a framework that offers equal access to health, social protection without any distinction made regarding people's migratory status. These are concrete actions that we have enshrined in our plan of action for refugees, migrants that we have implemented recently. We also stress how important it is or the importance that this document offers multilateral assistance within the universal and the inter-American systems. The health of migrants cannot be fragmented or segmented. There have to be sustainable, coordinated policies to address it. We agree with the need to bolster information systems to make sure we have better and more timely disaggregated data. We have identified another key aspect to enhance our inclusive public policies and to move forward with the effective care often offered to migrants, and that we do so in an equitable way. And this document meets that objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, I'll turn the mic over to Dr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much also to all the comments and contributions received from the delegates here at the Executive Committee. Since you, the member states, adopted the strategy in 2016 on health of migrants, we have seen significant improvements in the capacities that have been established within countries, whether it's at the policy program or institutional arrangements, indeed legal frameworks, but particularly also in the capacity of countries to be able to ensure access to services for the migrant population within a context also of a host population where migrants will, particularly mass migration, is actually occurring. We report in the final report that 8 countries have made really substantial progress in the provision of services for migrants, addressing holistically aspects relating to their needs within the context also of the host population. However, in studies that we've carried out also, we indicate that between 14 and 40% of migrants report barriers to access within countries, and these barriers really relate to issues associated with administrative mechanisms, affiliation associated with health insurance, administrative, linguistic, cultural aspects. And here I think we really refer to the importance of building capacity of the health workforce to be able to address the specific cultural aspects associated with the need of migrants. But I think what we really heard in developing this document was for a shift, recognizing the complexity associated with migration in the Americas since 2016. Since 2010, we've seen the level of migration almost double, from 8 million to 16.3 million migrants within Latin America and the Caribbean. We've seen really a mass migration process from one of our countries with over 7.8 million migrants from Venezuela, Colombia being the principal receptor of Venezuelan migrants, hosting approximately 2.7, but other countries also receiving many Venezuelan migrants, but also migrants, persons in mobility from other regions that are outside of the Americas. Also, we've seen a number of countries important levels of internal migration. In Haiti alone, we've seen the displacement of over 700,000 people within Haiti over the past 2 years. Countries have really then asked us to look at the experiences, and we've seen that significant and important experiences have been documented by countries, whether it's the Operação Acolhida de Brazil, which was a very important initiative launched by Brazil to under the leadership of the defense forces, but brought together 10 sectors, 10 ministries within Brazil to be able to manage, to triage, to evaluate the specific health conditions of a migrant population that was leaving a specific country into one territory, impacting the health of health conditions and social determinants within a specific territory, in this case Roraima in the north of Brazil. And what was really interesting about this experience when we looked at it was that they managed to carry out the evaluation, triage, housing, and then relocalization of more than 400,000 persons within the territory in a manner that was structured, but also in particularly addressing the health needs and ensuring the control of disease and the management and the delivery of services, including including the delivery of vaccines and other treatments that are required for the control of non-communicable diseases. We also saw in Colombia a very interesting experience in terms of the mechanisms that were established under the Temporary Protection Status initiative some years ago that also includes elements of housing, education, and temporary work status that brings in the population, the migrant population, into the health system, ensuring the provision and affiliation and access to services within that system. And this is really important because what we've also seen in some Central American countries, some studies carried out by the US government, particularly through PEPFAR, indicates that there are higher prevalence rates of transmissible communicable diseases in specific migrant populations. We've seen, for example, in populations passing through the Northern Corridor, increases in the order of 3 to 8 times HIV prevalence, respiratory diseases, diarrheal diseases that do need to be addressed. Otherwise, they will significantly not only impact the population themselves, but also significantly impact the host populations if health systems don't have the necessary capacities to be able to address this. And so this is why the focus of this new strategy is really on building not just a response to the population that is essentially mobile, but to build a capacity around the existing health systems in the territories of high-density migration so that we have that capacity installed to be able to monitor disease outbreaks and to ensure the necessary either emergency or sustained responses that are required within the local territories associated with migration. A number of countries have also mentioned the importance of mental health and psychosocial services. We've seen a number of very good examples also coming from Chile, for example, in the initiative, the Duplas Psicosociales initiative, being implemented across 6 regions within Chile, where special teams in the control of mental health services, but also general health assessment and evaluation are being deployed across the country to monitor the health status of the population. And also Chile, in 2016, I think it was, adopted Decree 67 that broke down these barriers to access that many of you have mentioned, permitting access to the FONASA, the services delivered through the Unified Fund in Chile, which is referred to as FONASA. But other countries such as Peru, Trinidad, Tobago have also been very effective in this manner, ensuring provision of care services in the cases of tuberculosis and HIV. The organization itself really has been supporting jointly through the Department of Health Systems Services, but also through the Department of Public Health and Emergencies, represented here also by our director, Dr. Ciro Ugarte, in building that degree of intersectoral inter-country cooperation that you have mentioned in your comments, whether it's dating back to the Mesoamerica Declaration in 2017, the Quito process, which many of you will remember, and then the R4V initiative, the Regional Interagency Coordination Mechanism that was established by the UN Secretary General through UNHCR and the IOM, of which PAHO leads the Health Working Group. This coordination mechanism that works with 17 countries around regional migration plans that are produced, evaluated, assessed every 2 years, and that has not just national participation, but also sub-regional participation, whether it's from Central America or CARICOM, or indeed the Southern Cone. These initiatives are extremely important, and it's a fundamental role of the organization, building off the ask that we received from you in 2018 at the high-level ministerial meeting to continue to work collectively in a manner that was coordinated, that is mentioned by Colombia, to really ensure not just access, universal access to health and universal health coverage, but also the fundamental priority of ensuring health security throughout the region within a context that continues to evolve. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I now turn the mic over to Dr. Barbosa.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here, a couple of things I wanted to add. First of all, I want to thank all the countries for their participation, for their questions, for their suggestions on the issues being debated here. And also, I wanted to thank the or was said by the director of the department, pointed out this is further development of a learning process that goes back to the resolution approved in 2016 and the strategy, the recommendations that were approved in 2018. Now, since then, the health situation in the region has changed. It's an important reality that a change in situation has occurred in terms of numbers, but some challenges still exist and the countries have to be prepared to respond to them. The differences that we have in national legislation in some countries can represent a barrier for access by migrants to even the most basic healthcare services. And that can be a problem for migrant populations, but also for the countries that are hosting those migrants. So it is a matter of human rights, yes, but it's also a problem of public health. How can we strengthen the situation in each country and understand that countries need to be better prepared so that the migratory flow that occurs for different reasons in the region can occur without representing a risk to regional or national health. And that is why it is important that PAHO bring all of the experience accrued in recent years in the region, looking at practices already implemented by many countries, and this will better channel technical cooperation provided by PAHO to countries. So this is an important issue. Thank you very much.
Much, Dr. Barbosa. I think we had a very good discussion on this resolution. So what we'll do before we continue to the resolution, we'll take a break, get some coffee, and we come back. And when we come back, we'll take the resolution. And if time permits, and we've been doing well with time, I think we can also finish off 7.1 and 7.2. So let's take a break, get some coffee, and then we come back at 4:10 p.m. sharp.
El tracoma es la principal causa de ceguera infecciosa en el mundo. Afecta especialmente a mujeres y niños en comunidades rurales y remotas donde el acceso a servicios de salud, agua y saneamiento es limitado. Pero hoy estamos cambiando esta realidad. Gracias a una alianza entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el Gobierno de Canadá, se han implementado acciones para la eliminación del tracoma en los países de la región. La iniciativa para la eliminación del tracoma en las Américas no solo combate esta enfermedad, sino que también permite acercar atención integrada en salud a las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos son algunos de los logros alcanzados en el segundo año de la iniciativa. Bolivia. En 21 comunidades indígenas remotas de Bolivia se realizaron evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma. Más de 4,000 personas fueron examinadas y más de 800 recibieron atención en salud, en servicios como salud visual, incluidas 17 cirugías de cataratas, salud bucal, pediatría, ginecología, salud materna, telemedicina, inmunización, medicina general y tradicional. También se promovió el lavado de manos y otras acciones de higiene y saneamiento. Brasil. En Brasil, la iniciativa visitó 750 hogares y examinó a 3,123 personas en búsqueda activa de tracoma. Se capacitó a 49 personas, incluyendo miembros de la comunidad, en salud, agua, higiene y saneamiento. Además, se formó a 22 comunicadores indígenas para promover la educación en salud en lenguas originarias, fortaleciendo la prevención del tracoma desde la diversidad cultural. Colombia. En Colombia, la iniciativa concentró sus esfuerzos en los 2 distritos con mayor prevalencia de tracoma, ubicados en el este y oeste del Baupés. Se visitaron 256 comunidades pertenecientes a 29 grupos étnicos, con el apoyo de 11 equipos de trabajo en el terreno. Se capacitó al personal de salud y se ofrecieron servicios integrados que incluyeron atención en salud visual, diagnóstico y tratamiento de malaria, leishmaniasis, tungiasis y pediculosis, así como vacunación veterinaria y la desparasitación canina, fortaleciendo así el enfoque integral e intercultural de atención en salud en territorios indígenas. Ecuador. En Ecuador, 2 equipos de trabajo visitaron 8 comunidades en Taisha y Xuxufindi, donde se examinaron a 968 personas en busca de tracoma. Además, se brindaron servicios integrados de salud para malaria y chagas, aprovechando el acercamiento a las comunidades. México. México mantiene la eliminación del tracoma mediante vigilancia continua, prevención y atención de casos crónicos. En 5 municipios de Chiapas se realizaron acciones clave, incluyendo una jornada de cirugía para tratar la triquiasis tracomatosa que salvó la visión de 6 mujeres mayores. También se implementó un protocolo de vigilancia postvalidación y se promovieron hábitos de higiene como el lavado de cara y manos para prevenir la enfermedad. Guatemala es el país que está más cerca de eliminar el tracoma como problema de salud pública en la región. En Sololá se operó a 13 personas con triquiasis tracomatosa y se realizó seguimiento posquirúrgico. Además, se evaluaron 2.742 personas en 5 departamentos y se llevaron a cabo diálogos de saberes para intercambiar conocimientos entre comunidades y personal de salud. También se hizo un diagnóstico higiénico-sanitario en zonas prioritarias. Guatemala fue sede del entrenamiento de entrenadores, formando a profesionales de 6 países en encuestas de Tracoma Plus. El Salvador. En El Salvador se evaluaron 139 personas en la comunidad Cantón El Rodeo Aguachapán en busca de tracoma. Se capacitaron 12 profesionales para las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma, formando 2 equipos de trabajo. Las actividades incluyeron pruebas de agudeza visual a mayores de 60 años y el monitoreo del Plan Nacional para la Prevención y Control de Enfermedades Tropicales Desatendidas 2024-2026. Perú. En Perú se realizaron actividades en los distritos Alto Amazonas, Mariscal Ramón Castilla, Requena y Putumayo del departamento de Loreto. Más de 200 profesionales de salud y líderes comunitarios fueron capacitados en la estrategia SAFE para eliminar el tracoma. 3 comunidades participaron en diálogos de saberes, fortaleciendo el enfoque comunitario. Además, más de 30 autoridades locales se comprometieron con la causa. Estas acciones se integraron con otras prioridades de salud como malaria, geogelmintiasis y dengue, ampliando su impacto en las comunidades. Venezuela. En Venezuela, la iniciativa avanzó en el estado Amazonas, donde se evaluaron 2.372 personas en busca de tracoma. Se realizaron talleres de prevención con 481 participantes, principalmente personal de salud. Se integraron servicios como salud ambiental, malaria, atención nutricional, salud materna y vacunación. Además, se reforzó la vigilancia de enfermedades como leishmaniasis, oncocercosis y tungiasis, y se desparasitaron a más de 2.000 personas. En total, las jornadas de salud integral beneficiaron a 4.642 personas en las comunidades atendidas. Estamos más cerca de eliminar el tracoma en las Américas, pero el esfuerzo debe continuar. Gracias al apoyo del Gobierno de Canadá y el compromiso de cada país, seguimos avanzando hacia un futuro sin tracoma. Juntos podemos lograr una América libre de tracoma.
Bueno, muchas gracias porque vinieron a nuestra casa a evaluar la vista de toda mi familia. Estamos muy agradecidos en nombre de toda la comunidad por la presencia de ustedes.
Dicen que hay lugares donde el camino se acaba, donde la carretera se convierte en mar y el viento en compañía. Pero también dicen que hasta allá llegan los compromisos más importantes, como el proteger la vida, para que nadie quede atrás. A la fecha, las coberturas vacunales en influenza superan los 6 millones en población objetivo, colaborando esto con la disminución de casos graves y muertes por virus respiratorios. En el marco de la campaña de vacunación e inmunización 2025 del Ministerio de Salud de Chile y la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas, la OPS-OMS Chile, junto a un equipo del Programa Nacional de Inmunizaciones del Ministerio de Salud y autoridades regionales, emprendió una travesía hacia los rincones más australes del continente americano. 3 días, más de 4.500 kilómetros, un viaje impulsado por un propósito claro, una sola misión: llevar vacunas a quienes se encuentran en zonas aisladas o de difícil acceso en el país. Llevar vacunas a donde nadie más llega. Desde Santiago a Balmaceda, de Balmaceda a Coyhaique, nuestra primera parada. Allí reconocimos la clave del éxito de la vacunación en esa remota zona. Un equipo de salud altamente comprometido, que camina de la mano de líderes y lideresas comunitarias que convocan a mujeres y hombres, niños y adultos mayores para llegar a todas y todos. Además, cuentan con el apoyo intersectorial de las alcaldías, diferentes estamentos del Estado y la sociedad civil en general. La tradición de proteger a su pueblo a través de la vacunación es parte del ADN de Chile, desde las primeras campañas del siglo XVIII hasta la rápida y eficaz respuesta frente a la COVID-19. Nuestro país ha liderado con ejemplo, dejando una huella imborrable a nivel mundial. De Coyhaique partimos por tierra hasta Puerto Cisnes y desde allí zarpamos iniciando la travesía que nos llevó al corazón de comunidades apartadas. El equipo bordó ambulanchas, botes adaptados como verdaderas clínicas flotantes, para llegar hasta Puerto Gaviota, una comunidad a la que solo se accede por mar. Ahí, entre rocas, cerros verdes y mar indómito, se vacunó a niños, niñas y adultos mayores. El segundo día el equipo zarpó hacia Isla Gala, rodeados de volcanes y fiordos. Nuevas distancias, nuevos desafíos, mismo objetivo: proteger a la población. Cada dosis aplicada fue un acto de cuidado, una promesa cumplida, una señal de que la salud pública no tiene fronteras. Finalmente el equipo regresó a Coyhaique. Misión cumplida, vocación intacta. La travesía terminó, pero el compromiso sigue. Porque llegar a los rincones más alejados no es solo una meta logística, es una declaración: que nadie quede atrás, que la salud es un derecho y que en Chile se vacuna hasta el fin del mundo. Estamos seguros de que Chile logrará las metas establecidas por el país según las recomendaciones de OPS-OMS.
I have children at home. I have 4 of them, so that's the 5th one. And it's the first time in life I have to come to hospital to get my baby. My name is Sandra Francis and I'm from Yarong village, the beginning of Region 9. It's actually like 160 kilometers from here to there. And I find it strange from being far from home. But now I'm comfortable and, as you can see, I find it like living with others and finding new friends, you know, and mixing around, and we learn from each other in there.
Region 9 is a very vast area. We have 62 facilities. We have 5 sub-districts, and each sub-districts have various other health facilities attached to them. the SIP program, the SIP Plus program, came into existence in Region 9. So we had an online training course, and then we had face-to-face training where the facilitators from Georgetown came down. The region is doing well in terms of maternal death because we haven't had a maternal death in like 3 or 4 years now.
We enter the data into the computer. Whenever we have admissions, we enter them into the computer. When you pull up that mother's information, you will find it there, but in a hard copy, something you might not find the card anymore. It might be put away somewhere else that you can't find it.
I've worked at Georgetown Public Hospital before the system was implemented, so I know how it was to use the paper base. And transitioning to the electronic base, I have to tell you, it has been like such a great thing for us. I actually have a great example of when the system was very helpful to us. So we had a patient come in, she was unconscious, she actually had a seizure, so she was diagnosed with eclampsia. Being able to look at the system, we could tell like what her labs were right away, we could tell what her blood pressure was before, we could get a very clear picture of her trajectory throughout the pregnancy and up to when she was. We were able to tell her gestational age, we were able to know if to give her corticosteroids and how to best deliver her. So in the end, she had a good outcome.
This has been quite a transformation for our department, because prior to SIP, what we would have had is there was tremendous paperwork that had to be done.
When patients comes to admission, we used to have an increased surplus or increased volume of patients waiting for admissions. With the digital way, it's faster because physicians are pretty much aware of how the perinatology system works. So we input the information quicker, and you don't have to do multiple copies in order to share to the different wards.
This is a very, very good decision-making tool in terms of maternal health policy and planning at the national and the regional level.
I think in Guyana over the last 4 years, we have made significant progress as it relates to reproductive health. We have PAHO, we have the Canadian government who has helped us. And so because of this assistance, we have accelerated what we've been doing. So I think in terms of sustaining what we've started, with our resources and with some help from our partners, we certainly would be able to sustain these gains.
My delivery date is anytime because I'm 38 weeks. Good. Yes. Yes. So I could feel my baby's really. I will stay. I have names, but I did not choose my baby name as yet. So when the baby born, then I will choose the names for my baby.
With the rising prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the Ministry of Health and Wellness believes, supported by the European Union's Health Sector Support Program, EUHSSP, and PAHO, is proactively strengthening its health system. Through the development of targeted policies and collaborative frameworks, the nation is addressing these challenges on multiple fronts. From integrated primary care services, building capacity of healthcare workers, to empowering communities, strengthening health systems, saving lives.
in Belize over the last 5 consecutive years, non-communicable diseases have been in the top 5 causes of morbidity and mortality for our country. So we knew that we needed to address this head on. We were able to successfully launch our nutrition policy, and we were able to put a nutrition plan with objectives onto this policy.
And the support that is being provided to the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the development of the National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan will also contribute to ensuring the management of non-communicable diseases.
By defining clear objectives and strategies, we are building a future where NCDs are effectively managed and the health of our population is prioritized. Integrated health service delivery networks are revolutionizing healthcare delivery in Belize. By ensuring comprehensive care at the primary level and bringing services closer to where people live, these networks are making a significant impact.
Through integrating the comprehensive management of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, cardiovascular disorders, also mental health conditions, this really helps to strengthen the capacity of primary care providers and also community health workers in the knowledge and understanding of prevention and management of these conditions.
By standardizing care with global best practices and introducing new treatment modalities, healthcare professionals are better equipped to manage chronic illnesses. Health education is a crucial element in preventing and managing NCDs.
Through PAHO, we have been able to successfully, over the last 12 to 18 months, do caravans in some of the least accessible places, very rural communities that had significant population. So the health caravans were basically a fair for the community to come out, learn more about health in different aspects. The blood pressure was done, your weight, your height, your body mass index. The pharmacist was there, nutritionists were there to give nutrition counseling. It was just an effort to try to improve health literacy in the hardest to reach populations.
By empowering communities with knowledge and education, we can inspire behavioral change and improve overall health outcomes. Access to essential medical equipment is vital in the early detection and management of NCDs. With the right tools, our healthcare providers are better equipped to serve the community.
There are a number of new blood pressure measuring devices that have come onto the market, but it is important to ensure that these are clinically validated so that the readings that we receive from them are accurate. In order to ensure that as we roll out the HEARTS initiative for the proper management and control of hypertension, we want to ensure that the equipment that are being used in the primary care facilities have been standardized.
The National Cancer Plan and the National Cervical Cancer Plan are groundbreaking initiatives aimed at reducing the burden of cancer across the country.
Through the EU project, PAHO has been able to give us tremendous technical cooperation for us to have a very solid and usable plan when it comes to reduction of all cancers, not just cervical cancer, but it's the National Cancer Plan.
The important thing about cancer and any cancer plan is to ensure that it is very comprehensive and covers the broad spectrum from prevention to rehabilitation and to care at the end of life. In addition to that, the clinical management. How do you diagnose? How do you manage these conditions? Which medications to use? So those are components that are also in the plan.
Together, with the support of our partners and communities, we are building a healthier, stronger Belize. One step at a time, we are ensuring better care for NCDs through integration in primary health care.
A
Amid a challenging security environment, vital work by the Ministry of Public Health and Population is strengthening routine immunization services in Haiti. Supported by PAHO and funded by the Canadian government through the Can Give initiative, these efforts seek to ensure equitable access to life-giving vaccines for vulnerable communities and groups, including girls and pregnant women. Through 3 regional exercises, 105 department-level trainers receive important updates on vaccination norms and protocols, including on COVID-19 vaccines, which have been integrated into Haiti's national immunization program. Through cascade training, these regional trainers then share their knowledge with nearly 400 health providers. In addition, 124 health providers involved in epidemiological surveillance were trained in specific protocols for surveillance of vaccine-preventable diseases. And 221 health facilities benefited from supportive supervision to ensure their compliance with vaccination quality standards. In 2024, more than 421,000 Haitian children received critical vaccinations through catch-up campaigns and routine services. And as Haiti faced recurring cases of deadly diphtheria, PAHO supported the vaccination of more than 340,000 children against the disease.
Oh oui, vaccin li gen an pile importance dans cadre routine et raison c'est parce que gen zone qui vraiment éloigné. Des fois, parents pas de possibilité pour les mener ti moun dans centre là pour les venir faire vaccin. Des fois, négligence parents tout et les nouveaux équipes sous terrain comme ça a vraiment aidé parents yo, aider ti moun yo pour capable joindre vaccin dans localité côté que yo vivent là.
Parler des maladies évitables à la vaccination, nous apprenons et diphtérie. Effectivement, c'est un cas de diphtérie suspect que l'équipe aidée là a fait réponse. Et nous en pleine activité de réponse. J'en ai remarqué, nous cherchons rougeole, rubéole, nous cherchons syndrome rubéole congénitale, qui est moins d'un an. Nous cherchons catankou paralysie flasque aiguë. Nous cherchons surtout Kaiti et moun qui gen moins que 15 ans.
HEARTS is an initiative of the Pan American Health Organization and the Ministry of Health, which aims to improve heart health and save lives by standardizing hypertension treatment, promoting healthy lifestyles, and strengthening primary health care.
The chronic non-communicable diseases are the leading cause of death in Grenada. Within the top 3, we have the cardiovascular diseases. For these reasons, we welcome the introduction of the HEARTS Initiative.
At the core of the HEARTS Initiative is the HEARTS Protocol, which provides a standardized approach to hypertension management and cardiovascular disease prevention in primary health care. It includes standardized treatment, effective and accessible medications, risk-based care, team-based approaches, healthy lifestyle promotion, and the strengthening of primary healthcare systems.
The integration or initiation of HEARTS has introduced a standardized approach to the way we manage high blood pressure patients.
The HEARTS protocol includes simple, standardized, proven treatments and interventions that can be easily incorporated into primary health care.
As part of the HEARTS program,
We have standardized blood pressure reading, ensuring that all categories of staff know how to check blood pressure. So in case a patient comes to the facility, anyone can assist them in checking their blood pressure.
The HEARTS protocol emphasizes a team-based approach which expands the responsibilities of hypertension management beyond primary healthcare physicians to include nurses, pharmacists, nutritionists, and other healthcare professionals, so that they too play a significant role in saving lives.
As nurses, we ensure that our patients are compliant, making sure that they monitor their blood pressure as often as possible, take the medication, come to visit the doctor when they are low on the supplies, follow up with the nutritionist as well. And if they have any issues or concerns that they are, feel free that they can come in. If they're not feeling well, they could come in at any time and speak to any one of us for advice. And we can do the proper referral if it's hospital or to doctor.
So as nutritionists and dietitians within the healthcare, whether it's primary healthcare or secondary care, we employ what is called medical nutrition therapy. This involves doing a comprehensive assessment. We look at body measurements, we look at the biochemical markers, the labs and so forth. We look at lifestyles, we look at dietary indication, and we also do a full physical exam. Once we're completed, we do a nutrition diagnosis, and then we will recommend and put together a targeted care plan with interventions as to how we can get that person to improve the overall lifestyle. So whether it's becoming more physically active lifestyles, whether it's changing diet, whether it's ensuring that person gets adequate amount of nutrients and filling the gap where there are deficits. We know that if we can correct the diet, also if we can maintain an adequate foundation for health, we know that we can see better outcomes when it comes to heart health.
The HEARTS protocol emphasizes the use of effective, affordable, and widely available medications to improve hypertension management.
The medicines that we'll be using as part of the HEARTS initiative, they're somewhat designed to be less burdensome on the patient because the number of pills that the patients would be required to use to control their conditions are reduced, because now we are making use of combination therapy. So one pill will contain maybe your 2 high blood pressure medications that you're taking at present.
Medication that are available through the HEARTS initiative are heavily subsidized, right? Patients that are less than 60 would pay a small fee. Those who are over 60 and over, it would actually be free as per protocol that already existed.
Following the introduction of the HEARTS initiative, we anticipate better compliance among our patients. We anticipate a reduction in the number of individuals who have uncontrolled high blood pressure. And at the end, we anticipate that in the long run, a reduction in the number of complications and the number of deaths that we are seeing as a result of high blood pressure and cardiovascular disease.
All right, we recommence. We're starting back. So when we left off, we were about to read the resolution. So I'll now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration of the Executive Committee.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Mr. President. Let us read the proposed resolution. Strategy on Health and Migration 2026-2031. The 176th session of the Executive Committee, preambular paragraph, having reviewed the Strategy on Health and Migration 2026-2031, document Executive Committee 176/18, resolves. Operative paragraph. To recommend that the 62nd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Strategy on Health and Migration 2026-2031. The 62nd Directing Council, preambular paragraph 1, having reviewed the Strategy on Health and Migration 2026-2031, document CD 62/blank, PP2, recognizing the importance of expanding access to effective, efficient, timely, and accessible, integrated, people-centered, and resilient quality healthcare services for migrant and host populations, PP3. Considering the importance of investing in health systems to improve access to health and social services and health coverage at the national level. PP4. Acknowledging the urgent need to protect the health and well-being of migrants in countries of origin during transit or in destination, addressing their differentiated health needs through adaptable and responsive health systems. PP5. Recognizing the importance of implementing comprehensive public health measures to reduce the risks among migrants and host populations, resolves. Operative paragraph 1. To approve the Strategy on Health and Migration 2026-2031, document CD 62/blank. OP2. To urge all member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A. Support the implementation of the strategic lines of action contained in the strategy. B. Strengthen and adapt policies, programs, and legal frameworks to promote and protect the health and well-being of migrants and host populations. C. Expand access to effective, efficient, timely, accessible, comprehensive, integrated, people-centered, resilient, quality health services and other relevant social services for migrants and host populations, strengthening territorial planning and search capacity to address mass migration challenges, especially in emergency contexts. D. Strengthen health surveillance, information management, and research to support decision-making, developing interoperable data sharing frameworks, and voluntary mutual terms to ensure timely coordinated responses to migrant health risks. E. Strengthen intersectoral strategies and action with different sectors and actors to address the consequences of migration on health and social cohesion, including the integration of emergency response planning in health strategies. OP3, to request the director to A. Provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen national capacities that contribute to the implementation of the strategy. B. report periodically to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of the strategy through a progress report in 2029 and a final report in 2032. This concludes the proposed resolution. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you very much. I now, now that the resolution has been presented, I now open the plenary for discussion. United States.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, the United States will only be able to join consensus on the resolution to note the strategy, not to approve it, and we would request an edit to delete the word approve and replace it with note. Thank you.
Any other comments? Is there any other comments? Canada?
Thank you. Just a question, really, that might be helpful, hoping to all of us. What is the technical difference between noting and approving, and what happens between now and directing council in September?
So maybe, I think that's a very good question. Let's turn it over to the legal people. Yeah, please go ahead and maybe explain it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Canada, for the question. So technically, if we change the word from approved to note, it ceases to be a determination of or instruction from members to the organization. So it's legally is very relevant. Article 4B of the PAHO Constitution says that the governing bodies, either be the directing council or the conference, determines the general policies of the organization. So here you have an action from the members to instruct the work of the organization. And here taking note will not be doing that. Thank you.
We have Uruguay.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask the legal representative if we can replace the term, and obviously I also ask the group that is wanting to replace approving to note to support or some other word that I would like to put. So it would be to adhere to or to support or endorse instead of approve or note.
Maybe the legal counsel can help us here.
Thank you, Mr. President. See, adherir.
Adhere or support or is closer to instruct, and in that way it's good. But one can fully understand what's happening we are trying to find a term because not all the members of the executive committee agree with the text. So perhaps we should focus more on that instead of looking for terms that replace what is in the proposed resolution. So it's whether or not to adopt the resolution. Instead of that, it's trying to find new terms to express it.
I give the floor to Colombia.
No. Falta la segunda parte de la pregunta.
But there's still the second part of the question asked by Canada. So what happens when it gets to the directing council?
Yeah, I think the question from Canada was, as you said, twofold. The first part being, what's the difference between approve and noted? I think that was clarified by the legal counsel. And then the second thing, what happens from now until the directing council? I think if we can find the appropriate wording that allows the executive to give that instruction to the secretariat, then the secretariat would be able to move forward. If we can't find an appropriate word that allows that instruction to go, then the other suggestion would be that we leave it open and we have between now and September when the directing council meets, and in that period to see whether or not we can have the right wording so that at the directing council we can move forward seamlessly. So it leaves room for us to have those consultations and find the right wording. And it's not only for this particular resolution, but I think for some of the others, we can find that common text where all of us can agree. And I think that's the preferred method. So if we can't come to an agreement now, we can defer it and we can think about it, but certainly maybe the Secretariat would be able to rework the language so that we can get consensus when we go to the Directing Council. Does that make sense? Right? So we will strive for that consensus. Sure. Colombia?
Well, if the rules of procedure so allow, we would have no objection to postponing, delaying, following up on this, because it is very important that we have a consensus. But I do want to say the following. No. Thinking of the migratory processes in the region, Colombia has gone through a very complicated situation, as was described by Dr. Fitzgerald, and that situation continues. So we have received several million people in Colombia, and almost close to 1 million of people that are in transit coming to Central America and the United States. And we as a country have committed to contribute to guarantee human rights, to make certain that this be something done not only in Colombia, but in the whole region. So it is important to uphold respect for human rights for migrants and a respect for health. And that has meant that we have had to increase our foreign debt with multilateral banks so as to, as Mr. Fitzgerald said, approve a comprehensive policy that has drawn the attention of the world favoring migrants. So the problem continues, the burden is enormous, and we are concerned, since this is a regional problem, it's not only Colombia's problem, we don't want an instrument to lose strength. This is an instrument that was forged collectively so as to deal with migration as a phenomenon. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, and I fully understand the point you're making. We too have similar challenges. Maybe not on the scale that you have, but we do have challenges. So I understand exactly what you're talking about. Because migrants coming from Venezuela to us, we provide them with all the care that they need, just like what we'll provide for a Guyanese citizen. So I recognize what you're saying, but let's work and see how we can make this a consensus document. I recognize Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regarding the wording, okay, we agree that the concept of approve is not a concept accepted by the United States in this case, but to take note, actually, this is something that is happening right now. So option 1 is resolved to look at the strategy on health. And then under 2, it says to encourage member states taking into account, and in other words, we're not forcing anyone. There's no obligation to go beyond what is decided by the country or by the country's government. So I see that the problem is perhaps the word approve. And if we use another concept, something that is not to approve, take note, acknowledge, I don't know. Colombia probably has a more extensive vocabulary than Chile, so perhaps you could come up with a synonym. A synonym, something like take note of, be apprised of. So I don't know if the United States would accept a word to replace the approve, because I insist. Number 2, and this is something that was said a little while ago, this does provide for the possibility of each country implementing the policy or the program in keeping with their own capacity, their own ideology. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The U.S.?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that's what we were trying to do by using the word note so that we could join consensus, but apparently legally we can't do that. So we are trying.
Dr. Barbosa?
No, gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a suggestion to make, and perhaps the member states can accept it. Here for the Executive Committee, we have different documents. Some documents are for the Executive Committee to take note of them, because there is really no decision to be made. But the resolutions, the Executive Committee does make a decision. it decides to approve, and then that resolution is presented to the Directing Council in September for approval. So to approve a document, even with the approval of the Executive Committee, doesn't mean that that is bringing closure to the document. Even in the debate during the Directing Council, the United States can bring up proposed changes. They can make their argument in the Directing Council. Now, the ideal thing would be to approve the documents here in the Executive Committee, but if some member state that is participating in the Executive Committee is not comfortable, if they think that they need more time for consultation, that in no way means that that document cannot be left open. And perhaps there can be some general wording. You can work on that, saying that the Executive Committee received or took or looked at the document or asked the Executive Committee to engage in further consultations up to the time when the Directing Council is held. So it's something that occurred here. It was discussed, there was a debate, but the Executive Committee deems that it is important to engage in further consultations, discussions up to the time of the Directing Council. So perhaps that would be a way of recording what happened here, and at the same time to make it clear that we are going to pursue this process all the way up to the Directing Council. So that is just a suggestion, Mr. President and members of the Executive Committee.
Sounds reasonable that we can approve pending further consultation as we go towards the Directing Council in September.
Not
No?
approved.
Not approved?
No. Postpone. Well,
Uruguay? It's
Thank you, Mr. President. The suggestion made by the director seems reasonable. We have no problem with it. And also, let me clarify that we have no problem with taking note, even if legally it would be good to say that we favorably take note. So we have to give some leeway to legal counsel if they want to come up with a solution. But basically, I think that we're all saying the same thing. It would be ideal to be able to reach an agreement today, but I think that the suggestion just made by Director Barbosa is a very reasonable one, and we would have no problem in supporting it.
okay. I think we are striving to get a decision here. So would it be safe to say then, based on Dr. Barbosa's intervention and all the other discussions that we've had around the room, that we defer the discussion, allowing the Secretariat to work on arriving at a mutually accepted language so that we can get consensus at the Directing Council? Is that a fair reflection? Okay, seems like we have something there. Thank you. We move on. So we go to
yeah. Here. Yeah, so.
all right, so we go to item 7.2, implementation of the international health regulations. I would like to now bring document CE 176-INF-2 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Ciro Ugarte, the Director of the Department of Health and Emergencies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and to present the item. Dr. Ugarte.
Thank you, Mr. President, Director, distinguished Member States delegates, colleagues. I am glad to introduce the agenda item 7.2, implementation of the International Health Regulations in document CE 176/INF/2. In accordance with the IHR provisions, the current report centers on acute public health events, that the state parties' core capacities, the administrative requirements and governance, and finally, it highlights issues requiring concerted action by states parties in the region of the Americas and the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to enhance future application and implementation of the regulations and compliance with them. Between January and March 2025, 34 of the 35 states parties in the Americas confirmed or updated the contact information of their national focal points, along with the updated list of 199 national users of the secure WHO event information site from all 35 member states parties. In late 2024, connectivity routine tests were successful by phone and email for 32 of the 35 state parties. And also, from July 2024 and March 2025, a total of 45 of 65 new acute health events were notified by the national focal points of the IHR. I would like to emphasize here that the initial source of the 83% of the new acute public health events were the national governments. This is really a positive note, because it was in the past only 40% of all new events were reported by the governments, and now we have 83%. So that shows how the continuous increase compared with previous periods is increasing the alliance of the Americas and also the compliance with the IHR. During this 8-month period, the Pan American Sanitary Bureau published 33 epidemiological alerts and updates and 4 public health risk assessments of on the PAHO website, and developed public daily updates dashboards for events such as Mpox, avian influenza A, H5N1, and yellow fever. And with respect to the core capacities, all 35 state parties in the region of the Americas complied with the submission of the state party self-assessment annual report to the 78th World Health Assembly for the 4th consecutive year. A comprehensive report on the status of the 15 core capacities and 35 indicators in the region of the Americas for 2024 will be available to the 62nd Directing Council of PAHO. The IHR roster of experts includes 459 professionals. 106 of them belong to the region of the Americas. They comprise experts designated by Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, Canada, Cuba, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Peru, and the United States of America. We highly encourage all member states to designate their national professionals to the IHR roster of experts. And under the IHR monitoring and evaluation framework, 2 sub-regional trainings on early action reviews were held in Guatemala in September 24, for Central America and the Dominican Republic, and in Barbados in November 2024. This was in close coordination with the Secretariat of the Council of Ministers of Health for Central America and the Dominican Republic, SECOMISCA, and the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention of the United States of America, and the 717 Alliance. The IHR is a legally binding instrument for health emergencies, and its future governance is related to the implementation of the amendments adopted in the 77th World Health Assembly through the resolution WHA 77.17 on June 24. In preparation to the World Health Assembly, or the 78th World Health Assembly, the Pan American Health Organization held 2 virtual briefings on the amendments of the International Health Regulations, and the document consideration regarding the designation or establishment of the National Authority for the IHR was shared for consideration by high-level authorities from the Ministries of Health, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, responsible for health affairs, and other authorities deemed relevant by each country. The amendments to the IHR will enter into force on 19 September of this year. It is essential that member states continue to engage actively in the implementation of the amendments to strengthen health and security in the region of the Americas. After this report was closed, the Director General of WHO, following the 4th meeting of the IHR Emergency Committee regarding the upsurge of Mpox 2024, declared that it continues to constitute a public health emergency of international concern and issued temporary recommendations. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. The Executive Committee is now invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I now open the floor for comments. The United States.
Thank you. The United States thanks PAHO for the report and commends member states for their continued commitment to transparent regional cooperation in preventing, detecting, and responding to infectious disease outbreaks and making progress in strengthening public health systems. The United States is party to the 2005 IHR, but does not support the adoption of the 2024 IHR amendments. Current multi-regional outbreaks of infectious diseases such as Mpox, cholera, dengue, measles highlight the ongoing need for the strong national and regional capabilities to address these threats, as well as day-to-day public health needs. Outbreaks within our region and other parts of the globe reinforce the need for strong national systems to detect and contain health threats early and remind us that what happens in one country can quickly affect others. We encourage continued focus on practical tools such as external assessments and after-action reviews and the test and improve real-world response systems. These are critical for identifying gaps and building operational readiness. We encourage our fellow member states to continue to report public health events through their IHR national focal points, as these channels remain essential for providing early warning and contributing to timely responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Panama.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. President. I speak on behalf of the delegation of Panama, having to do with this document, implementation of the international health regulations. First of all, we wanted to express our appreciation for presenting this report, and we welcome the analysis presented. Panama is happy to see the progress made in 2024 in the implementation of the IHR, especially in terms of preparedness, notification, response to public health emergencies. We acknowledge that the world's health context is a complicated, challenging one, and that shows how important it is to have a sound regulatory framework. Panama highlights the need to continue to strengthen national and regional capacity for the effective implementation of the IHR, while we make progress in administrative processes having to do with implementing the amendments in keeping with established practices. We reiterate our commitment to multilateralism, technical cooperation, and strengthening health systems as essential pillars for a worldwide health response that is more resilient and more inclusive. Thank you.
We go to Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. We take note of this report and we welcome the excellent level of coordination that has been achieved in the region because of these regulations. The amendments and the approval of the pandemic agreement strengthens the global architecture to deal with the public health emergency of international concerns. In keeping with the global context, the Ministry of Health in Chile has innovated, setting up a new structure where there is a direct report to the Ministry of Health. This is the Emergencies Division, and its functions include dealing with the whole emergency cycle, going from prevention, preparedness, detection, response, and even recovery. All of this in keeping with the RCI. That is the standby framework for the National Sanitary Code and the law establishing the National Service for Response to Disasters, disasters that unfortunately seem to be frequent in Chile. We had earthquakes. Now we make an appeal to improve the basic capacities at the national level, providing a functional framework. Oh, I'm sorry. She corrects herself. Providing a functional framework that is up to date and delivering tools so that action can be agreed upon with other countries in a quick and effective way. We hope to fully comply with the tasks that are created under this new global structure to respond to public health emergencies. So we take note and we recommend approval, Mr. President.
Thank you. We go to Brazil.
Obrigada. Senhor Presidente.
Thank you. Mr. President, we take note of this updated information and we acknowledge the progress that has been made, especially the efforts of party states in maintaining basic capacities, notification of acute public health events, all of this working with the national focal points. First of all, we would like to underscore the commitments to provide with the health regulations, both at the technical and policy levels, by having a multi-sectoral approach that we feel is aligned with the effort to reach universal health care coverage and also to strengthen the legal framework. Brazil last year did its first voluntary external evaluation using evaluation tools. We appreciate the support we receive from PAHO in terms of processing, monitoring the essential capacities in our country. We would point to the importance of the IHR. It's a technical and essential tool for preparedness and response to public health emergencies. The amendments that were approved in the World Health Assembly are an important step forward in terms of introducing concrete mechanisms to strengthen equity and access to the relevant health products, as well as international cooperation and mobilization of funding. All of this contributes to a more broader definition of health products. And this is going to support the full implementation of IHR, especially in those countries with greater vulnerability. In that same spirit, we salute the recent approval of the pandemic policies. This is an international commitment to shared excellence. We feel that cooperation between the IHR and the Pandemics Fund is important to provide inclusive and efficient action in future health emergencies. We have the package of amendments having to do with the IHR, and our country is in a position to cooperate with the other countries of the region as they work side by side with PAHO on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Dr. Ugarte. Any other member states want to make? Go ahead, Colombia.
Thank you. We do take note. We take note of this report on the international health regulations, and I wanted to highlight that this year we had the support that shows the advantage, the strength of working together, that in terms of otopoche, measles, and yellow fever, of course. So this is an opportunity to address the sub-region. Let's work together because we're dealing with an outbreak that has been lengthy, and it is affecting 6 countries in the region. But we recognize the virtue, the merit. We have participated in these discussions, and we support the amendments that were made to the international health regulations, as well as the agreement on preparedness for pandemics. Also, I wanted to point to something we consider to be a very good practice. Although we participated in the consensus, we did expand our vote to talk about several points. First of all, to the voluntary nature of the transfer of technology, and second, and this was called the peace clause, and it had to do with using the flexibility of trips as a facility, as a resource for the countries to guarantee their health sovereignty. But we participated. We were really happy to reach that global consensus to support this effort. Thank you.
If there are no other member states that want to participate, I go to Dr. Ugarte.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to thank all the countries of the Americas because they were able to report many events to the Secretariat, but also because all member states reported their annual evaluations when it comes to the IHR, and this is a key achievement. I'm grateful to the comments of United States, Panama, Chile, Brazil, and Colombia, and they all focus on work for regional health safety. And if we have been able to issue 33 epidemiological alerts over an 8-month period, it's thanks to the information provided by member states. This proves in practice that the implementation of the IHR. In the Americas, of course, we do have a Pan-American Health Code that for which we have celebrated recently its centenary. So once again, the region of the Americas is that we were able to show that together we can overcome obstacles, and that is the line we are following. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. We go to Dr. Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I want to add first, I think that's important to recognize the efforts that all member states are doing to strengthen their core capacities. I think that the pandemic was a dramatic lesson that we really need to work together, increasing laboratory capacity, providing training for health professionals, to be better prepared not only to face a future pandemic, but to deal with the public health emergency that we have now happening in the region, like the yellow fever outbreak that our Vice Minister from Colombia mentioned, and many others. So I think that it's really important. I really also want to recognize and appreciate this increase from 40% to 83% of reports from the Ministries of Health. Because in the past, we had 40% of the reports coming from the Ministry of Health. The other 60% were found out through the 24/7 search engine that we are running looking in social media, internet, media vehicles for words like hemorrhagic fever, outbreak, epidemic, unknown diseases, things like that. So increasing from 40% to 83% is a clear evidence, first, that the countries are really committed to improve their capacity for early detection and for a transparent and objective reporting process. And second, the trust that they have in the organization that, as Ciro Ugarte mentioned, celebrated last year 100th anniversary of the first Pan-American Sanitary Code. So I think that for 1 century that this region established that we need to work together if we want to provide a better response to outbreaks and epidemics. It's also important that all member states completed the self-assessment. This is a self-assessment, and Ciro, when we received the information, Ciro told me that it's a good signal that the self-assessment presented in this recent round of self-assessment, all the aspects were a little bit worse than in the past. This is not because the things really went worse, but probably that now we are more realistic. Because we learned from the pandemic that sometimes when we thought that having one national laboratory, public health laboratory, was enough to report that I have laboratory capacity, when we faced the pandemic, if the country didn't have also a policy to scale up in a very rapid way the laboratory capacity, it was not enough to have one public health laboratory in the country. So I think that we learned a lot, and this now is reflecting in a more realistic self-assessment that also will identify what are the areas that we needed to provide technical cooperation to our member states. We are working with the countries that are eligible in the region to present proposals for the pandemic fund. I personally advocated with several members of the board from the beginning that they need to pay attention to the proposals from Latin America and the Caribbean. I think that now we have some very good proposals that were approved in round 1, round 2. They are within including Guyana. Congratulations, Minister, and our President. All these proposals, or most of these proposals, are within the concept of One Health. So they are bringing together the animal sector, environmental sector, and human health sector, sharing information, strengthening laboratory capacity. That I think that's the best way to really improve. And finally, I also want to congratulate the countries that are volunteering for the external assessment. This is also a very good opportunity because the external assessment now, as we say, kind of a joke, you pay 1, you receive 2, because the country will receive the external assessment of their capacity for early detection, response to public health emergencies, but also the country will receive at the same time an evaluation about the immunization national program. So the country will receive this very relevant report identifying the gaps, the areas that they need to improve, and the areas that they can ask us to prioritize the technical cooperation. And another benefit is that we provide an alignment between the indicators that are using for the external evaluation and the self-assessment. So the country can monitor the progress that they are doing along the year. So I think that this is also a very innovative approach that we implemented in the region that will be very beneficial to all our countries, all our member states. So thank you very much for your commitment, for your support, and the way that we are working together to have this region better protected for the public health threats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. And I think when you look at the evaluation using the SPAR and the joint external evaluation, it gives you a very solid platform on which you can, if you want to go to the pandemic fund, it gives you all this solid technical information to make that application. And I can testify that we did it and we were very successful. So I want to inform the committee that the discussions that we've just had, the comments that were made, would be reflected in the final report. Thank you very much. Since you have been so good, we'll go to the last item. And that is item 7.1, report on the strategic issues between PAHO and WHO. I'd like to bring document CE 176-INF-1 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, Director of Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to the head table. I now yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee of Program, Budget and Administration to report on this item. President of the Subcommittee, go ahead.
Sorry, I was waiting for the report.
Go ahead.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The subcommittee received an update on high-level strategic issues and opportunities related to PAHO's engagement with WHO. Information was also provided on the proposed program budget of WHO for the 2026-2027 biennium and on the ongoing consultations of the intergovernmental negotiating body tasked with drafting and negotiating a new international instrument on prevention, preparedness, and response to future pandemics. In the subcommittee's discussion of the report, delegates expressed appreciation to the Bureau for its proactive efforts to facilitate member states' participation in the global negotiations on the new pandemic accord and called on the Bureau to continue working to ensure that regional perspectives and priorities were reflected in the negotiations and in the accord. It was pointed out that the COVID-19 pandemic had revealed critical vulnerabilities in health systems and underscored the need for strengthened international cooperation to build a resilient global health system grounded in equity, fairness, and solidarity. Multilateralism was seen as key to better preparation for future pandemics, and the need to ensure the financial sustainability of WHO and preserve its capacity to act in global health was emphasized. It was also considered necessary to continue advocating to ensure that the region receives an equitable share of WHO budget. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much. We now yield the floor to Mr. Maza.
Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I'm pleased to introduce item 7.1, Report on Strategic Issues between PAHO and WHO. This report provides an update on the high-level strategic issues and opportunities related to PAHO's engagement with WHO on leadership, governance, accountability, and transparency matters. In line with the purpose of the report and recommendations from you, our member states, I will highlight some key points that require continuous engagement and relevant updates and results from our strategic engagement with WHO and with you. As applicable, the report also refers to other documents containing additional details with regard to the implications for member states on global policy developments. With regard to strengthening WHO preparedness and response to health emergencies, as was just noted by Dr. Ogarton, our director, the region continued to play an active role in shaping the future of WHO's, its governance and the global health emergency architecture, playing an essential leadership role in contributing to the approval of the WHO Pandemic Agreement and the World Health Assembly in May. The PAHO Secretariat supported member states directly in coordination with the Group of the Americas, chaired by Jamaica this year, which called for 4 sessions with member states. So we had 4 sessions involving capitals, delegations from Geneva, And here also representatives from the OAS. For the first time, we convened such a coordination, bringing the three levels together to ensure that the countries of the region are well prepared and contributed to such an important agreement. The Secretariat has continued also to work with the WHO Secretariat to ensure that your input is timely and relevant as needed. Moving forward, the Secretariat will continue to coordinate with our WHO colleagues in Geneva to facilitate your participation in negotiations for the Pathogen Access Benefits Sharing System, or the PABS, as its acronym calls for. This process was launched at the Assembly last month, and the Secretary will keep you updated as we move forward with that process. With regards to the program budget, for the new program budget for the next biennium, 2026-27 for WHO, it was endorsed by the Assembly, and it reflected a transparent and more evidence-based prioritization process, including prioritization results from 25 of our member states and for Puerto Rico from the Americas. Our region's experience in prioritization has been very useful to this end, and we continue to improve that process by sharing and learning also with other WHO regions. The approved budget, which was reduced to $4.2 billion for WHO in base programs, was reduced from 5.3, again, responding to the member states' call, both from other regions and from a region, for WHO to be more realistic in light of the current financial situation faced by the World Health Assembly. The budget also recognizes the need to safeguard country capacity, as highlighted by our member states and others from across regions. Thanks to the advocacy of our member states, the budget allocation to the region was reduced less than what it could have been with a more equitable approach, and it was fixed at $254.8 million, reflecting a 14% reduction which was applied to all regions in the spirit of more equitable allocations. Regarding the current financing of Program Budget 24-25, as of the end of March, as you will see in the report, the region had received $194.4 million in base programs. This represents about 1/3 of the financing of the organization, PAHO, total budget. Of this amount, $122.7 million came from flexible funds from WHO, of which $10 million was for investing a core predictable country presence, and $72 million from voluntary contributions from WHO. The total received at the end of March was already $12 million more than what we had received the last biennium. Again, thanks to your advocacy and for this constant call for more equitable allocation of WHO funds to the region. However, to date, we have a gap of $26.5 million in flexible funds from the original commitment that was made by WHO to the region at the beginning of the biennium. We will continue to work with our colleagues in WHO, our senior management, and the Secretariat towards increasing the financing to the region. Again, we thank you for your continued advocacy. In closing, your Secretariat team, the PAHO Secretariat team, will continue to collaborate and engage with WHO, sharing PAHO's lessons, experiences, and necessary information to provide relevant information and briefings to you, our member states, to ensure the global health agenda matters benefit from the valuable contributions from our member states. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to address any questions or provide any additional information you deem necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Maza. We've just heard the report. The Executive Committee is invited to note the report and provide any pertinent comments. Any comments? All right, since there are no comments, I don't, oh, sorry, Panama.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Mr. President. Panama takes note of the report presented and underscoring the request by member states to look into some strategic matters that are important to the region between PAHO and WHO. We acknowledge that the timely collaboration between the Bureau and member states is fundamental to promote active participation of the region in the governance of WHO and the strategic activities, as well as contributing to them. We welcome the efforts to convey information and to ensure that the situation and contributions of the region are properly represented at the WHO, including details on program and budget and human resource matters. We're grateful to the Bureau's support to member states to facilitate the interrelated processes having to do with WHO governance, ensuring that voices of the region appear and promote the World Health Agenda. It is essential to increase collaboration between PAHO member states to have regional and multinational presentations and positions to support the region. To conclude, we underscore the importance for PAHO to support member states in strengthening and obtaining sources of sustainable resources, in particular in an unstable, dynamic international situation with geopolitical forces, to ensure the necessary resources to confront future emergencies. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. We go to Brazil.
Senhor Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the report on this strategic issues between PAHO and WHO and the efforts to ensure a qualified representation of our region in global processes. We recognize the key role played by PAHO to support active participation of member states at the negotiation on the pandemic agreement and amendments to the IHR. Regional leadership, when well coordinating, was determinant and important, so the specificities of the Americas were correctly reflected in the new governance and policies. Representing the Americas and the Geneva negotiations ensured the active participation resulting in the agreement on May 2025. Showing commitment with multilateralism, equity, and global safety. Brazil will continue playing its role at future negotiations, in particular to establish rules having to do with access to pathogens and to benefits. We're pleased for the planning processes between PAHO and WHO, in particular the construction of the 2026-2031 strategic plan in agreement with the WHO General Work Plan. There needs to be a coincidence between regional priorities and contributions to ensure an effective contribution that is results-based. Brazil reiterates the importance of equitable, sustainable budgeting for the organization and resources, and in November 2024 there was importance given. The distribution of resources between the regional sectors need to consider the needs and the relevance of the Americas when it comes to global health, as shown during the pandemic in 2019. We have to work with the organizations to ensure that there is a fairer distribution from Geneva. Brazil recognizes that there have been improvements in recent years, but it's still insufficient, and we encourage Dr. Barbosa and thank him for his leadership in fighting for the region and for fighting for a fair distribution of resources given the needs of countries and to strengthen PAHO's presence in our territories. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are grateful for the report presented on the strategic issues between PAHO and WHO, and we want to underscore the relevant role of the region at the pandemic agreement and hope that when it comes to the pathogens and to share benefits, the region of the Americas, recognizing the leadership of Brazil, may continue to play a leading role centered on ensuring that humanity achievements will benefit everyone in the world. It's not only a matter of resources, which is a matter obviously of concern, but what is most important in this relationship is the support that Colombia wants to ratify through our president, Mr. Petro, as to the importance of multilateralism to protect life, health, the defense of the globe, and for peace. In this, aiming for this, what we can do together to defend mechanisms that ensure that despite differences we may prosper as humankind will always be a priority, and please be assured of Colombia's involvement and engagement in order to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Mr. Maza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to thank Panama, Brazil, and Colombia for their comments. We'll continue to coordinate, collaborate with you to ensure that we provide that space for continued engagement with WHO on these strategic matters, both in the PABs, but also on the financial matters. Just to note that we have also been reporting on the results that the region so that we can also reflect it at global level. There was a results report that was presented, and the Secretariat PAHO results were also there. And to note as well that we continue to monitor the financial situation of WHO and implementing also cost containment measures in the region. Again, with the unity and solidarity, we believe that we can continue to work together with you, Member States. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now ask Dr. Barbosa to make some comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Primeiro gostaria de
Let me first thank the important support received from all members in the region. They, after all, are the strongest advocates we have to defend a more fair and equitable distribution of funds between regions. That is extremely important, that commitment from our region. Second, I'd like to commend Ambassador Tovar, who was our representative at the negotiations. He was representing the area of the Americas. We had a very valuable process. As I mentioned this morning, it is a process of decision by countries, and our role was only seeking to facilitate the process, to share information, so that each one of the member states had the same level of information facilitating their decision-making process on the complex issues that were addressed, both for amendments to the IHR as well as the response to pandemics as approved in May. Country participation was extremely important. I saw great willingness to share information, and even for the region to be able to adopt a position on the name and behalf of all the countries in the region. It's always a great joy when the Americas can reach a consensus, even when it comes to complex topics, and that they can make a joint presentation and positioning. We have a lot of work still ahead of us on some of the issues that are still pending that will be addressed at the next assembly, and we will try to facilitate dialogue between member states so that they can present proposals and move forward with the process. And on our part, we are in constant dialogue with Geneva today, very early in the morning. I had some meetings with our regional representatives and with the Director General. In the region of the Americas, we are seeking, as far as possible, to receive our fair proportion of funds, and for all member states to look at the process of accountability and transparency so they know exactly where and what for we're using those resources, and to also maintain that commitment. This is a time to think about how we could have a World Health Organization that at the same time could have at its headquarters in Geneva the issue of standards, issues that cannot be done differently, but to think in a different way perhaps, especially when it comes to direct support for countries. When they accuse PAHO of having a better position because we have a double budget, I always respond that here in the region, we do not need to call in specialists from Geneva if there's a yellow fever outbreak or a measles outbreak, or when it comes to issues having to do with the IHR, or for neglected diseases, or even immunization, maternal mortality, or any of these other topics. This is a model that could be thought about to provide technical support to countries that is more centered in country offices. That will be more efficient and have lower costs than those faced by other regions. That's just one example. There are more people focusing on neglected diseases in Geneva than there are in the regional offices in Africa or in the country offices. So perhaps there could be a more strategic thinking, finding a better balance and presence at the country level. There is support provided on a daily basis, and the country offices have greater expertise in more complex issues. And perhaps Geneva could then focus more strongly on their important role when it comes to norms and standards, and that is something that they do excellently. So this is a process where I believe we will be able to have a very frank discussion, and perhaps the member states who are participating in the consultations with WHO, they could take advantage of this moment to see how to strike a better balance in these different spheres, because that is going to ensure greater efficiency in the technical type of cooperation that we provide to countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I think you raised some very pertinent points there. And these are not, these issues have been with us for quite a while, but I think you have been doing your best to ensure that we get our fair share in this region. I would now like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. We now go to the Deputy Director for some information.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it's been a long day, but we would like to remind our delegates that right after this, there will be a welcoming gathering for participants, delegates of the Executive Committee, and it'll be right outside here in the mezzanine. I'm not sure that an email went around, so I'm going to say, please, our office directors, our unit chief, our department directors, also please join us so that you have an opportunity to meet with members of the delegation. To switch subjects, we would like to inform delegates that the amended proposed resolution for item 4.6, policy for expanding equitable access for high cost and high price health technologies, is available in the resolution tracking system as PR2 this afternoon. This application can be accessed again via the iPad that you all have in front of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So, tomorrow we'll continue. So that's some good news with the work program for Tuesday. And since you have been so good today, we'll add tomorrow items 3.3 and 3.4. And if we work very effectively tomorrow, we'll also add item 3.5 and 3.6. So you'll get some homework to think about tonight. Thank you very much. I think we had a very productive day, and thank you for the very rich discussion that we've had today. See you tomorrow.